The scene unfolds in a town near the border of Grella. In this place, 12-year-old children receive a job evaluation from the priest, where each one receives an occupation that corresponds to their fitness. The story begins with the protagonist, Locke, 12 years old, discovering that his occupation is that of a beast tamer. A young magician named Emmy approaches him, expressing admiration and disbelief for having received such a rare occupation. Locke expresses his concern that the priest did not even know the occupation, but his friends, Santikura and gladiator Isaac, reassure him, stating that they believe in his potential. The young tamer thanks his friends for their support. Isaac, with a friendly gesture, offers Locke a little punch, reinforcing her confidence. Isaac states with confidence that he will become the strongest gladiator in the world. Emmy, with equal determination, claims that she will become the best magic user in the world. Kara, a little hesitant, says she will become a saint capable of healing any wound. Inspired by his friends, Locke promises he will be the best beast tamer. Together, they make a pact to become a group of rank S. With their hands together, the group of young friends celebrates their promise. Locke reflects that, for him, his occupation did not matter so much. As long as you could have fun with your friends, he'd be happy. So he decided to become the support his friends needed to achieve his dreams. For him, happiness was simply being able to be with his companions. 3 years later, the scene changes to the royal capital, Kronto, under heavy rain. An older Locke, now 15, hastily walks through the rainy town. When he finally arrives, gasping and carrying luggage, he is about to open the door when he hears Isaac's voice from within, suggesting that Locke be removed from the group. Isaac disdains Locke's occupation, calling it nonsense, since in 3 years he hasn't tamed a single monster and his only function has been to carry their things and do other simple tasks. Emmy tries to defend his friend, arguing that he has been striving to improve. She reminds everyone that they are now a respected group of rank S. However, Kara intervenes, stating that they cannot keep a dead weight in the group forever, especially someone who cannot fight. Despite his initial defense, Emmy seems to yield to the arguments of others. Isaac reveals that the hero showed interest in his group, treating it as an unmissable opportunity. He argues that by building a good relationship with the hero, they will gain the king's favor and bring benefits to his village, accelerating the fulfillment of his dreams. Outside, Locke hears with a broken heart while Emmy, though hesitant, seems to agree that it may be true. Isaac announces the plan. Tomorrow, they will meet with the hero and enter the lands of destruction. He concludes that, with the strength of the hero, the conquest of the dungeon is certain, and after that, they can say goodbye to Locke. The conversation continues, with Isaac turning to Kara. He asks Kara if she'll really bring a dress to the dungeon the next day. Kara says yes, because it would be stolen if I left it at the inn. In addition, she adds that Locke would not mind loading another item. Isaac closes the discussion and casually tells Emmy that it's okay if she dates Locke, treating him with total neglect. Emmy tries to call Isaac back, wanting to continue the conversation. She follows him, insisting he still has something to say. Outside, Locke's pain is evident when listening to his friend's conversation. He reflects that, as Isaac said, he never had a chance to find a magical beast. Most beast tamers spend their whole lives searching for them or changing their profession. The skills of a beast tamer include support magic and enchanting equipment to increase the strength of allies. However, Locke's contributions were limited to cooking, carrying luggage, exploring, absorbing damage, and negotiating with the guild, among other tasks. Feeling completely misunderstood, he wonders why they don't see its value. This all, Locke sits in the hall, feeling the weight of the betrayal and misunderstanding of his friends. The next day, a young man with white hair performs as Kid the hero. He expresses that it is an honor to work with the famous group of rank S of Grella. Locke comments with Isaac about his surprise at the arrival of the hero, but is ignored. Kid starts praising the group's beautiful ladies, which Locke thinks is a little exaggerated. When Kid goes to Locke, his attitude changes dramatically. He calls him servant and orders him to carry his things carefully, mentioning that they are items Locke could never buy. One of the girls corrects Kid, saying that Locke is not a servant, to which the hero answers with a "oh really?" Locke mentally withdraws his previous compliment on Kid's politeness. Kid justifies his confusion, saying that as Locke was carrying everyone's things, he assumed he was a servant. Despite the correction, the other members of the group seem to agree that Locke should continue carrying the equipment. Before you leave, Isaac asks about Kid's equipment. The hero exhibits his dragon killer blade, a gift from the king. However, Locke notices a small crack in the handle of the sword and points to the failure. Furious, Kid vehemently denies, pressing the sword against Locke and telling him not to talk nonsense. Isaac, angry, tells Kid to ignore the loser. He suggests they follow directly into the dungeon. The group is preparing for the journey. Kid promises to protect everyone, and Emi expresses his confidence in the conquest of the dungeon. Kara adds that Akio will be on your own. Locke watches the scene, feeling a stranger among those who were one day his closest friends. He remembers the time when they were just kids with a common dream. He has always worked his best, supporting them in all the ups and downs they faced together. His dream was to support everyone else's dream, but now he feels he can't be a part of it anymore. Within the Destruction Flames Master, Locke leads the way using his monster radar ability to find the safest route, which irritates Isek, which requires more speed. Isek yells at Locke, impatient. Hey, did you hear what I said? Can't you walk faster? Locke turns around and says he can't, because the fastest route is not the safest. The gladiator explodes in fury, telling him to stop making excuses and just walk faster. Turning to Kid, Isaac apologizes for Locke's behavior, explaining that he only wants to get to the boss as soon as possible. Kid notes that there are fewer monsters compared to his last visit to the dungeon, while Locke thinks of himself, hoping monsters won't show up. The hero comments that although he is only a servant, Locke is useful as a scout. The young teen resigns himself with the insult. Isaac asks Kid if he's explored this dungeon before. The hero confirms, reporting that as a rookie, he explored the dungeon with a super confident adventurer and they almost lost their lives. Since then, Kid claims that he has never joined the dump to explore dungeons, looking directly at Locke. The tension increases as the group advances. While Locke strives to clear the way, others observe, with Isaac thinking that wastes like them are the worst. Locke stops for a moment to check the map. Isaac, losing patience, grabs Locke and demands that he take them to the boss faster. The assault continues as he screams, questioning why it's taking so long. Kid, examining his own map, called Isaac. He reveals that they don't understand the situation. Kid points out that Locke is actually not diverting them, but leading them along the shortest route to the boss. Shocked, Isaac turns to Locke and asks if he did it on purpose. The gladiator accuses him of trying to avenge himself by making them take detours. Stop playing. He screams. Locke tries to explain himself, stuttering that it was not his intention. Suddenly, Emi hits him with a slap in the face. Locke is shocked by the aggression of her childhood friend. Emi's look is cold and emotionless. She scolds him, asking why he can't understand, stating that it's not a game. Locke realizes that even Emi now sees him the same way as the others. He reflects that he has explained his reasoning several times before, when everyone would rather avoid monsters than face them. Frustrated and hurt, he wonders, when did I lose their trust? Resigned, Locke yields. Alright, from now on, we'll take the shortest route to the boss, but we'll find more monsters from now on. Isaac disdains, saying it won't be a problem to take them down. However, following the direct route, they are surrounded by a swarm of monsters. Slowness attracts even more creatures. The group fights to contain the horde, with Isaac complaining that Locke is just wasting their time. Watching the battle, Locke bitterly asks, "Can I still call you my childhood friends?" Kid, with a sadistic smile, comments that someone will be fired after that. Locke feels completely isolated and powerless. Finally, they reach a massive door leading to the chief's office. The group gathers in front of the entrance, with Locke reporting that this is where the boss resides. He suggests you take a break to rest and unload some of the luggage. Isaac explodes, pushing Locke and screaming, "And who do you think delayed us?" Emi adds coldly, "Not only were we late, we were also put in a dangerous situation because of you." He laughs, calling Locke an idiot for not being able to lead the invasion. Defeated, Locke simply says, "I get it." Isaac gets angry with what he perceives as a condescending tone. He turns to the girls, asking if they are ready to come in. They settle in agreement. Isaac then turns to Locke and says, "Locke, I've always hesitated to tell you this, but since you're so useless, I'll tell you here and now." With a sharp chill, he announces, "As soon as we complete this dungeon, you will be fired." Kid smiles, adding that with him on the team, they will go even further. Locke faces his former friends, seeing the final decision on their faces. He accepts his fate, confirming that he understands that Emi and the others also agree with the decision. The new four-person group joins hands, declaring Team Number 1, and prepares to enter. As they come in, Locke remembers happier times. He is instructed to watch the back fight and for the last time decides to support them, enchanting his equipment with support magic. The group advances to the chief's chamber, leaving Locke behind. Lights shine in the darkness of the dungeon. A closed eye of a powerful creature lies in darkness. Inside the room, a huge white beast sleeps peacefully. The group is shocked to see what they think is just a gray wolf. From his position, Locke knows that even a rank adventurer and you could defeat a gray wolf, and they shouldn't be chief-level monsters. He realizes the terrible truth, not a gray wolf, but silver. He is Fenrir, a legendary monster who's not even rank adventurers can easily defeat. Ignoring the obvious danger, Kid and Isaac decide to attack, treating the creature as a disappointment. Locke screams at them to stop, trying to warn them about the monster's true identity, but it's too late. Kid's attack is useless. His blade breaks when it hits the beast. Fenrir wakes up, and his terrifying look is fixed on them. The terror takes care of Emmy, Kara, and Locke. Kara falls to the ground, paralyzed by fear. Locke realizes she's been plagued by the state of fear. Kid screams at Isaac to back off, admitting that, no matter how strong he is a hero, he can't fight without a sword. Isaac, in denial, shouts that the fight has not even begun. As Fenrir approaches, Kid insists that running is the only option. Isaac reluctantly orders the withdrawal of all units, spitting with contempt when seeing Locke in front of them, thinking he is good at running. Kid, with a creepy smile, tells Locke not to worry. He reveals that there is another way to use an idiot like him. In an act of shocking betrayal, Kid stabs Locke with the broken handle of his sword, using him as bait to secure his own escape. Locke falls to the ground, severely injured and in shock. While Locke is down, Kid picks up the remaining luggage and swords, saying mockingly, "Feel free to take your luggage with you to hell." Turning to Isaac, the hero asks, "With this, I am now officially part of the group, right?" Isaac smiles maliciously in agreement. Locke looks horrified by betrayal. As Fenrir approaches, the group flees, leaving Locke to die. Emmy, the last one to leave, apologizes before abandoning him. Kara stumbles upon her escape. "Your only concern is your expensive dress that was damaged." She gets up and runs, leaving Locke all alone. Watching their escape, Locke finally understands the depth of their hatred for him. "I see. So I was hated at that point. Well, I don't mind dying like that," he thinks with resignation. He remembers the promises they made as children. The memories of his shared dreams haunt him in his final moments. As Fenrir approaches, Locke laughs at his own misfortune, wondering what's wrong with him. The legendary creature hovers over him, ready for the final blow. Locke shakes hands in prayer. With Fenrir's mouth opening on him, Locke reflects on one last thought. Although he was forced into this terrible situation, he simply cannot hold a grudge against them, and tears flow down his face. Fenrir hangs over Locke, abandoned by his companions, and reflects on the cruelty of humans who sacrifice one of their own to save themselves. The gigantic creature opens its jaws on the young man, promising him a quick and painless death. Shocked to hear the words of the creature, Locke reacts with astonishment. Amid despair, a ray of hope arises. Locke interrupts the creature and asks, unbeliever, if she can speak the human language. Fenrir's yellow eyes spread in surprise with the boy's unexpected question. The legendary beast leans in and questions whether the boy can understand it, while Locke in turn asks if his words are being understood. Confirming for himself, the young tamer raises his hand and ponders whether this ability to communicate is one of the skills inherent in his occupation of beast domator. The mythical creature observes it with a cunning look, questioning the situation. Fenrir, now more interested, proposes a fight to pass time, questioning whether Locke still wants to face him. Revealing his boredom by being stuck on that dungeon floor, the beast insists on playing with the young man. Scared, the boy refuses the offer and asks boldly to be released. With a sudden thought, Locke searches his belongings, takes Isaac's breastplate and throws it, surprising the beast. Instinctively, the creature jumps and catches the object thrown with its mouth. The young man repeats the gesture and the beast, between confused and animated, pursues the object again. Bringing the chest back, the giant wolf questions the boy's actions. The game of getting continues, with the beast chasing the item thrown with enthusiasm. Totally confused with the game, the creature wonders what's happening. Despite the confusion, Fenrir admits that play is extremely fun. Satisfied, the beast tamer smiles and reflects on how his experience with dogs in childhood proved useful. Locke resumes the previous conversation, reminding the beast that she mentioned not being able to leave that place. The creature explains that a powerful magical barrier at the entrance of the floor prevents it from leaving, a barrier that even it cannot break. The boy hears the explanation, understanding the beast's situation. The expression of Fenrir becomes discouraged when contemplating his imprisonment. With an idea forming, Locke starts making a proposal for the creature. He proposes that the beast join him in an adventure as a way to escape the dungeon. Initially, the giant wolf views the proposal as a joke. However, the legendary creature claims that it is not against the idea, leaving the young tamer completely surprised. The creature then expresses the desire to become friends with Locke. The boy remembers reading about his occupation, which mentioned a change that would occur after a certain event. An aura of power begins to emanate from Fenrir's body. Realizing that this may be a crucial event, Locke accepts the friendship of the creature willingly. A voice in his mind informs that the conditions were met. Fenrir became his friend and, as a result, he gained access to the mini garden of monsters. Although confused by the new events, Locke decides to observe what will happen next. While his new companion seems excited, the mythical creature exalts, feeling an overwhelming power flowing through his body. The young man formally presents himself as Locke's sister and greets his new friend. The beast repays the fulfillment, sealing the new friendship. The giant wolf comments that being called only Fenrir does not seem right, since it is the name of its species. He then asks Locke to give him a proper name. The boy ponders the responsibility of naming such a magnificent creature. The creature asks for a name that is legal and appropriate to it. After a little thinking, Locke suggests the name Lucky. Fenrir's initial reaction is of shock and indignation. However, the creature quickly changes its mind, deciding that the name is actually very cool. Now named Lucky, Fenrir leaps with joy, expressing his immense happiness with the new name. Suddenly, a treasure chest materializes. Lucky realizes that making friends with him was the equivalent of defeating the dungeon boss. Surprised, the young man approaches the trunk that appeared out of nowhere. Curious, he prepares to open the trunk and discover its contents. Inside the trunk, he finds a bracelet and a collar. Lucky gets excited about the red collar and asks Locke to put it on him. When you put the bracelet on, the voice returns, informing you that the mini monster garden bracelet has been equipped, allowing you to enter and leave the garden at will. Still confused about what the garden is, Lucky, curious, asks to see how it works and touches Locke's bracelet. To Locke's amazement, his companion is suddenly absorbed by the bracelet. Worried, he screams, asking if Lucky's okay. Lucky's voice emanates from the bracelet, making sure it's okay. Then Fenrir emerges from the bracelet, unharmed. Extremely excited by the experience, Lucky says it was very interesting and insists that Locke try too. Hesitant, the boy agrees to try to enter the garden. Closing his eyes, he focuses on the bracelet, trying to activate his ability. He feels a light enveloping him while being transported to the garden. The scene darkens, indicating the transition to the new location. When he opens his eyes, he finds himself in a whole new place. He's in a green field in front of a small rustic hut. Next to Lucky, he observes the serene atmosphere of the mini monster garden. The wooden hut with straw roof stands out in the quiet landscape. The peaceful environment of the garden makes Lucky feel an irresistible urge to take a nap. The beast tamer evaluates space, noting that, although pleasant, it does not seem very large. He notes that the weather and temperature are perfect and that the cabin can serve as a warehouse for your items. Lucky asks Locke what the next steps are. The young tamer ponders, considering that other rank adventurers they must have completed their tasks. He expresses his desire to recruit more monsters like Lucky. The idea of recruiting more monsters animates Lucky, who considers the proposal fun. Fenrir is confident that there will be other creatures wishing to escape his dungeon. Locke agrees, but points out that for this, they first need to get off that floor. Without hesitation, Lucky offers his back to Locke, and both leave at high speed through the dungeon corridor. The incredible speed of Fenrir makes them cover a great distance in a short time. At this rate, Locke believes they will reach the barrier and exit soon. Approaching a fork, Locke instructs his companion to turn right. Lucky questions the decision, pointing out that the straight path is the shortest route. The boy explains that the shortest path is infested with monsters and that he prefers to avoid unnecessary battles. Satisfied with the answer, Lucky praises the prudence of his new friend. Following instructions, they continue to the right. On the way, they come across the corpses of several monsters. Seeing the carcasses, Locke asks his companion to stop for a moment. Lucky, curious, asks what caught the young man's attention. Locke ducks down and watches the bodies of the fallen monsters. He explains to Lucky that the materials obtained from monsters can be sold for good money or used to prepare delicious food. The mention of delicious food immediately rouses the interest of the beast. Locke takes a monster's carcass and uses the garden's ability to store it. The item disappears from your hand, being stored in your dimensional inventory. Lucky is amazed and asks when the boy learned to store items like that. The young tamer replies that he had a feeling that this would be possible while riding on the beast's back. They continue their journey, with Locke riding Lucky. Locke suggests that Lucky try to collect the materials from the monsters. Lucky agrees to try. With a powerful blow from his paw, the creature crushes the carcasses of monsters. Lucky seems ashamed of the outcome. He apologizes for using too much force. Fenrir promises that next time, he will use the tip of his claws not to damage the materials. Carefully, the beast touches a carcass to store it. Locke smiles and tells Lucky to just remember not to damage the materials, while Fenrir cries with emotion. The boy prepares for the next step. They reach the magical barrier, the real obstacle that kept them from leaving. Lucky tries to get through, but is repelled by the bright barrier. The barrier proves to be resistant, as the creature had claimed. Resigned, Lucky assumes that this is the limit of his journey. Thanking you for your brief adventure, Fenrir says goodbye. Locke encourages you not to give up yet. He instructs his companion to enter the mini-monster garden. Lucky realizes the plan. They will try to bypass the barrier using the size of the bracelet. Lucky is absorbed by the bracelet. With his companion guarded, Locke prepares to cross the barrier. He is apprehensive because there's no guarantee that the plan will work. The magic barrier pulses with energy. For his relief, Locke crosses the barrier without finding resistance. Once on the other side, he calls Lucky off the bracelet. Lucky emerges, exultant that they succeeded. Together, they finally come out of the dungeon, amazed at the outside world. Fenrir celebrates the peaceful process of his escape. The creature expresses his deep gratitude to Locke. Lucky confesses that he never imagined he could get out of the dungeon and longed for the journey they will have together. Locke repays the feeling and the two seal their partnership with a touch of fists. For the first time, Locke made friends with a Fenrir. With the sun shining, he decides it's time to return to the city, marking a new beginning for his journey. In the royal capital of Kronto, a crowd gathers in front of the Guild of Adventurers, murmuring in shock and confusion. The cause of the uproar is revealed. Locke and his gigantic family of Fenrir appeared in the middle of the street. The young tamer seems to expect this reaction. Armed guards run to the scene, screaming that a huge gray wolf has appeared and that they need to defend the guild. Locke tries to calm the situation by raising his hands and explaining that the creature is his family and asks them to wait. Ignoring Locke's appeals, the guards maintain defensive formation. From the guild gate comes Rika, the receptionist, asking about the confusion. Rika recognizes Locke and welcomes him. The boy says hello back. The receptionist, intrigued, asks if he should not be exploring the Destruction Flames dungeon with his group. The rabbit-haired girl is mouthy with the imposing size of the dog next to Locke. With a dull smile, the adventurous young man corrects the receptionist, clarifying that the creature is not a dog. He formally presents his companion, revealing that he is a Fenrir, a legendary creature. Rika is shocked, wondering if he refers to the Fenrir of legends. With a radiant smile, the receptionist congratulates Locke, genuinely happy that he can finally work as a beast tamer. The guards, upon hearing the news, react with unbelief, questioning whether he really managed to tame such a powerful creature. A hooded man in the crowd exhibits an expression of pure shock with revelation. While Fenrir yawns, the same hooded man continues to look with amazement, suing the fact that Locke made the legendary creature his family. Rika informs Locke that he needs to register Fenrir as his relative and invites him into the guild. While Locke handles bureaucracy, his new partner takes a nap outside, indifferent to commotion. The scene moves into the guild. At the service desk, Rika informs Locke that the registration was successfully completed. The young tamer thanks her for her help. Sitting at a table, the receptionist asks about the whereabouts of the rest of Locke's group. The boy asks if they haven't returned yet, and she confirms they haven't. Locke reveals that he was stabbed and abandoned by Kid in the dungeon, expressing his surprise that they have not yet returned to the city. Concerned, Rika asks about his injury. He reassures her, explaining that Kid's sword was broken, so the wound was not fatal. Rika deduces that a certain rumor must be true, arousing Locke's curiosity. She tells of the rumor of one Kid joining a group of rank B, challenged the same dungeon. The expedition ended in failure, with only Kid and one more person returning. After the incident, rumors began circulating that Kid used his companions as bait to escape. Locke, remembering the hero's personality, concludes that such an act of betrayal is definitely something he would do. The receptionist then asks why Locke was targeted this time. With an embarrassed smile, he assumes he was the least useful member of the group. Rika is confused by Locke's self-assessment. She looks at him astonished and claims to be sure that he was actually the most essential member of the group. On leaving, the young man asks if he was really useful, and Rika confirms with a smile. The girl gets angry, disproving the idea that anyone could do his job and stating that the group only reached rank S because of his presence. Due to the betrayal, Rika informs a shocked Locke that the Greyla group will be lowered to a rank below B. The Beast Tamer argues, saying that their individual fighting ability is undeniable and questions whether the punishment is not too severe. The receptionist agrees that they are strong, but emphasizes that betraying a member of the group itself is a serious violation of guild rules. She adds that the fact that they have not yet returned from a rank dungeon S may also be an indication of your lack of real skill. Locke ponders, acknowledging that it is true that they have not yet returned. The boy realizes that Emmy and the others are still trapped in the dungeon with a treacherous Kid. The image of a smiling, sinister Kid haunts Locke's thoughts. Taken by concern, The young beast tamer rises and runs toward the guild's exit. Rika calls him, trying to stop him. The receptionist warns him that if he comes back to help them, he can be treated unfairly again. Locke stops for a moment, acknowledging that this possibility is real. Remembering his old friends, he turns to Rika and says he just wants to return their luggage. A genuine smile illuminates Locke's face when making his decision. With a resigned sigh, the receptionist says she understands. The boy hastily leaves the guild. Rika observes him leaving with an expression of concern and sadness. Already outside the city, Locke prepares to begin his journey back to the dungeon. Meanwhile, Lucky the Fenrir is surrounded by children who happily play with him. Locke approaches and asks his companion if he will come along. Lucky warns them that they will betray him again, but agrees to go, understanding that this will be the last time Locke will help them. The young beast tamer agrees with the condition. Respecting your friend's decision, the creature says goodbye to the children, who wave in response. Locke settles on the back of his imposing family, ready to leave. It holds firmly, prepared for the speed of the creature. With a cry of "come on," they set off at high speed toward the Destruction Flames dungeon. Inside the dungeon, Isaac's group is lost. The gladiator complains about the lack of a map, while Kara remembers Locke always guided them. Emmy remains silent, with an expression of discouragement. Facing a horde of monsters, Kid questions whether they are really of rank S, noting that their movements are slow and ineffective. Isaac retorts Kid to stop complaining, remembering that they came down from the 10th floor. The gladiator provokes the hero, saying he shouldn't brag when he can't even keep his own gun in good condition. Kid throws a look of contempt at Isaac. The group is faced with endless hordes of monsters, although they took a shortcut that should be safer. An illustration explains the logic of the dungeon. Monsters should become weaker on the lower floors, not stronger. Realizing that the monsters are getting stronger, Kid despairs, not knowing what to do. They take a break to catch their breath. Isaac, an optimist, says they only have to hold on to the 4th floor, where monsters will certainly be weaker. The gladiator asks Kid if his spare sword is still in good condition. Angry, the hero answers to him to shut up and worry about his own sword. However, looking at Isaac's sword, Kid's expression changes to a shock. Isaac, without understanding, asks how his sword is still in such perfect condition. He boasts that, although he bought the sword in the market, it does not have a scratch or rust spots. Still shocked, Kid asks to see the staffs of Emmy and Kara. By examining the girls' weapons, their unbelief only increases. Locke's whole group faces the hero, confused by his reaction. Kid explodes with rage, calling them fools and idiots. Isaac gets angry with the insult and confronts him. The hero reveals the shocking truth. All the time, they benefited from Locke's divine protection. Isaac, in denial, shouts that they reached the S rank by their own effort. A diagram explains the divine protection skill, a spell that increases the durability of equipment and the basic skills of allies. Kid rubs it in their faces that they've always counted on Locke's protection, but never showed any gratitude. Kara and Emmy are horrified by the revelation. Isaac is paralyzed by shock when processing the information. The hero continues, stating that without that servant, they are just a bunch of C-rank adventurers. The revelation hits the group like thunder. Kara's expression is pure unbelief. Emmy is also amazed at the truth. Kid's expression is serious and disdainful. Isaac can't believe what he's hearing. The shock is evident on the gladiator's face. He fatally realizes he only managed to become a rank S because of Locke's support. Despite the revelation, Isaac closes his fist, still reluctant to accept the truth. He refuses to believe that Locke was the reason they got this far. A brief memory of simpler times, when Locke guided them with a map, passes through their minds. Emmy, with a sad expression, calls his name Isaac. Kid, impatient, calls the gladiator troublesome. Hero turns to Kara and asks how many healing spells she can still use. Santa says she can cure every member of the group once or twice more. He then turns to the magician with the same question. Emmy claims that if you preserve your magic, you can still fight reasonably well. Satisfied with the answers, Kid formulates a plan. The path to the stairs of the next floor is blocked by 5 orange ants. The monstrous creatures await, ready to attack. Hero thinks that due to the fatigue and the tendency of monsters to call for reinforcements, a frontal attack is a bad idea. A gleam of cruel cunning appears in Kid's gaze. He commands the healer to use her magic on each of them one last time. He establishes the battle formation, Isaac in the vanguard, with his magic right behind him. Kid stands in the rear, next to Santa, and asks if everyone agrees with the plan. Kara consents and casts the healing spell on the group. Fully recovered, they prepare to advance. Kid instructs them to clear a path and not look back. As they advance, the hero betrays Kara, stabbing her in the back with a sadistic smile. Santa falls to the ground, mortally wounded. With a cruel smile, Kid thanks you for the cure and says you don't need it anymore. He turns to the fallen girl and says he's glad she was bait for their escape. Desperate, Kara begs you not to abandon her. Ignoring her appeals, Isak, Emmy, and Kid flee, leaving her behind. Surrounded by the orange ants, Kara screams with terror as the monsters attack her, abandoned without hesitation by her companions. On the 4th floor of the Flames of Destruction dungeon, after Kid overthrows Kara, Isak confronts him, shouting, "Why? Why did you take down Kara?" The hero responds coldly, "I had no choice, a sacrifice was necessary for us to survive." Emmy, with a gloomy expression, comments, "Don't worry, no one will find out what happened here. After all, we're still in a dungeon." Isak returns with anger, "Of course, that's not what I meant." Kid, with a sinister smile, declares, "You two are accomplices." Isak and Emmy are shocked by Hero's accusation. The hero continues, explaining that the fact that they benefited so much from Locke and then abandoned him is proof enough that they are also accomplices, leaving them horrified. Enraged, Isak attacks a monster while yelling at Kid, "Shut up, you're not as strong as you say you are." While you're fighting, Kid complains, "That sucks. Why did I agree to join a bunch of useless fools? There's no way I can work with you again in the future." The group continues to fight desperately against the hordes of monsters. Exhausted, Isak strives to continue fighting the seemingly endless monsters. Orange ants are ruthless, and Isak wonders why their attacks don't affect them, since the monsters on the 4th floor should be weak. Frustrated, he shouts, "Crazy blue ants. Before, they've never been so hard to deal with." The truth strikes him. Locke's divine protection was what strengthened them. He remembers never showing gratitude and gnashing his teeth with anger and regret. While distracted by revelation, the ants surround him, ready for final attack. Isak panics when he realizes the imminent danger. Oh no. Suddenly, a figure appears at high speed, sweeping the ants. It's Locke, riding his Fenrir Lucky. Isak and Emmy look astonished at the gigantic creature and his knight, who have just saved them. Locke turns to his old friend and says with a smile, You should be dead." To which Locke replies, "And I came back from hell." Isak, Emmy, and Kid face Locke with expressions of anger and shock. Lucky growls for the group and asks his master, "So should we kill them? As long as we're in the dungeon, no one's gonna find out who killed them, right?" Desperate, Emmy begs Locke, please save Kara." The young beast tamer faces her, asking in anger, "Did you do this to her too?" Upon learning that Kara was left behind on the 5th floor, Locke is shocked. He justifies Kara's abandonment with the same arrogant excuse, "We had no choice, a sacrifice was necessary to ensure our survival." Disgusting. Locke stares at Kid and calls him garbage. Lucky expresses his disdain for the group. Ridicule. "Did you betray him and still have the courage to ask him for help?" Ignoring his former companions, Locke turns to his family and says, "Lucky, let's go." As they turn away, Lucky sighs and comments on the goodness of his master. Fenrir sniffs Kara's backpack, recognizing the smell of her perfume. With one last look at the group they left behind, Locke and Lucky set off for the 5th floor. On the lower floor, Locke and Lucky face an overwhelming horde of ants. While fighting, Locke gasps, surprised by the amount of monsters. He realizes the smell of blood has attracted every monster in the area. Lucky fights fiercely, but the number of enemies is a challenge. Locke holds his fist to his sword, preparing for battle. He and Lucky fight side by side, paving the way through the horde. With his companion at his side, Locke feels brave and fights with a new determination. After the battle, Lucky, panting, praises Locke's fighting skills. Locke smiles, a little embarrassed by the compliment. After they defeat the monsters, they start looking for Kara. Lucky points to a place further. They find a terrible scene of the attack, with Kara's body amidst the defeated monsters. The young saint is lying on the ground, apparently lifeless. Locke and Lucky look at her with an expression of deep sadness. With a broken heart, Locke whispers the name of her childhood friend. He remembers when he taught Kara how to make recovery potions. The memory of her happy smile hits him as he mourns his loss. Holding her in his arms, he apologizes for not having arrived in time. Poorly, Kara whispers that it was thanks to him that she managed to make the potions. She looks at Locke, gathering her last forces. Full of anguish, Locke screams out of frustration and pain. Crying, he says he should be grateful to her. Suddenly, Kara wakes up, apparently cured by the intensity of Locke's emotions and perhaps a comical slap. Confused, she looks at Locke and asks, why are you here? So she was alive. Still disoriented, she ponders whether she is in heaven. Kara sincerely apologizes for abandoning him, recognizing his mistake. Locke observes her with a serious and relieved expression. He reassures her, saying that the past does not matter now, but there is another problem. She is not dead. To scare her for a joke, Locke points to Lucky and says that now they need to face the guardian of hell, Fenrir. Kara looks at the gigantic creature, confused by the joke. She understands the joke and gives a little smile. The shock and relief are too much for her, and Kara faints again. Locke and Lucky observe the girl passed out, with Lucky correcting that the guardian of hell is Cerberus. With a sigh, Locke decides it's time to take Kara back to town. He asks his companion to carry the girl passed out on his back. Lucky agrees with reluctance, muttering that normally only Locke can ride him. Locke thanks you, finding the reaction of your lovely friend. As they prepare to leave, Locke notes something. He sees the dark entrance of a cave. Locke identifies it as the entrance to the nest of the orange ants, and Lucky is shocked. The mention of eggs makes Lucky extremely excited with the prospect of a delicious meal. The beast runs lively into the cave, with Locke asking him to wait. Inside the nest, Lucky finds a lot of eggs. Locke approaches to examine the eggs of the orange ants. His attentive gaze perceives something unusual between the eggs. He notices that one of the eggs is a different color than the others. Locke also notes that in addition to the eggs intact, many others were crushed by someone. Suddenly, the eggs start to crack. Before his eyes, the eggs hatch, revealing newly born ants. The ants approach Locke and, to his total surprise, begin to call him Papa. A voice in his head informs him that the young orange ants want to make friends with him and ask if he accepts. Newborn orange ants look at Locke with expectation. Although he killed his peers, Locke decides that it would be very sad to abandon them and agrees to make friends with them. Instantly, ants shine and become young girls with insect characteristics, becoming their new family members and being transferred to the mini-monster garden. Locke informs Lucky that he'll check the garden and ask him to take care of Kara. The young beast tamer sits and concentrates. With a glow of light, he transports himself to the size of his bracelet. The scene moves to the mini-monster garden. A system notification informs you that, having made friends with 6 new monsters, it can upgrade the garden by choosing 6 features to improve. Locke is surprised by the new update feature. He decides to improve the river, lake, hut and fruit tree, as well as expanding the vegetable field. The cabin grows, turning into a bigger house. The small stream expands, becoming more prominent. The fruit tree blooms and grows, full of fruit. The new and improved cabin is set in the improved landscape. Locke is amazed at how much bigger and more vibrant the garden has become. He notices a group of figures working near the new house. It's the ant girls, who greet him as Papa and explain that they are separating the materials from the monsters he defeated. Impressed by their ability, Locke praises them. One of the ant girls, who was Adia, asks if she's a good girl, and Locke caresses her on the head, agreeing. He smiles, thinking it's not so bad to be called Pope, and wonders about that particular girl's tiara. Shaking his head, Locke pulls himself together, realizing this is no time to relax. He says goodbye to the ant girls, saying he's counting on them. Upon returning to the real world, Locke is welcomed by a panicking Lucky. The beast informs him there are problems. Worried, Locke immediately asks if anything happened to Kara. Lucky cries, lamenting that all the eggs hatched, which means he can no longer eat them. Locke sighs relieved, finding the situation somewhat comical. He promises his friend that he will reward him with something delicious later, which cheers Lucky up instantly. Outside the Adventurer Guild in the royal capital, Locke completes his rescue mission. Bringing Kara back safely, he asks Lucky, his loyal Fenrir, to wait outside. Inside the guild, Isek and Kid are confronted by Rika, the receptionist. Isek tries to dismiss her, claiming that the matter is internal to the group, but Rika ignores him when he sees Locke has returned. Rika informs Isek and Kid that their testimony does not match the story Locke told him. She emphasizes that their versions completely contradict what was previously reported. Kid, pretending to be relieved when he sees Locke, cynically asks him to clarify the false accusations made by the guild. Locke confronts him directly, asking about what lie he would like to speak first. Their difficulty in cleaning the 4th floor, or the fact that he cut Kara and abandoned her to die on the 5th floor. Kid's expression turns into shock. The beast tamer continues, mentioning the moment Kid stabbed him to escape Fenrir. Hero, furious, accuses Locke of spreading lies and slander. Locke reflects, with an ironic smile, on Kid's impressive ability to lie shamelessly, considering it a talent. Hero, trying to maintain his composure, requires Locke to present concrete evidence for his charges. Isaac joins Kid, mocking Locke for having no proof and accusing him of defaming his own group, which would be a crime. Kid tries to use his influence, reminding Rika that, as hero, he can take the matter directly to the king. With a threatening look, the hero presses Locke, asking if he will persist in his accusations, aware of the serious consequences. Locke calmly takes Kid's broken sword, stabs his own armor at the site of the original wound, and shows how the blade fits perfectly into the mark. presenting irrefutable proof of his testimony. Desperate, Kid accuses Locke of getting hurt on purpose just to forge evidence. He turns to Isak, demanding that he confirm his version of the story. Isak is silent, visibly shaken, and unable to sustain the lie. Kid panics when he realizes his alibi is falling apart. Locke then turns his attention to Emmy, who is next to the unconscious Kara. He questions her about how she intends to take responsibility for her actions before Kara. Emmy, dominated by guilt, kneels next to Kara and apologizes in tears for not helping her at the time of betrayal. With a cruel disdain, Kid claims Kara died because she was weak and that it had nothing to do with them. He challenges Locke, pointing out that there is no body to validate the accusation that he stabbed her. Locke approaches Kara and tells her out loud to wake up, because the man who tried to kill her is right there. The young beast tamer sighs, seeming bored with the situation. Still half asleep, Kara whispers about her wonderful dress. Emmy is shocked to realize that her friend is actually alive. With a comical slap and a cry from awake, Locke wakes Kara completely. Kara responds to screams, confirming she's awake. Emmy hugs her friend, relieved. Kara, now totally lucid, faces Kid and furiously accuses him of being the demon who stabbed her in the back. The crowd and the guild murmured in shock, realizing that Kid's hero title was a farce. Kid tries unsuccessfully to deny the accusations before the increasingly hostile crowd. Rika intervenes, stating that with Kara's testimony, they now have more than enough evidence of Kid's guilt. Hero is speechless, completely cornered by truth. Rika formally lists Kid's crimes: betraying comrades, attacking his own allies, attempted murder, and abandoning the wounded. All serious violations of guild rules. She concludes that the dismissal of her title as hero is the justified punishment for her actions. Considering his work completed, Locke thanks Rika for helping him and prepares to leave, but Isak interrupts him. Isak kneels and bows deeply before Locke in a gesture of despair. He begs Locke to lie to the guild, saying he was forced to abandon him. Also, he can maintain his status as an adventurer of rank S. Locke closes his eyes, suing his old friend's cowardice. With a chill, Locke asks Isak if he already knew Kid's intention to attack him. The gladiator raises his head, caught by surprise by the incisive question. Locke reminds him of the crucial moment when Kid asked Isak if he was still a member of the group, just before stabbing him. Locke's conclusion is clear. Both planned to kill him from the beginning. Isak denies it, shouting that he was just an idiot for underestimating Locke. Rika, enough of Isak's apologies, interrupts him. The receptionist sighs, exhausted by the situation. Rika informs Isak that he is completely mistaken if he believes he is worthy of rank S, revealing that the group's success was entirely due to Locke's support. She claims Locke is the only one with real rank caliber S, and that without it, they are equivalent to C rank adventurers or B at best. Even Locke is surprised by the revelation, while Rika confirms the information with a smile. Rika exemplifies, saying that if Locke joined the adventurous ranks E, they would probably have the same combat capability as Isak's group. Isak, in rage, refuses to believe and defies Rika's authority, calling her a mere receptionist. In a fit of anger, he proposes a duel to prove the value of his group. The gladiator establishes the terms. If Locke wins, he will accept the demotion. If his group wins, the incident will be forgotten. Rika takes the challenge. Locke, reluctant, agrees with the condition of being a unique event, leaving the formation of his team in charge of the guild. The receptionist announces that the challengers will be Isak, Emmy, and Kara. She also clarifies that Kid will not participate, as he was already suspected of murder in a previous case. He is shocked to learn that his dark past was known by the guild. He disdains the prosecution, confident that there is no evidence after so many years. Unexpectedly, the hooded man who watched the scene offers himself as a witness. He identifies himself as a former member of the Black Lance rank group. Kid pretends not to know him, but the witness insists he remembers well. The man accuses Kid directly of abandoning his friends to die in the same Destruction Flames dungeon. He reports, in pain, that he tried to come back to save them, but it was too late. Upon returning to town, no one believed his story. The population preferred to believe in hero with real connections than a common adventurer without proof. The witness apologizes to Locke, regretting not being strong enough to prevent another person from suffering the same tragic fate. Rika faces Kid and claims that this time he will not escape justice. Kid, in panic, blames Isak's weak group for his misfortune, which Locke retorts by calling him a fake. Desperate, the hero formally declares that he is withdrawing from the self-proclaimed group of rank S. In an act of uncontrolled rage, he attacks the guards of the guild, shouting that he remembers nothing. Locke and Rika are screaming for him to stop, but he's already consumed by anger. Ignoring the warnings, Kid insults Locke, calling him an insignificant servant. He screams he won't be captured in a place like that. In a quick move, Kid grabs Emmy, using her as a hostage. He holds her tightly, pressing the sword against her neck to ensure everyone's cooperation. The hero demands that you clear the way so he can escape. Curse the guild. He screams that it would have been better never to have gotten involved with them. Isaac begs him to let go Emmy, but your appeal is ignored. Kid threatens to kill Emmy if you don't let him out immediately. The crowd, fearing for the girl's life, retreats and opens a way to the door. Dragging Emmy, Kid begins to move toward the guild's exit. With a sadistic smile, he casts one last insult, calling everyone pitiful idiots. The hero can escape through the main door, taking Emmy with him. Locke screams Emmy's name and runs desperately after them. A loud sound of impact echoes outside the guild. Everyone runs out to see what happened. Outside, the scene is amazing. Lucky is sitting with his ass waving proudly, while Kid lies knocked out on the floor and Emmy is safe and sound. Lucky gesticulates with his paw, explaining that he simply slapped Kid when he saw him running. With the hero captured and the day saved, Locke thanks his faithful companion. Two armed guards escort Kid out of the Adventurer Guild. Move, orders one of them. Damn, mumbles the prisoner. With his arrest, the case is closed. Locke smiles at his fellow wolf. Thank you, Lucky. The wolf, with a wise air, answers, no problem. Locke looks back towards his former companions with a thoughtful expression. Locke informs Isaac, Kara, and Emmy that their luggage has been returned. Embarrassed, Emmy bows deeply. I'm sorry. The boy reassures her, saying she's over it. Isaac then sighs and suggests that y'all better cancel the competition. The warrior proposes that they regroup as before, stating that there will be no problems. Locke, however, seems hesitant. Refusing the offer, Locke claims he no longer intends to work with them. Isaac reacts with fury. Kara, laughing, intervene. That's right, Isaac. Since Locke and I have been betrayed, we will form a group ourselves. Surprised, the beast tamer turns to her and asks, Kara, why would we do that? Kara's expression turns into shock and despair. It can't be. You left me too? I don't want to work with someone like that. While Kara blames Isaac, Emmy interrupts them. That's enough. You remember what happened in the dungeon, right? Locke supported us in so many trials and yet we never even thought of his feelings. The mag concludes with regret that they were the wrong ones. Isaac, frustrated, just turns his face. The group faces itself in a tense silence, the division between them now clear. The receptionist, Rika, is approaching to break the heavy weather. Let's discuss more about the match. Rika details the mission. It will be a competition to complete a mission of rank C or B. Isaac, full of himself, declares, we're going to do it a rank mission. There's no way we're losing now. We're a rank group. After all, the mission requires the collection of several items: oregano eggs, the rainbow dragonfly, a leaf green emerald, and scales, nails, and prey of a dragon. Locke analyzes the items and questions his former leader. Certainly this is not something that can be easily concluded. Are you sure about this, Isaac? The warrior smiles with disdain. Are you scared now? You can always quit the game, you know? Confident, he accepts the mission. All right, it'll show you the difference in skill we possess. However, seeing the full details, Isaac explodes. Hey, what's with these missions? Rika smiles sweetly. The rank group S wouldn't want to give up the match, right? The warrior turns pale, realizing that his arrogance tacked him. Locke observes the scene, understanding the situation. I understand, so this is how it's gonna be. He realizes that the guild knows all the weaknesses of her former companions. Kara's aversion to oreganos, Emmy's fear of insect monsters, and Isaac's dread of green frogs. Rika's expression confirms your suspicions. That's a guild warning for those who don't adhere to the rules. Arrested, Isaac shouts, I'll do it. Shut up! Rika smiles. I look forward to it. Locke's old group leaves, leaving him behind with the receptionist. Rika turns to him. As for you, please wait here while I introduce you to an rank adventurer. Locke asks Lucky to wait inside the miniature monster garden because it may take a while. The wolf agrees. As they walk, Rika asks, are there types of people with whom Locke would definitely hate to form a group? He replies that he does not want to be betrayed again and does not support people who do not follow instructions. Rika reassures him, revealing his true position. Don't worry, I may not look like it, but am actually the deputy guild counselor. I have some authority. The young man realizes she is definitely not just a pretty girl at the reception. He remembers that Rika is the same receptionist from 3 years ago, and her appearance has not changed at all. He concludes that to maintain the same youthful appearance for all these years, she must be an influential person in the guild, much older than she looks. Rika notices his look. What's the matter? Embarrassed, he disguises. Oh, nothing. He changes the subject quickly. By the way, Who is the rank adventurer and what did you mean? The deputy counselor explains, your new partner is still adapting to the new environment, but I doubt she'll betray or disobey your commands. Locke is intrigued. New environment. Rika guides you toward the training area anyway, as she can still be very suspicious of others. I'll have you meet her in the training area for a full inspection, and then you can decide later. The training area door is adorned with a two-sword crossguard. When they open the door, Locke sees the silhouette of a young woman waiting for them inside. The figure turns out to be a silver-haired elf with serious looking and a sword beside her. Rika presents her. This is Shannon the elf. Locke immediately notes the slave collar on his neck. The vice counselor explains that, due to certain circumstances, she was welcomed by the guild to serve both as a slave and as an adventurer. Confused, Locke asks, what's the meaning of this? The answer shocks him. Shannon has had 5 different masters so far, but they all died, either by chance or by dark means. Rika details the coincident deaths, one by natural causes, one by poisoning, one by a fall from a cliff, and the last killed by monsters. The last master was in debt, which transferred Shannon's possession to the guild after his death. Shannon looks at Locke cold. I am a goddess of death. It would be better for you to leave when you still can, if you don't want to die yet, right? Ignoring her, he insists in an instant. She advances with a wooden sword, the tip of the gun to the inches of his throat. If you can't avoid such a simple blow, you're better off without me, she says. The elf's face is writhing with anger and frustration. She walks away, questioning, why can't you understand it? Shannon bursts into a desperate scream. Do you want to die so badly? Her intensity makes him amazed. With her voice she confesses, since I became a slave, I had no choice but to give up living. She stares at him, begging with her eyes. There's no need for you to get involved with me. Tears finally roll down your face. I just am tired of watching everyone die because of me. Locke gets a training sword. So if I'm stronger than you, there's no problem, right? He declares, besides, I can't just leave a nice person like you alone. The elf screams, trying to push him away. Shut up. I'm at it. But Locke's look is unwavering. Shannon's eyes fill with determination and pain. They stare at each other in the arena. Locke confirms, you don't intend to quit, do you? Your answer is short and firm, yes. The elf seems to be preparing for the inevitable. She squeezes the fist of her sword, ready to fight. Shannon's moving fast, screaming he won't stop himself. Locke quickly deviates from his attack. He blocks the next blow, analyzing his technique. He notes her speed and skill, inferring that she must have trained tirelessly. With a quick move, the boy disarms it. You are skilled, but your fencing is easy to read, he says. It's over, Shannon. Refusing to admit defeat, she kicks him. I haven't lost yet. He blocks the blow. Realizing his lack of experience in hand-to-hand combat, Locke takes advantage of the opening and grabs it and throws it violently on the ground. Shannon screams in pain at the impact of the fall. Is that enough? He asks it. No. She responds, with difficulty. On her knees, she insists, if I lose now, then you will surely die. Locke scolds her. Don't underestimate me. I won't die so easily. Shannon screams, lie. In despair, she reveals her fear. Those who say that, they all end up dying. Gathering her forces, Shannon rises, determined. That's why I can't lose to you. With a firm look, Locke promises. Then I will prove to you that I will not die so easily. A green light emanates from your hand. You better not die of shock. He raises his hand to heaven and invokes his ally. Come, Fenrir. A gigantic, dark beast appears, its imposing size leaving Shannon paralyzed with fear. The creature unleashes a powerful howl, and an explosion of blinding light fills the arena. The light is so intense that a bird that flew high faints and falls to the ground. When the light dissipates, the immense Fenrir becomes lucky. Shannon's got a big mouth, having a Fenrir as a relative. Unbelievable. Just, what are you? Locke smiles and thanks his partner for coming. Before being known as the goddess of death, Shannon listens to her younger brother, Seth, calling her sister. Gently, the elf scolds her little brother for not staying home while caressing her head. Shannon remembers her childhood in the village of the elves. She had 5 younger brothers, Seth being the youngest, and expected her peaceful days to last forever. However, the tranquility was broken when one night Seth disappeared while exploring the Forest of Friendship. His parents and other villagers left in search of the boy, instructing Shannon to take care of the house. Worried, the young elf just agreed. Despite her parents' orders, a feeling of apprehension dominated her. She knew her brother was in danger. Unable to wait, the young elf disobeys and leaves alone for the dark forest in search of Seth. In her quest, Shannon encounters an ominous and imposing mansion, the residence of an ancient sorcerer. That place was known as the Forest of Friendship, a place where, in the past, elves and a sorcerer made a covenant of harmony. The wizard's mansion was in the depths of the forest, and entry was forbidden for almost everyone. She notices that despite being hundreds of years old, the building doesn't have a single scratch. In conclusion, Seth must be there. She pushes the heavy doors, which open with a squeak. Shannon enters the main hall of the mansion, a vast and quiet space. She is perplexed to see that the place is impeccably clean, without a single speck of dust, as if someone were still living there. Upon hearing a growl coming from a door upstairs, she climbs the stairs, calling by the name of her brother. In one of the rooms, she finally finds Seth, lying unconscious on a large table. The young woman runs to her brother and checks her vital signs. His breathing is fast but shallow. She needs to get him out of there as soon as possible. Suddenly, a gigantic, threatening black eye appears in the darkness of the room, watching them. The eye loves in the air is presence filling the environment with an evil aura. Terrified, Shannon faces the appearance without understanding what is happening. With Seth on her back, she runs to the door, but finds her locked. The dark entity then asks you, which one should I save? Desperate and trapped, the young elf begs the entity to save her brother. The darkness completely surrounds her. A dark energy hits her, and she loses consciousness without remembering anything else. When she wakes up, Shannon is in her bed at home. Seth and his family are at his side, healthy and smiling, as if the night before was a nightmare. Relieved, she's convinced that everything was just a bad dream. However, from that day on, strange phenomena began to happen around him. Small living creatures, like insects, began to die inexplicably in his presence. As time went by, the animals that died were getting bigger, from rats to frogs. The curse continued until the family horse died, making everyone shocked and sad. Shannon tried to tell her parents about the strange occurrence, but they didn't take her seriously, treating everything as imagination. Feeling that her presence would bring more disgrace, she left the village secretly. The outside world, however, was cruel, and soon it was reduced to slavery. Her first teacher, an elderly man, advised her to learn more about the world for her own benefit. He was a kind and wise man, who taught him many things and treated her with kindness. However, 6 months later, his master died peacefully in his sleep. The tragedy was repeated. His second master died of illness in 3 months, and the third fell off a cliff a week after acquiring it. She started blaming herself. The fourth master poisoned himself, and the fifth was killed by monsters. Everyone who approached her died, and she was feared as the goddess of death. At her limit, refusing to meet anyone else, she was welcomed by the Guild of Adventurers, where she wished only to remain isolated in a cell. But Guild had other plans and offered her a chance to form a group as an adventurer of rank E. Wanting to be left alone, she told her story and even resorted to force in the hope of being rejected by all. Her fame as goddess of death was enough to ward off most adventurers who refused to work with her. Then, after a while, a man named Locke appeared, introduced by Rika. She tried to reject him as she did others, but he didn't intimidate himself with his words and confront her directly. Although she heard that he was expelled from a group of S rank, she realized that Locke was stronger than anyone she had ever met, and also very kind. During the confrontation, in despair, she screamed, questioning why he did not understand that he would continue to die if he persisted. His answer was firm. Then I will prove to you that I will not die so easily. With a glow in his hand, he prepares to invoke his powerful family. Come, Fenrir. The legendary beast appears in an imposing way, its size and power leaving Shannon and Rika paralyzed with fear with its overwhelming howling. After the demonstration of power, Fenrir returns to his form as Lucky. Locke thanks you, and Shannon realizes that her true desire was never death, but to live. In tears, the elf finally admits to herself that she also wants to live and feels that maybe she can touch Locke. Overpowered by emotion and exhaustion, she faints, and Locke runs to support her. The elf remains unconscious on the arena floor. Rika takes care of Shannon, explaining to Locke that she's not hurt, just exhausted by finally releasing all the pain she's accumulated. The vice counselor of the guild smiles reassuringly. Locke listens carefully to Rika's words. Lucky, worried, asks if you barked too loud. Locke reassures him, but the power of howling was so much that a bird flying high passed out and fell to the ground. The skybird, who fainted with the howling, expresses the desire to become friends with Locke. The young man readily accepts, happy to have another companion. The skybird becomes Locke's new family member and is transported to the miniature monster garden, increasing again the number of its allies. Lucky, with a naughty smile, suggests that the bird looks tasty, but Locke scolds him, telling him not to eat his friends. When Shannon wakes up, Locke approaches and asks if she's feeling better. The elf still seems shaken and nervous about recent events. With shame, she bows deeply, apologizing for her previous actions. She thanks Locke for her concern and, although she considers herself inexperienced, expresses her desire to work alongside him. Shannon seems determined to start over. She formalizes her request, waiting for Locke's acceptance. Locke smiles gently at his new companion. He reaches out and officially welcomes her, saying he's anxious to work with her. The face of the elf lights up with a sincere and happy smile. As they shake hands, Lucky welcomes Shannon with a friendly but strong paw. While Shannon is surprised by the strength of touch, Lucky explains to Locke that she felt a powerful curse within her. The wolf reveals that the curse is evil and drains the life force of those around it, and that eventually the life of the elf itself will be consumed. Locke asks if there's a way to remove the curse, but Lucky admits it's a very delicate job for him. Although he cannot act, the wolf believes Locke can break the curse without knowing how. The young man gets confused, until Lucky bites his head to transfer the necessary knowledge. As a torrent of information flows into his mind, Locke complains of the drool that flows down his face. He now understands the process, recognizing it as the opposite of a divine blessing. Lucky encourages you to try. When Locke prepares to break the curse, the guild master Titus appears with Rika and prevents him, declaring he cannot allow him to do so. Locke confronts Guild Master Titus and Vice Counselor Rika, questioning why they are against the removal of Shannon's curse. Titus explains that as Shannon is currently a slave and employee of the guild, the rules forbid them from allowing an amateur to remove her curse. Rika, with a concerned expression, listens as the rules of the guild are quoted, prohibiting an employee from having his curse removed by an amateur. Impatient, Locke argues that there is no time for bureaucracy because Shannon's life is at stake. Titus warns Locke not to let his emotions control him, comparing his behavior to Isaac's. The young beast tamer apologizes, recognizing the validity of the warning. Realizing Locke's upheaval, Titus suggests that he's getting carried away by his emotions, just like Isaac. The guild master suggests that the young man is tired after all he's been through. Locke agrees that you may be tired, but you keep your focus on Shannon's situation. The boy has an epiphany, questioning whether the problem would be solved if Shannon were no longer a guild employee. He proposes a solution. If she's no longer a guild employee, there's no problem, right? Titus seems surprised by his insight. Guild Master, impressed, proposes Locke buy Shannon from the guild, which would solve the impediment. The suggestion to buy his new companion leaves Locke shocked and speechless. Titus explains that if he does, she will no longer be considered an employee, and he can remove the curse as he wishes. Still suing the proposal, the young adventurer seems hesitant. To guide him, Titus asks Locke what he believes is the purpose of the Guild of Adventurers. Locke answers that it is to support the adventurers in their work. The master of the guild agrees in part, but offers a broader perspective. Titus reveals her philosophy. The guild exists to make adventurers happy. He explains that Isaac's punishment was conceived not only as punishment, but as a chance for him and his group to reflect and change. Locke listens attentively, beginning to understand the depth of the master's thought. Rika compliments, expressing her hope that the match will help Locke's former companions reevaluate their own actions. The face of the young beast tamer shows that the words are taking effect. Titus tells Locke that he hopes that he, who has suffered so much by supporting others, will also find happiness. Lucky observes the guild leader with a serious expression. The master described Shannon as a kind person who, despite his trials, always cares about others. Titus concludes that both, having sacrificed themselves for others, are a good pair. He offers his support, expressing the desire that Shannon also support Locke. The young man is surprised by the understanding and support he is receiving. He reflects, thrilled, realizing that contrary to what he thought, there were people worrying about him. A serene smile appears on his face when he realizes that he is not alone, with Titus and Rika taking care of him. Turning to the elf, he asks his opinion about the proposal. Embarrassed and nervous, Shannon claims that, as a slave, she has no right to opine. However, she hesitates, showing that she has a desire of her own. Your face lights up with a shy but sincere smile. She states that as long as Locke is not in danger, she accepts the proposal. Decided, Locke agrees to take Shannon under his care. When he asks about the price, Rika reveals, to his surprise, that the value is exactly the same as the reward of the mission against Isaac. With the deal sealed, Locke turns to Shannon and says the first order of the day is to remove his curse. He begins the ritual, concentrating his energy while Shannon prepares for the procedure. The young beast tamer begins to chant the spell to break the curse, his hand shining with power. A dark, sinister, eye-shaped entity emerges from the elf, manifesting the strength of the curse. The evil entity tries to dominate Locke, involving his buddy in Gavinus of darkness, but he resists with all his strength, shouting the enchantment. With one last effort, he dispels the curse. Exhausted, he falls to the ground while Lucky celebrates victory. Still panting, Locke thanks his faithful companion, recognizing that it was thanks to him that he succeeded. Titus approaches, impressed, revealing that the curse that the young man has just dissipated was the devil curse. Intrigued, Locke asks for more information on the origin of that dark magic. The guild master admits that his knowledge is limited, but mentions that he has heard similar reports from other people. He shares a rumor that the creatures of the world were actually invoked by a devil who rules the world. The idea of a demon using invocation magic perplexes the boy. Titus treats the matter lightly, advising him not to take the rumor too seriously for now. Free from his burden, Shannon thanks Locke heartily, eager to begin the new journey beside him. With everything settled, Ricker reminds Locke of his departure against Isaac, and he prepares for the competition. The group enters the miniature monster garden to begin preparations for the mission. Locke, Shannon, and Lucky observe the serene environment of the miniature monster garden. Inside the pocket dimension, Shannon is amazed at the world contained in her new partner's bracelet. The elf points to the sky, amazed to see a skybird flying into the garden. Locke confirms it's the bird he's recently made friends with. Shannon explains the rarity of the creature, which flies at extreme altitudes, and concludes that Locke is a truly exceptional person. With his stomach snoring, Locke and Lucky decide it's time to eat, and the young man remembers asking orange ants to keep the monster meat. To everyone's surprise, Lucky reveals that the ants are building a dungeon under the warehouse. Shocked, the young man cannot believe what he heard. A digging sound confirms the wolf's words. They approach and find a huge hole dug into the ground, with stairs leading down. Both Locke and Shannon are bewildered by the scale of improvised construction. A small humanoid ant comes from the entrance of the dungeon. The ant runs into Locke's arms, calling him affectionately Daddy. Shannon is completely confused, questioning the appearance of the ant and why she calls her partner her father. The little creature seems equally confused by the elf's reaction. Lucky, with a mockery look, you imply that this is the kind of thing Locke likes, for the boy's despair. Locke tries to explain himself, saying he was only present when the eggs hatched, which caused the printing. The elf comes into play, promising to keep his secret, leaving him even more embarrassed. The young man scolds his wolf for starting the mess. When she realizes it's a misunderstanding, Shannon is disappointed, thinking it's unfair that Locke has this special connection with the ants. The humanoid ant asks Shannon why she's jealous, since she can talk to Lucky casually. Shannon reveals that she cannot understand Lucky, although she understands the orange ants, which leaves Locke perplexed. The complexity of communication between the species leaves the boy with a headache. The ant clarifies that it uses human language to communicate with its master. The ant explains that it is different from the others. Its role is to lead the clan. His skills specialize in negotiation and command, allowing communication with other races. She offers to copy her ability, Master of Foreign Species Languages, to Shannon. With a simple touch, the skill is transferred to the elf. After the transfer of skill, Shannon can now fully understand what Lucky says, to Locke's amazement. Thank you. Shannon thanks the little ant for the new skill. The elf embraces the ant, impressed by her abilities, admitting that she underestimated the little creature. Locke realizes he hasn't named the ants yet, and the little leader gets excited about the prospect. He suggests the name Patra for the leader of the orange ants. Boss is thrilled to have received a name. Excited, she asks him to name her sisters as well. A group of identical ants arises, leaving the young man in a difficult situation. The resemblance between them leaves him without knowing where to begin. He admits they all look the same to him. Boss insists that all are different, and Locke feels pressured to choose. The ants look forward to increasing pressure on the young man. Without much creativity, Locke calls them Orange A, B, C, D, and E. Despite simplicity, ants celebrate their new names with great enthusiasm. The boy decides to give them more distinct names when their personalities become more apparent. He asks the Patra about the dungeon they built. Patra takes him on a tour, starting with the cold room where monster meat is stored. It also shows a leather drying room and an area to store the magical stones they found during the excavation. Locke is impressed by the efficiency and speed with which everything was built. Locke praises the incredible work of ants, who celebrate the recognition of their father. It reflects on how the dungeon became a real nest for them. With the tour finished and the hunger talking louder, he announces that it is time to prepare a meal with the meat they stored. In the city market, Locke realizes that he needs to buy kitchen utensils, like a pot, a knife, and spices. He admits to Shannon that he completely forgot about the lack of pans. In short time, the young man decides that the best option is simply to fry the meat. The young man plans to make spicy fried meat and serve it with cabbage, a dish that makes the elf excited. He approaches a vegetable salesman to buy the accompaniment. The seller informs Locke's disappointment that cabbages have become difficult to find and he has none in stock. Disappointed by the setback, Locke regrets not being able to prepare the dish as planned. While lamenting the setback, a familiar voice interrupts him, questioning whether he has time to walk. Locke turns around and meets his rival, Isaac, along with Emmy and Kara, who look down on him. In the city market, Locke is confronted by his former leader, Isaac, arrogant. The warrior offers Locke the chance to return to the group if he kneels and begs. Shannon, Locke's new partner, intervenes, positioning herself defensively between the two. Surprised, Isaac questions the identity of the elf. Realizing the tension, Locke asks Shannon to calm down. He turns to his former companion and warns him to stop meddling in his affairs, reaffirming that he no longer has any association with him. Ignoring the warning, Isaac advances with a malicious smile, preparing to punch Shannon. With rapid reflexes, Locke intercepts the blow, grabbing Isaac's fist before he hits the elf. With an angry look, the beast tamer questions the actions of his former companion. Isaac retreats, surprised and irritated by Locke's intervention. Isaac mocks his old partner's new partner, commenting that she seems to be just a rank adventurer and that Locke won't know how to use it properly. Indignant, Shannon screams, defending Locke and declaring that he is not an object to be used. The young beast tamer is momentarily surprised by the fervent defense of his new partner. Isaac scorns the words of the elf, considering them only the bark of a low-level adventurer. The tension between the two groups is palpable while facing each other in the middle of the market. Kara, another former Locke companion, approaches and, with a critical look, tells Shannon she's ugly. The wizard suggests Shannon wears better clothes to match Locke. He defends it, stating that a person's strength is not determined by his garments. Kara expresses her unbelief, finding it impossible that Locke chose a rank adventurer and as a partner. He clarifies that it wasn't really his choice, which makes Kara even more confused and angry. Emmy, the healer of the old group, approaches to apologize for the rude behavior of her companions. She bows deeply before Locke in a gesture of sincere repentance. The healer confesses that she was thinking of giving up being an adventurer, but that the match against him motivated her to test her own skills one last time. She explains your decision, hoping Locke understands your motives. With a melancholy smile, Emmy ends her explanation. Impatient, Isaac calls his companions to leave. Before leaving, the warrior casts one last provocation, telling the new duo to do its best. Locke only responds with a yes, clearly uninterested in provocation. After the departure of his former companions, Locke reassures Shannon, confidently stating that they will not lose. He then suggests they come back for dinner. Elf, still concerned about the confrontation, observes her partner. Locke's determination is clear in his confident look. In the miniature monster garden, Locke prepares a meal while Lucky, covered in flour, tries to help. The giant wolf unleashes a powerful sneeze, spreading a cloud of flour everywhere. Shannon and the orange ants have fun with the comic scene. Despite the mess, Locke happily announces that the food is ready. The whole group, including Lucky, the Skybird, Shannon, and the orange ants, enjoy Locke's special fried chicken. The young cook smiles, pleased to see everyone enjoying the meal he prepared. He warns Shannon to be careful because the food is hot. Elf tastes like food, amazed at how delicious it is. After the meal, Locke gathers everyone to explain the plan for the mission. It shows a map, pointing the conventional route to the Greenleaf Dungeon, which would take from 2 to 3 days carriage ride. Then it indicates a shortcut through the forest. Although it's a hard road, they can reach their destination in less than half a day. The beast's tamer deduces that, due to the large amount of baggage, Isaac's group will certainly take the long way. Confident, he claims that as long as they avoid unnecessary problems in the forest, victory is certain. Shannon now understands the reason for her partner's trust. With everyone satisfied and the plan drawn up, Locke declares it's time to leave for the mission. Mounted in Lucky, Locke and Shannon cross the forest at high speed, leaving a trail of dust under the moonlight. Lucky's imposing presence as a Fenrir is so powerful that no monster dares approach. The creatures of the forest hide, terrified by the aura of the legendary beast. Suddenly something catches Locke and Shannon's attention during the trip. They stop to hear the sound of someone crying in the darkness of the forest. Worried, the elf suggests someone might be being attacked by monsters. Locke asks Lucky to come back a little, and the beast obeys promptly. To the surprise of the group, they find a gargoyle sitting on the floor, crying copiously. Locke gets confused by the scene, questioning if it's a statue before identifying the creature as a gargoyle. Seeing them, the gargoyle gets scared and panicking. It triggers an attack of wind magic towards them. Impressed by the audacity of the creature, Lucky responds by preparing a magical counterattack of wind much more powerful. Magic energy condenses into a massive sphere, crackling with power. Locke is amazed at his companion's display of power. The sphere of magic continues to grow, accumulating a frightening amount of energy. The young man panics when he realizes that the attack is too big and is directed to the royal capital. Lucky, in desperation, admits he can no longer stop the spell. No time to think. Locke jumps in front of the imminent attack and conjures up a triangular magic shield, concentrating all his energy to divert the blow. The magic shield stands, resisting the overwhelming pressure of wind magic. The beast tamer fights with all his strength to maintain the barrier against destructive power. With a cry of effort, he manages to divert the spell to the sky, where energy dissipates without causing damage. The explosion of light lights up the night before it completely disappears. Panting and exhausted, Locke wonders if he managed to prevent the disaster. Realizing the gravity of his mistake, Lucky looks at the ground, full of remorse. The giant wolf covers his face with his paws, trembling with guilt and fear of his master's reaction. He spies between his fingers, waiting for a scold. To your surprise, Locke just smiles, relieved everyone is safe. Lucky keeps shaking, ashamed for his lack of control. Shannon runs to Locke, asking if he's okay. He reassures her, saying it's okay. The elf notes that her partner's arm is bleeding due to the effort to contain magic. He quickly drinks a healing potion of his own making, which closes the wound instantly, leaving Shannon impressed. Lucky, crying, apologized to Locke for what happened. The wolf cannot contain the tears of regret for the power that almost caused a catastrophe. Locke hugs him to comfort him, thanking him for his intention to protect them. The young man explains that Lucky's power is dangerous as a disaster and that from now on they need to find ways to fight while suppressing it. Moved by the kindness of his master, Lucky cries, promising to strive. Determined, the wolf howls to the sky, ready to begin its control training. With the crisis averted, Locke turns to the frightened gargoyle, pondering what to do with the weeping creature. After the confrontation with the gargoyle, Locke, Shannon, and Lucky approach the weeping creature. "You monster!" shouts the creature. The confused young beast tamer comments that he does not like to hear it from a gargoyle and asks why he is crying. The gargoyle simply responds, "I was sad." The winged creature reveals the source of her anguish, confessing, "I was fired from the demon lord's army." Surprised by the revelation, Locke scratches his head and admits, with a smile, that he never heard of monsters being fired. The gargoyle explains his situation. For having been made with materials left over and not having strong magic, he was appointed as a janitor in the castle of the Demon Lord, a function he performed for 100 years. He continues his account, explaining that a change of leadership led him to resign. When wandering aimlessly, he reached a village where he was attacked and had to flee, which left him even more desolate. Locke reflects, thinking that humans rarely consider the problems that monsters face. The gargoyle, with a melancholy expression, admits that this is the first time he has met a human since he spent his entire life cleaning the castle. In a moment of despair, the creature collapses into tears, questioning the purpose of its existence after being mistreated by both monsters and humans. Shannon and Locke look at the scene with compassion. The young man remembers hearing that gargoyles are the elite troops of Lord Demon's army and that considerable magical power is needed to create only one. He finds it hard to believe that a gargoyle, such an imposing creature, could have been made of overwhelming materials. Realizing the creature's situation, Locke asks what she intends to do. Without knowing what to answer, the gargoyle is silent. With a gentle smile, the young adventurer invites you to join them. The offer takes the gargoyle by surprise. "Can I do that?" Even though he's a weak gargoyle who can only clean things up, he asks, unbelieving. Locke reassures him, saying that force doesn't matter and that, in fact, it's amazing that he has cleaned out Lord Demon's castle for 100 years. Moved, the gargoyle thanks and asks to accompany them. A notification appears for Locke, asking if he wishes to make friends with the sealed gargoyle. Locke accepts friendship, and the gargoyle becomes his new family. With the increase in the number of monsters, he can now make improvements in his miniature monster garden, with options such as rivers, sea, mountains, and huts. He decides to use the new ability to enlarge the hut inside the garden. With the expansion completed, Lucky yawns, satisfied. The group remembers the gargoyle mention a nearby village. As the young man watches the field, Lucky takes a nap. With the night falling, Locke and Shannon decide it's best to rest right there. The next morning comes, bringing the sound of birds and a new light on the forest. Following the indications of the gargoyle, the group approaches the village mentioned. When they arrive at Chowshino village, they find an old man sleeping in the lobby. Shannon and Locke try to wake him gently. The old man opens his eyes and seeing Shannon's face, he believes he is seeing an angel. Enchanted, he prepares to be taken by the angel, but is abruptly brought to reality by a paw of Lucky. Totally awake and scared, the man asks who they are, suspecting them to be thieves. Locke explains the situation, explaining that they are adventurers on their way to a cave in the area and that they have heard of the village. The old man recognizes the word adventurers with interest. Excited, he offers to take them to the village chief for an important discussion. Locke watches the surroundings, noticing the desolation of the village. As they walk, Locke wonders what they need to discuss. The village chief, Onigami, welcomes you, thanking you for your visit. Locke notes that many of the villagers seem malnourished. He performs, along with Shannon and Lucky. The young man thanks the chief for the reception. The old man who led them and the village chief begin to argue, exchanging comical insults. The chief of the village apologizes, admitting he got carried away for the moment. Locke, a little dull, smiles. Onigami assumes a serious expression, ready to explain the situation of the village. He reveals that about half a year ago the Green Garden Swamp was suddenly infested by goblins. The goblins not only interrupted agricultural activities, but also attacked the village frequently and stole the little food they had. The chief says that many tried to exterminate the goblins, but eventually found their end. He then asks if Locke and his group are willing to lend their strength. Lucky, next to Locke and Shannon, faces the boss, awaiting the decision of his master. Locke ponders the situation. He knows goblins are smart and multiply quickly. The village has no funds to pay for help, but he understands that simply eradicating monsters will not solve the problem in the long run. To make an informed decision, he asks to see a map of the area and the location of the goblins. The villagers watch as Locke analyzes the map that was delivered to him. The young man studies the map carefully, drawing a strategy. After his analysis, he turns to the villagers and states with confidence that he believes he can exterminate the goblins quite easily, to the amazement of all. He also mentions the cabbage field he found, suggesting that they have enough food to avoid hunger for a while. The villagers express their gratitude, but Locke interrupts them, indicating that he has more to say. He warns that if something is not done to change the fundamental situation, the problem will simply repeat itself. To avoid this, he proposes an agreement. It will help the village grow and develop, and in return he would like to receive 20% of the total profits that the village makes. The village chief gets nervous, explaining that 20% is an amount he can't decide on his own. Locke observes the hesitation of the villagers, understanding their concerns. Realizing the difficulty, he makes a counter-proposal. If the villagers are willing to work together and help him complete his current mission, he will reduce his share to 10%. It clarifies that it will take only one part of the funds earned after the sale of all goods, the payment of taxes, and the wages of the village workers. In addition, it offers help to decrease the population of goblins or to cultivate food, even though villagers cannot cooperate fully. Locke identifies the central problem of the village: the isolation of neighboring cities, which makes it difficult to obtain basic products. He knows that the long-term solution is not just to defeat monsters. The boss asks for more time to argue with the others. While the villagers deliberate, Locke and Shannon wait, curious about the outcome. Locke believes the offer is very beneficial to the village and that it would be highly unlikely that they would refuse it. He tells Shannon he'll take a look at the miniature monster garden and ask her to call him when the village chief returns. The village chief is approaching, apologizing for the delay. He explains that, frankly, the villagers are quite divided in the decision, but everyone agrees that the situation will not improve if they do not accept the offer. They ask Locke if he's really happy to receive the reward only if he actually helps them. Locke confirms and promises that if the villagers cooperate, he will find a way to solve the village's problems with food and goblins. The chief is surprised to hear the promise that the villagers will not be exposed to any kind of danger. The villagers murmured among themselves, realizing that they could not find a better offer anywhere else. Suddenly, a dissenting voice rises. "I don't believe it." A wounded villager named Warren expresses his mistrust. Finding the offer too good to be true, he claims that if his wounds were healed, the goblins would have already been defeated. Seeing the wounded villagers, Locke has an idea. Locke approaches Warren and offers him a recovery potion that he himself has prepared. Untrusted, Warren hesitates. Locke then suggests that Shannon drink the potion first to prove that there is no poison. Warren pushes Locke's hand, screaming he wouldn't drink something so suspicious. Shannon, however, gets excited. "If it was Locke who made it especially, I definitely want to try it," exclaims her. With a cork snap, Shannon drinks the potion of one sip. "Your eyes spread with pleasure, delicious," she screams, explaining that she expected a bitter taste, but the potion is refreshing and makes her body feel lighter. Lucky, excited by Shannon's reaction, begs Locke so he can drink too. Locke quickly pours the potion into his companion's mouth. Lucky's eye shines with a sudden surge of energy. Lucky screams with pleasure, confirming that the potion is delicious and makes his mind clear. Seeing this, Warren, still skeptical, decides to try a little. When drinking the potion, the villager is transported to a state of ecstasy. He realizes that the potion doesn't taste horrible like the common potions, but rather the taste of apple juice squeezed on time. The feeling reminds him of his first love, describing the taste as light and refreshing, with a touch of sweetness. Suddenly Warren realizes that he no longer feels pain and can move his legs freely, throwing away the crutch. Wonderful, he declares that what happened was a miracle. Locke explains that although they are in the middle of another mission, he will provide recovery potions for the other wounded if he receives help to complete his test. Warren, now a believer, asks Locke to heal everyone's wounds and apologize for doubting him. He performs as the chief's assistant and guarantees the village's cooperation. The village chief asks if anyone else has any objections. The other villagers remain silent, convinced by the demonstration of power and generosity. With the deal sealed, Locke smiles, satisfied. To celebrate the new partnership, Locke announces that they will have a banquet, only 6 days before the mission's final deadline against your old group. Villagers were amazed at the cabbage soup, commenting that they never thought that cabbages, once considered mere horse food, could be so delicious. Locke explains that the menu of the day is cabbage soup, but that the vegetable is also delicious raw or sautéed. Thanks to a recovery potion that Locke added to the dish, the unwell villagers seem to be healthier. The young man asks Shannon to take orange ants A and B with her to protect the villagers while they collect materials. Locke calls Shannon, who was helping an old man, to ask him for a favor. The elf expresses her anxiety, questioning whether she is capable of performing such an important task. He reassures her, stating that she must be able to deal with the monsters of the region without much trouble. He adds that orange ants, though small, can take care of themselves. Shannon agrees to do her best. Then Locke announces to the group that they will build a road to Kronto, which may solve their problems of food supply and import of goods. Before they begin, the tamer casts a spell that surprises the villagers, making their bodies feel lighter. He explains that he used strengthening magic to help them move more easily. Excited, the villagers begin to do stunts, feeling as if they were in their prime again. The boy asks, a little nervous, that they do not try too hard not to break any bones. His companion is impressed by his ability to cast strengthening magic on so many people at the same time. He encourages her, saying that with practice she will also succeed, and promises to teach her. With all motivated, they prepare to start building the road. With the help of all, including the villagers and their fellow monsters, they work tirelessly on the road construction. At nightfall, Locke decides it's time to stop for now. They appreciate progress, noting that they are almost finishing the stone pavement with the current rhythm, and thanks to Lucky's magic, they believe the road can be completed the next day. Later, in the monster garden, Shannon finds Locke still awake, analyzing a map. He explains that he is planning the tasks the next day and suggests that she rest first. The young man insists that she rest well, for she worked harder than the others that day. The elf refuses, questioning how she could rest while her master continues to work. He asks her not to call him master because he finds it embarrassing. He claims he doesn't consider you his slave, leaving you surprised. A smile forms on her face as she processes his words. Locke watches her reaction while taking a sip of your mud. Shannon expresses his happiness at knowing him, and he repays the feeling. The two continue the conversation at the table, planning the next steps. Locke details the plan. The villagers will reap the cabbages the next day, and then they will sell some items in the capital. He mentions that there seems to be a shortage of cabbages in the capital, so he's confident they'll sell everything quickly. As he talks about the guild's mission, the elf begins to feel the weight of fatigue. He reaffirms his determination, remembering that he did not forget the competition and that it is not enough just to win, but how the win is also important. Exhausted, Shannon falls asleep on the table. Even in her sleep, she whispers that Locke is amazing. He uses his magic to cleanse her while she sleeps deeply. The cleansing spell wraps her gently. With a smile, he thanks Shannon for her work and the head cuddle. Outside, the night in the Garden of Monsters is serene under a starry dome. Orange ants sleep quietly in their beds. The gargoyle also rests, wrapped in its wings. Skybird naps on the roof of the house. The tamer prepares to leave the house, noticing the silence. He closes the door behind you, leaving for the night. Outside, he finds Lucky still awake. The giant wolf asks what they will capture today. Locke answers that it will be the rainbow dragonflies, because it is easier to catch them at night. The Fenrir then asks about the goblins. He replies that as long as the wolf remains in the village, the goblins will not dare attack. The young man adds that even if they left, other adventurers would come to subdue the goblins. The sacred beast seems a little confused, but agrees. With the defined plan, the two prepare to leave. Lucky, excited, tell them to go. Locke agrees with a smile. Under the light of the moon, they venture into the forest. The duo works as a team, using nets to capture the rainbow dragonflies that shine in darkness. The sun begins to rise, marking the end of the night hunt. From the kitchen, you hear the sound of pots and food being prepared. Locke wakes up with the noise and, seeing it's already dawn, assumes it must be Shannon in the kitchen. The sound of clang and hum continues to come from behind the door. As he goes downstairs, he thinks how happy he is that she always wakes up early to prepare breakfast. He greets her and offers help. To his surprise, he finds the gargoyle wearing a heart-shaped apron that greets him and says the food will be ready in minutes. Shocked, Locke screams that it's not her and that something is very wrong. The winged creature, without understanding, asks what's wrong and if he had a nightmare. Locke, no fun, says it's okay and offers help. The gargoyle refuses, mentioning that he prepared meals in the castle of the demon lord. At this point, Shannon arrives, saying good morning. Elf apologizes for falling asleep the night before. Locke reassures her and asks if she's leaving for practice. She confirms and says she was going to make breakfast, but Gargoyle asked me to leave it with him. The tamer thinks to himself that, although grateful, the situation still seems a little strange. Shannon then asks Locke if he's not tired. She questions him, saying, "Last night, you went out to get some rainbow dragonflies by yourself, didn't you?" Surprised, he asks how she knew and clarifies that she was with Lucky. Frustrated, the elf exclaims she wanted to be useful as well. He thanks you and promises to go together next time. She demands a promise and he agrees, while Gargoyle announces that breakfast is ready. On the afternoon of the second day, a coachman confirms the plans to sell the cabbages in the market and deliver the dragonfly wings to the guild. Locke agrees, wishing you a safe trip and asking to check the market price of cabbages. Watching the wagon leave, he reflects that, as the road was cleaned, there is enough time to sell the products. He plans to teach the villagers to capture more dragonflies and use the abandoned agricultural land to grow more cabbages, thus solving the food supply problem. At night, the road is complete. Everyone celebrates what is done with great joy. The boy praises the ants for their excellent work in laying the stones, saying they would embarrass some artisans. The little creatures are radiant to be praised by their father. A villager approaches one of the ants to thank. "You say you used to think all monsters were scary, but Patra is a good girl, making the queen ant happy." The village chief thanks Locke, amazed that the road was completed in just 2 days. He questions whether only 10% of the profits are fair compensation, considering everything Locke did for them. Locke claims that everything is fine and asks that the funds be sent through the guild. The boss agrees, making sure the payments are made on time. Later, before dawn, the group splits to recover eggs from orango and green emeralds from frogs. They couldn't find any wyvern, but they decided to worry about it the next day. Locke smiles but feels something in the air. He has an unsettling premonition that Isaac's group will reach its destination ahead of schedule, which would bring future problems. Locke's out in the monster garden, ready for the day. A little bird lands on his shoulder, surprising him. One of the orange ants, Patra, corrects him, saying he's mistaken about the bird's identity. Patra reveals that the little bird is actually a skybird. Locke, shocked, asks how this is possible, since they are much larger. She explains that by separating items from monsters, they found a rare item. The skybird ate the rare item and shrunk. Relieved that it's nothing dangerous, Locke says he'll probably be back to normal soon, which makes the bird panic. All of a sudden, Locke feels a strong and unpleasant smell, realizing that it comes from his companion. Lucky, Fenrir, in turn, does not seem to notice its own odor. The tamer confronts Lucky directly, asking when was the last time he took a bath. The giant wolf responds with hesitation, stating that he thinks he bathed the day before. Locke, suspicious, reminds him that you spent the whole day together, questioning the truthfulness of your answer. "I take the lie." Lucky suggests it might have been the day before yesterday. The Fenrir tries to justify himself, insisting that he does not need baths because he licks himself to be clean. Seeing you have no choice, Locke's eyes conforms. The beast tamer proposes a game for everyone, a competition to see who can catch Lucky and force him to take a bath. The group accepts with enthusiasm, while Lucky, confident, accepts the challenge. To balance the game, Locke casts a strengthening magic on everyone except Lucky, increasing his physical abilities. The wolf, however, turns away from the spell, believing it won't be enough to capture him. The first to try is Patra, the queen of orange ants. She advances and spits out a sticky web, but Lucky, calling her naive, turns away easily. Believing Patra is alone, Lucky provokes her, but the queen ant gives a signal, revealing it was an ambush. The other orange ants appear and together bind the Fenrir with their webs, knocking it down. Boss celebrates victory, calling for his daddy. The young man commends Patra's strategy, admitting that she surprised him by bringing Lucky's guard down. With the wolf captured, Locke tells him to be obedient and finally take his bath. However, Lucky is easily freed, using his own webs to tie the orange ants in the process. The divine beast explains that although the idea of immobilizing him was good, they did not have enough magic power to contain him. Defeated, the little ants mourn, recognizing the overwhelming strength of their opponent. Next, the gargoyle presents itself as the next challenger, beginning the confrontation between the divine proud beast, Lucky, and the elite soldier of the former demon king, Gargolakon. The gargoyle warns Lucky not to underestimate him, relying on his 100 years of experience and the magical strengthening he received. The battle ends instantly when Lucky defeats the gargoyle with a single slap. Shocked, Locke watches as Shannon advances to be next. Now the fight is between Fenrir and the elf blessed by his master, Shannon. Lucky invites her to attack with everything, and she advances with her sword. Lucky turns away from her initial skills, but she responds with a hail of quick stockings. Although impressed, the giant wolf continues to divert from its attacks until it notices a sudden and sharp improvement in its accuracy. Unexpectedly, Lucky finds himself trapped against a rock. Shannon, with the sword at its knees, orders him to surrender and take his bath. The situation reverses when Lucky points the sharp tip of his tail to Shannon's neck, threatening her not to move. Fenrir praises Shannon's movements, recognizing that her daily training is beginning to bear fruit. With a smile, the elf admits her defeat willingly. She happily thanks Lucky for her advice, showing no hard feelings. Finally, it is time for the main confrontation. Lucky, who only wants to have fun, against Locke, who is determined to bathe him. The wolf assumes a threatening posture, declaring that the heat is over, and Locke prepares his knives. A transition panel shows a mysterious glow. Lucky's attention is diverted by a sweet, sudden smell. A small silhouette appears on his back. The skybird appears holding a flower in its beak, and the scent makes Lucky feel drowsy. With Lucky asleep on the ground, Locke identifies the plant as a sleep flower and thanks the skybird for his help, declaring himself the winner. The beast tamer summons everyone to finally wash the sleeping Fenrir together. Meanwhile, near the Greenleaf dungeon, Locke's old crew travels in a wagon. Isaac, impatient, complains about the delay. Kara, angry, tell Isaac to shut up. Annie remains silent, with a tired expression. Isaac curses Locke, promising to make him regret having betrayed them. Emmy scolds him, remembering that they were the ones who betrayed Locke first, but he ignores her. In his thoughts, Isaac scorns Locke, considering him nothing but a slave to carry his things. He's proud to have been the frontline fighter who led them to rank S. Determined to prove his worth and irritated by comments that are nothing but rank C adventurers, Isaac closes his fists, declaring that he will win the competition. Tensions in the group increase when Emmy admits that she cannot collect the rainbow dragonflies and Kara refuses to help with Orango's eggs. Emmy suggests that they focus only on the main objective, the wyverns, and Isaac reluctantly agrees. Kara confronts Isaac, questioning his arrogant attitude. He responds with disdain, saying he doesn't want to hear criticism from her. Kara accuses him of being the worst kind of leader, accepting missions without reading the details. She and Emmy declare that they will leave the group as soon as the mission is over. Isaac, indifferent, tells them to do whatever they want. He imposes his authority, stating that in return he will be in full command during this mission. The group wagon arrives at the entrance of the dungeon. On arrival, Isaac pays the coachman and tells him to keep the change. The driver complains, saying the payment is not enough. He explains that he took them much further than usual, and the amount offered does not compensate for risk and distance. Angry, Isaac throws more coins into the man's hand. After the wagon leaves, Isaac complains that everyone is trying to fool him. The group prepares to enter the Masmor Dasfall has Verds, with only 4 days left to complete the mission. The three adventurers enter the darkness of the dungeon. A transition panel shows the Garden of Monsters. In the Garden of Monsters, in contrast to the tension of the other group, Locke and his companions enjoy a moment of peace, caressing Lucky, who is now clean and cute. Isaac, Kara, and Emmy are at the Greenleaf dungeon with the aim of defeating the wyverns. Emmy is frightened by the orangos, while Kara watches her silently. Isaac is irritated by the lack of response of his companions and notes the absence of materials needed for the mission, such as rainbow dragonflies and orango eggs, although the orangos are present. Kara and Emmy, in the background, ponder whether the guild would not be trying to sabotage them by accepting a mission with impossible requirements. Isaac, concerned, considers that if the information about the guild's failure leaks, it could become a major problem for the organization. While planning to investigate the situation upon returning, the group is suddenly ambushed by a goblin jumping out of the forest. With a quick draw of his sword, Isaac defeats the goblin, but complains of the lack of reliability of the guild for not having informed them of the presence of such monsters. The situation worsens when a goblin knight, a high-ranking monster, appears with his army, revealing that the adventurers have entered a nest of goblins. The leader of the group advances into the attack, screaming for the goblin to die, but his coup is easily blocked by the goblin knight to his surprise. While struggling to stay, Isaac is haunted by the memory that, without Locke's divine protection, they are nothing but rank C adventurers. The warrior grinds his teeth in frustration and effort. With superior force, Knight Goblin pushes Isaac back, demonstrating the difference in power between them. Terrified with the possibility of being defeated by an enemy he considers inferior, Isaac trembles with fear and anger. At a crucial moment, Emmy launches a fire launch that hits Knight Goblin behind his back, taking him down. She is coming to see if Isaac's okay. Trying to disguise his difficulty, Isaac arrogantly claims he was well and could have defeated the monster alone. Kara provokes him, questioning if he's sure he was in trouble moments ago, leaving him unanswered. The group is surrounded by the remaining goblins. Emmy draws everyone's attention, stating that, more important than discussing, we need to deal with the goblins that surround them. Isaac snaps, angry. Alone, the warrior curses the situation. After the battle with the defeated goblins, Isaac concludes that Knight Goblin was the chief and that the danger has passed. He then orders the group to continue to defeat the wyverns and return to the guild as soon as possible. Kara and Emmy agree with expressions of tiredness and resignation. A transition panel shows the wyverns roaring. Adventurers arrive on a rocky cliff where a large number of wyverns nested. Hidden, Isaac draws up a plan. He will attract the attention of the wyverns while Emmy attacks his wings with magic, so he can finish them when they fall. They decide to start with 2 wyverns who are further away from the main group. Emmy confirms the plan. Isaac advances into combat, challenging the wyverns. When they take off, he screams to Emmy attack. Emmy launches a fletch of fire that hits the wings of the 2 wyverns in full, causing them to fall to the ground, where Isaac prepares for the final blow. After slaughtering the 2 fallen wyverns, Isaac is surprised by the appearance of a third, who lands behind his companions. Wyvern attacks Kara and Emmy with his tail, violently overthrowing them. Isaac runs towards them, worried. Wounded, Kara confronts Isaac, screaming that he should protect them properly, as Locke would. Isaac defends himself, saying that the situation has nothing to do with Locke and that he did not know of the existence of another wyvern nearby. He still insults his companions, questioning why they cannot protect themselves, even from the rear. Furious, Kara decides that she can no longer go on with him and, calling him an idiot, drags Emmy away, declaring that they are separating from the group. Isaac is shocked and speechless by their decision. He watches them leave, calling for Kara in vain. When they step aside, Kara suggests they look for Locke, because they'd be better off with him. On his own, Isaac realizes that they also abandoned him and clenched his fist in fury and frustration. A memory of a younger smiling Locke passes through your mind. In a flashback, a figure of authority praises Locke while criticizing Isaac for still having much to learn. In another painful memory, someone expresses disappointment with him, telling him to be harder, like Locke. Consumed by envy, Isaac is enraged to remember that no matter where he goes, he's always compared to Locke. Back to the present, the warrior is completely surrounded by the wyverns. With a manic smile, he decides that if he fails, he will take everyone with him, ensuring that the mission is a failure for everyone. In a cry of challenge to Locke, Isaac buries his sword on the ground, preparing a desperate attack. Emmy and Kara look back, horrified, watching him unleash a powerful skill called Grand Cross. The skill explodes into an immense column of light, sweeping the entire area and annihilating the wyverns. In the village, Locke and Shannon witness the cross of light on the horizon. The tamer recognizes the technique at Isaac's. Worried, Locke has Shannon accompany you to investigate. He instructs the other members of his group to remain and continue their work in the village. The young man asks Lucky's help for the journey, and the Fenrir readily agrees. When they arrive at the blast site, they find the area covered by sinister smoke and see silhouettes emerging from the fog. Locke's old crew shows up. Isaac informs, with an air of dark triumph, that all wyverns and mission materials have been completely vaporized. Shannon is shocked, realizing that it is now impossible to complete the mission. Locke, with an ironic smile, comments that he did not expect Isaac to reach that extreme. Shannon, desperate not to lose, suggests that you return to the capital to buy the necessary materials and deliver them to the guild. She insists that although it may seem unfair, a victory is the most important and that she saw the items for sale outside the city. Locke refuses the idea, preferring to investigate the area first because he believes there may still be wyvern survivors. Isaac mocks his hope, calling him a loser and saying they're coming back first, before saying goodbye with a threatening tone. While exploring the site, Locke finds the body of Night Goblin and deduces that Isaac defeated him, making the village safer. Shannon remains confused by the situation. While Shannon regrets that all materials, such as claws and scales, have been destroyed, Locke notes that Isaac has a remarkable aptitude for magic. Fortune changes when Lucky sniffs and finds wyvern's eggs intact, which were hidden behind a rock and survived the explosion. Locke decides to take them to the monster garden. Later, on returning, Locke informs the villagers that the goblins were exterminated, bringing relief to all. Shannon asks if they also need to take care of the green garden swamp goblins. She is surprised to learn that this problem has also been solved. Locke clarifies that the map they had was ancient and that the swamp was actually the same place as the Greenleaf Mesmore. While waiting for Isaac's mission to run out, Locke's group decides to stay in the village to assist in his development. On the day of departure, they encounter an imposing fortress gate that the villagers built at the entrance of the village. The villagers bow in a gesture of deep gratitude, thanking Locke and promising to continue to develop the village with the teachings they received. A villager caresses Patra's head, thanking her and the other orange ants for their help. A villager enthusiastically announces that from that day on, they will promote cabbages as their specialty and change the name of the village to Chaoshi Cabbage Village. With farewells, the villagers wish them to return soon. Locke's group happily says goodbye to the villagers. Locke's countenance becomes serious and determined. With the village mission completed, Locke reflects that all that remains is to settle the score with Isaac. The group heads for the capital, Kronto, for the final confrontation with Isaac. In Kronto's bustling royal capital, Locke and Shannon are looking for Warren, a merchant who spots them and calls for them in the crowd. Warren greets them enthusiastically in his tent at the market. The merchant reports that, as Locke predicted, cabbages are selling very well, especially after they diversified soup recipes for cabbage rolls. Locke and his companion listen carefully to the good news. Warren adds with pride that his special products have also completely exhausted themselves at the price they asked for. He delivers Locke a bag of coins, explaining that it's already half the promised amount and that they've made quite a profit. The tamer thanks and instructs Warren to use the remaining funds to buy a magic cow or anything else that can help in the development of the village. Warren, thank you, answers that all this is thanks to Locke's efforts. With the preparations completed, Locke says goodbye to Warren, who waves at them from a distance. With a determined look, the young man addresses the Guild of Adventurers, reflecting that all that remains is to settle things. Inside the guild, Locke's old group awaits. Isaac greets him with disdain, saying he's late. The warrior provokes him, suggesting that he fled for failing to complete the mission, but Locke firmly denies it. Isaac continues with the provocations, asking if he came there just to lose. Locke, ignoring him, asks you to show him the materials you acquired so they can settle the dispute. While Isaac displays her items with arrogance, the receptionist prepares to evaluate them. The two groups face each other in the guild hall, awaiting the verdict. With a smug smile, Isaac demands Locke bow down and apologize. The receptionist announces the items delivered by Isaac's group: 10 wings of rainbow dragonfly, 3 eggs of orango, and 15 green emeralds. Locke responds calmly that there is no need to apologize. Despite the items presented, the receptionist declares that the winner of the match is Locke. For Isaac's shock, unbelieving, Isaac screams, demanding an explanation. The guild employee details that previously Locke had already delivered a much larger amount of materials, including 60 dragonfly wings, 9 orango eggs, 45 emeralds, 30 wyvern scales, and 10 wyvern claws. Isaac, furious, accuses Locke of collusion with the guild, arguing that it is impossible, since they reached the dungeon first. Locke pushes him, denying the charges. The beast tamer confronts him, questioning how he obtained his materials without buying them in the market, and then reveals an item with the symbol of Chaoshino village, proving the commercial origin of Isaac's items. Locke reveals his strategy. He predicted that there would be no materials to collect and made Shannon mention the possibility of buying them in front of Isaac, who, believing he had the advantage, bought all the stock from the market, which in turn had acquired the items of Locke's own group. He concludes that if Isaac hadn't been so greedy, he wouldn't have spent so much money. Angry, the warrior demands to know how Locke got to the dungeon before them. Locke simply asks if he bothered to check the map carefully. He points out that the map showed a more dangerous but much faster shortcut to the dungeon. To Isaac's surprise, Kara admits she also knew about the shortcut. He turns to her, furious, and asks why she didn't say anything. Kara responds with disdain, questioning why they should risk themselves on such a dangerous route. Isaac explodes, shouting that the match was to prove his legitimacy as rank S adventurers. He asks her if she didn't want to beat the loser. His former teammates faced him with disappointment, and one of them claims that he was the only one who really wanted to win. The warrior is paralyzed by shock and anger. To change the subject, Locke thanks Isaac for subduing the goblins. He explains that Chashino's villagers were in trouble because of those monsters and that Isaac's help was crucial. He suggests the guild may have manipulated the situation to help the village. Locke reveals that from day one in the village, he commissioned Shannon to secretly collect claws and scales from wyverns' nests. Isaac finally understands that it was used, predicting that he would defeat the goblins instead. Blinded by fury, the warrior advances to attack Locke. Your punch is interrupted at the last moment. Titus, the guild master, intervenes, informing Isaac that the accomplice merchant confessed everything. The confrontation had come to an end. Completely defeated, Isaac falls to his knees, and the conflict ends. After the incident, Isaac and the others are taken for questioning. Punishments are decided right away. Kara and Emmy, guilty of abandoning a teammate, are relegated to rank C, a penalty mitigated by the fact that they are fleeing a Fenrir. As a result, the rank S group, Grela, is officially undone. Kara suggests that they form a new group with Locke. However, the beast tamer politely refuses the offer. Kid, the merchant, is sentenced to prison. Fortunately, Kara and Emmy reconcile and decide to form a new group together. Isaac escapes slavery, but is sentenced to 6 months of forced labor in a mine. If you wish to return to adventure, you will have to start over from rank E. Later, in a moment of tranquility, Locke sits under a tree with Lucky, who realizes his thoughtful air and asks what he has in mind. The young man replies that he was just remembering the past. He reflects on his childhood with his former friends, lamenting that although they grew up together, they never truly understood each other. With a sigh, the boy admits to Lucky that he is full of regrets. He fears that his neglect, which led to the disaster of his previous group, may bring an even greater tragedy to his new companions. The Fenrir observes him in silence, understanding his internal conflict. Locke stands up, determined, claiming he accepted his failure. With renewed determination, he decides that he will trust his friends and use his strength to protect those who are important to him, telling Lucky that he has his help. Lucky responds with a confident smile, offering his paw in a gesture of loyalty and telling him to leave it with him. With the incident finally resolved, the group enjoys a moment of peace, eating cabbage rolls once again. A sinister transition shows a dark energy moving through the night. A premonition hovers in the air, suggesting that an event that would threaten the existence of the capital was about to take place. From darkness, a mysterious skull emerges, foretelling the danger that is approaching. In the Rio capital, a group of adventurers are in panic when confronted by a horde of ogres, wondering why such monsters would be there. The strength of the ogres is overwhelming, and the adventurers, be rejected, fear that the city will be destroyed. Amid chaos, a debate arises. An adventurer suggests that they resist until the arrival of the knights, but another fears that they will only steal the glory. Out of the discussion, 2 of them are about to be attacked from behind by an ogre. Suddenly, Locke appears riding Lucky, intercepting the ogre attack and saving the adventurers. The astonished fighters recognize the savior as he blocks the creature's blow. The beast tamer apologizes for the delay, explaining that he was in the middle of another mission. Appreciated, adventurers offer help in their mission as a form of retribution. He accepts the help and, with renewed morale, calls everyone to a counterattack. Emmy, his former companion, joins the fight by launching a fire launch and warns him not to let down his guard. He thanks you for your support. The young man then delegates the Patra to command the group and bow. The Queen Ant accepts with pride, stating that group command is her specialty. She quickly organizes forces into tactical teams, with Shannon fighting alongside her, the gargoyle with one of the ants, and the others forming an assault group. The newly formed teams are positioned, surrounded by an aura of magical power, ready for battle. Locke casts a strengthening spell on everyone, increasing their physical capabilities. The group celebrates, thanking you. United and strengthened, the group advances under Locke's leadership, initiating a fierce battle against the ogres. The fighting is intensifying, with the adventurers inferring coordinated attacks against massive creatures. Lucky also goes into action, throwing himself fiercely against one of the monsters. With a mighty blow from his tail, the divine beast defeats an ogre easily. The Fenrir says with disdain that the enemies were too weak even for a warm-up, leaving Locke impressed by his strength. The tamer smiles and explains to his companion that the ogres are actually rank monsters and that it is he who is exceptionally strong. Under Patra's excellent leadership, Cooperation between adventurers and monsters flows perfectly, proving effective against ogres. Teamwork between Shannon and the Ant Queen stands out, a proof of Patra's tactical feats. Locke watches the battle with an expression of surprise. One of the orange ants can immobilize the legs of an ogre, creating an opening for the gargoyle. The winged creature casts a wind ball, but is shocked to see that its spell has no effect on the ogre. Locke realizes that with his powers sealed, Gargoyle won't be able to defeat the monster alone. Seeing his partner in trouble, he orders Lucky to go help him. With all the ogres defeated, the group celebrates victory. The adventurers thank Locke, who remains pensive, finding the appearance of 10 ogres in the capital strange. After the battle, Emmy uses her magic to heal the wounded, who thank her, calling her a saint. With a naughty smile, she says if you're really grateful, you should buy her new clothes. Locke and Lucky watch fun, commenting that she hasn't changed a bit. The calm is interrupted by the imposing arrival of the Order of Knights, assembled and in full armor. The leader of the Knights, Marcus, addresses the adventurers, requesting their cooperation for an investigation. Marcus declares that the Knights' Order will confiscate the bodies of the ogres to investigate the cause of the attack, and warns that it will not tolerate objections to the discontent of the adventurers. In the Guild of Adventurers, Guild Master Titus confronts Marcus, accusing the Knights of trying to steal the spoils of adventurers. The discussion heats up when Titus, enraged by the ridiculous payment offered, grabs Marcus' collar. The captain of the Knights warns him coldly. The guild receptionist intervenes, appeasing the situation. Titus calms down and apologizes for getting excited. Marcus maintains a severe and disdainful expression after the confrontation. Locke's group observes the tense atmosphere in the guild. From his office, Titus observes the unfolding of the conflict. Later, Titus vents with Locke, explaining that the oppression of the Knights can drive away the adventurers, who are essential for the defense and development of the country. He points out that adventurers reduce the threats of monsters and bring valuable magical items that strengthen the nation. Frustrated, the guild master regrets that Marcus does not understand the vital role of adventurers. Locke expresses his surprise at seeing the normally calm Titus so emotional. The guild leader sighs, revealing that he and the captain of the Knights have a long and troubled history. To change the subject, Titus asks Locke for a favor. He explains that fuel stones, some kind of magic stone, have been stolen frequently, but the lack of witnesses prevents the investigation. Titus formally asks Locke to investigate the robbery case. The guildmaster details the reward for the mission. Locke agrees to help, but serious conversation is interrupted by the loud sound of Shannon's stomach snoring. To satisfy hunger, the group experiences a local specialty in the market, Kronto boar skewers. Shannon apologizes for the previous interruption. The young man reassures her, telling her not to worry, for he too was hungry. Korata, the elf, thanks you for your kindness. After the meal, Locke announces the next destination, the gun shop. Upon arriving at the busy store, Mateo, the owner, greets Locke. The shopkeeper deduces that the tamer had problems with his previous group. With his smile, Mateo comments that his former companions deserved it, because they never appreciated Locke's support magic. Surprised, the boy asks how he knew about his divine blessing. Mateo explains that, as a weapons expert, he realized that the equipment of the former Rank S group did not match his status. The blacksmith then asks what you can do for him today. Locke asks for help finding suitable weapons for his new companions. Mateo is visibly shocked by the request. Looking closer, the shopkeeper is amazed to recognize the Queen of Orange Ants and a gargoyle of Lord Demon's elite troops. Always impressed with Locke, Mateo invites the group to experiment with any weapon that interests them. Locke's companions explore the store enthusiastically, experimenting with different weapons. After a while, everyone makes their choices. Locke asks Shannon and Gargoyle if they need anything either. Both refuse, claiming they prefer to focus on their magical abilities for now. The tamer approaches Patra, who has chosen a magic staff. The little queen explains that she wants to use magic to support others, as well as her father. However, she shyly admits that she is not sure if she can use magic. He gently encourages her, saying he knows she can access mana and that they can practice together. Boss is thrilled by the encouragement. Locke reflects that support magic would be a good combination with her leadership skills. The sound of heavy boots announces the arrival of a new customer. A man with white hair and cape enters the store, being received by Mateo. While the shopkeeper apologizes for the crowd, the newcomer passes by him. Suddenly, the man kicks Boss with violence, throwing her through the room. Locke watches, shocked, the little queen fall to the ground after the unexpected attack. He runs immediately to the side of the Patra to see if she's okay. The assailant looks at them with contempt, complaining of the presence of monsters on the spot. Enraged, Locke confronts him, questioning why he would attack a child. The man smiles with disdain, calling Locke an uncultured beast tamer and an idiot for bringing women and monsters to a place like that, letting him face it with fury. An act of sudden violence shakes the store. A white-haired man, Missile, confronts Locke's group with arrogance, asking who they think they are. Outside of provocation, Locke worries about Patra, asking if she's hurt. With a radiant smile, Patra declares she's fine. Relieved, Locke reflects that if that was a surprise attack training, the coup should have been stronger. Angry to be ignored, Missile insists on knowing if they know him. The group, including Gargoyle and Patra, scorns him, calling him ruffiat and pervert that kicks little girls, making him furious. Missile presents himself as a high-class nobleman and likely future leader of the Order of Knights, threatening them with the power of the Order. Locke, impassive, demands that he apologize to his boss. Ignoring Locke, Missile goes to Shannon, the elf of the group, asking her to reprimand the bestial arrogant Tai. He continues, suggesting that, being an elf with many years to live, she certainly understands the consequences of challenging the Order of Knights. Shannon, offended, coldly questions Missile's words. With a disdainful smile, Missile insults her, comparing her to a grumpy old woman. Locke and Gargoyle are puzzled by man's audacity. Shannon explodes in fury. "You are wrong," she stating that she cannot forgive you for calling Locke bestial type. By wielding her sword, she advances, determined to teach her manners. Confident, Missile warns that she will regret it, but her arrogance is interrupted by the arrival of an imposing man behind him, her superior Marcus. Moments later, a Missile visibly injured stutters an apology. Marcus, the leader of the Order of Knights, bows down in a formal apology, explaining that Missile has already reported the situation. Boss, in turn, minimizes the incident, stating that the kick was honestly quite weak. Locke, seeing as how Patra doesn't care, agrees to forgive the knight this time. Surprised, Locke asks Marcus how he knows his name. Marcus explains that only idiots like him wouldn't know Locke, the capital's S-rank adventurer. Then he turns to his subordinate and questions him about the ongoing investigation. The store owner reports that 1 or 2 combustible stones are stolen a week, and that they lost another one that day. Locke asks Marcus if they figured out the thief's purpose. Marcus denies, revealing that the situation is more serious. In addition to frequent robberies in the area, a large amount of stones were also stolen from the Knight's Order warehouse. The leader of the Order asks Locke to share any useful information he finds on the case, and the young adventurer agrees. With the matter momentarily closed, Marcus announces it's time to return to headquarters. Locke and his group watch the 2 riders drifting off the streets of the city. Surprised by the events, Locke and Shannon exchange looks. Elf says she hoped Marcus was someone more threatening. Locke thinks that if it wasn't for the previous conversation with Titus, he could have been fooled, thinking Marcus was a good person. For more information, Locke asks the shopkeeper, Matteo, to show you the exact location from which the fuel stones were stolen. I killed them to a warehouse in the back of the store, full of weapons and equipment. The camera has a robust window and door. A large wooden chest reinforced with metal is leaning against one of the walls. The shopkeeper points to a desk, explaining that one of the stolen stones was originally there. When analyzing the environment, Locke notes that the 2 entrances make it possible for a thief to enter undetected. He questions the motive for the robbery, since it would be more profitable to take expensive weapons. Then he asks where the other stones are stored. Matteo shows the trunk, explaining that it is always well locked and that no stone inside of it has ever been stolen. Realizing that the clues are scarce, Locke decides to resort to one of his family and invokes Lucky. The young adventurer concludes that he cannot jump to conclusions based on the information he has so far. Locke asks Matteo's permission to summon one of his relatives, warning him that he's half-large. The shopkeeper agrees without a problem. Lucky, the gigantic Fenrir, materializes, filling almost all the space and complaining of the grip. Matteo is bewildered by confirming the rumors and seeing the legendary Fenrir in front of him. Locke asks his relative to try to track the thief by smell. The giant wolf sniffs the air but explains that it is difficult to isolate a specific odor with so many other mixed smells. Seeing the difficulty, Locke dismisses him. Lucky apologizes to Lodan for not being able to help. While Fenrir disappears back on the bracelet, Matteo is impressed with the skill. The robust shopkeeper expresses his emotion when he saw Locke, who was once clumsy, using his powers so masterfully. Mateo starts telling Shannon about Locke's troubled past for the boy's embarrassment. While Mateo prepares to reveal an embarrassing story, Locke, ashamed, asks them to stop. The shopkeeper laughs and apologizes while the others have fun with Locke's reaction. Changing the subject, Mateo turns to Patra and, as an apology for the previous incident, offers her a breastplate of mithril that he himself forged, highlighting his lightness and resistance. Locke is shocked because he knows that mithril's weapons and armor are rare treasures, usually restricted to royalty and the highest nobility. He tries to refuse such a valuable gift, but Mateo insists it's okay. The blacksmith explains the story behind the play. It was commissioned by a noble family for his son, but the child became seriously ill and cannot use it anymore. The family left the fate of the armor at their discretion, and he, unable to destroy something he worked so hard on, prefers the group to use it. Locke, still perplexed by the generosity of the offer, ponders the situation. Finally, he accepts the gift. Mateo, satisfied, asks him to return in a few days so that he can make the necessary adjustments in the play. The next day, the soldier ants, now equipped with new weapons, face a horde of giant boars. To Locke's surprise, the little warriors take down the brank monsters with a single blow, demonstrating an overwhelming force. The beast tamer observes the scene, unbelieving with the newly acquired power of his allies. He marvels at their incredible adaptability, which dominated the use of their weapons in just one day. Locke, who had previously seen them fight only with his hands, smiles satisfied, realizing the enormous increase in their fighting capacity and eager for their future growth. With the subjugation completed, Locke congratulates the group. One of the ants, B, pulls his spear, calling your attention. He asks if she's hurt, and the little warrior shakes her head negatively. The boy is momentarily confused by the action of the little ant. Suddenly, Patra appears, calling him affectionately daddy. Locke strokes B's head, praising her for her performance. Immediately, all other ants gather, demanding the same treatment. Satisfied with affection, the ants rest. The group shares a moment of tranquility and happiness. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoes, announcing the imminent birth of the sacred beast Wyvern, and asking Locke if he wishes to befriend her. With the birth of the sacred beast, Wyvern's eggs begin to hatch, announcing the arrival of new friends to Locke and his group, who joyfully observe the scene. The group celebrates the outbreak of the little wyverns, happy with the success of the birth. Satisfied, Locke thanks the skybird for his hard work in handling the eggs until that moment. While Locke reflects on the speed with which the eggs hatched, a system notification informs him that, having made friendship with the sacred beast Wyvern, he can now improve 3 facilities in his particular dimension. Next door, Lucky seems a little surprised by the event. In front of a menu of magical options, the young tamer ponders what improvements to choose for his mini garden of monsters. He decides for 3 new additions: a hot spring, a mine, and a banana tree, choices that promise to further develop his sanctuary. Locke's choices materialize instantly, transforming the landscape of her garden with the appearance of the new facilities. With the new mine, Locke realizes that he can forge and customize his own weapons and armor with special skills, while the hot spring on a high hill looks like a perfect place to relax. Watching the development of his mini garden, Locke feels satisfied. He then decides that it is time to return to the guild to report the completion of the mission of subjugating the giant boars. While traveling riding Lucky, Locke discusses with Shannon his plans to cook the boar meat and sell the surplus. Suddenly, Fenrir stops, feeling something strange, which draws the attention of his master. The giant creature looks at a dark, ominous cemetery from a distance. A mysterious fireball passes quickly between the tombstones of the cemetery, adding a sinister air to the sight. Excited by the possibility of being a ghost, Lucky runs towards the cemetery to investigate. The wolf stops abruptly at the entrance of the site, and Locke, surprised, calls for him. When they arrived, Locke noticed the fireball was gone. He turns to Shannon and finds her visibly frightened, clinging to him. With a shamed smile, the elf confesses that she does not deal well with ghosts, to the surprise of her companion. Locke comforts her, caressing her head and making sure she's safe with him and Lucky. He offers her the option to take refuge in the mini garden, which she accepts with gratitude. A tombstone stands out with an inscription that reveals to be the resting place of the great wise Damort. The group approaches the tomb, and Locke, surprised, confirms that that is indeed the tomb of the legendary figure. Locke begins to tell the story of Damort, known as the Great Wise, a figure that, according to legends, contributed immensely to the development of the country. Legend has it that Damort, in addition to being beautiful and wise, traveled alone to the castle of the demon lord and negotiated a ceasefire agreement, bringing the peace the kingdom enjoys to this day. Impressed, Shannon calls her an amazing person. Locke, however, reminds everyone that it's just a legend, and the truth about it may be different. With the sun setting, the beast tamer decides it's time to close the tour and return to the guild. As they approach the Adventurer Guild, they hear a familiar voice screaming about a problem with their mission. Inside the guild, the receptionist fights with Missile. The arrogant knight, seeing Locke, the nobleman immediately tries to force him to accept the mission for him. Locke reads the request: clean and investigate the sewers in search of fuel stones used for a measly reward of 30 gold coins. Shocked by the derisory value, he confronts Missile, who arrogantly claims it should be an honor and insults the receptionist. The receptionist, before calm, assumes a threatening aura and questions Missile's insults. Terrified, he retreats, and she, with a sinister smile, agrees to post the request on the warning board. Scared, the knight flees from the guild, screaming for them to do whatever they want. Locke, Shannon, and the receptionist observe Missile's hasty and pathetic match. Locke, worried, asks the receptionist if she's okay after the confrontation. She minimizes the incident, but whispers that Missile was trying to insult her and that she will make arrangements. Meanwhile, Locke accepts the sewer mission. Already in the sewers, the stinky smell bothers Locke and Shannon as they look for the place where the fuel stones were discarded. To facilitate the search, the young adventurer uses his clean magic to purify the water and reveal what is submerged. Magic works, revealing the fuel stones used at the bottom of the channel. Locke collects one of the stones, but concludes that the small amount found is not enough to gather significant clues about the case. Shannon offers to look for more stones in another part of the sewer to help with the investigation. He warns her about the slippery floor. Too confident, she turns to show her balance, but ends up slipping and screaming for help. With quick reflexes, Locke saves her from the fall, holding her in her arms. The elf stares at him, surprised and blush. He gently rebukes her, saying that although trust is good, her excess can be dangerous. Embarrassed by the slip, Shannon apologizes to Locke. In the embrace of her savior, the heart of the elf fires as she notices the closeness of her faces. With the night falling and the stench becoming unbearable, Locke decides it's time to go back. Feeling the romantic atmosphere, Shannon bravely invites you to go to the hot springs together. Locke is surprised by the rapid growth of the wyverns, which can already fly up to 2 meters high. Gargoyle explains that, with the help of the skybird, he taught them to fly. Curious, Locke asks Gargoyle if he can fly. The gargoyle says yes, and can even carry both on its back. Locke then invites him to fly over the capital, drawing Shannon's attention, who is thinking about the invitation to the hot springs. Surprised and excited, Shannon readily accepts the invitation to the flight. With the confirmation of the elf, Locke declares it's time to leave for the night tour. Flying through the night skies under the full moon, Gargoyle carries Locke and Shannon on his back. During the flight, Locke marvels at his friend's skill and asks Shannon, who is blushing and ecstatic, if she is well, receiving an affirmative and amazed answer. The trio flies over the capital, enchanting itself with the stunning view of the city lit at night. Admiring what Shannon describes as a light carpet, Locke thanks Gargoyle, who is happy to be useful. The young tamer reassures him, stating that his various skills, including flight, are already of great value. Locke offers the possibility of one day breaking the gargoyle's seal, which thanks, but expresses fear of losing its identity. They agree to fly together with the wyverns when they grow up. The young beast tamer expresses the desire one day to have a flying relative large enough to carry the giant Lucky, although he finds the idea unlikely. Gargoyle, excited, interrupts, claiming to know a monster who might be able to accomplish this feat. The gargoyle reveals that you're talking about the griffin, a majestic creature, and his best friend. Excited, Locke decides they'll be visiting the Griffon as soon as they finish their current mission. After the exciting night flight, Locke decides it's time to return. The bubbles in the water indicate the pleasant temperature of the hot spring. A starry view of the sky within Locke's particular dimension. Back in the mini garden of monsters, the whole group, including Locke, Shannon, Patra, the soldier ants, Gargoyle, and Lucky, enters the newly created thermal springs for a deserved rest. While soldier ants play in the water, Shannon is visibly embarrassed to be in the shower with everyone. Locke asks if there's something wrong, but she, flushed, denies it. Patra and Shannon relax in warm water, enjoying the moment of tranquility. Lucky also enjoys the bath, to Locke's surprise, who thought the wolf didn't like water. Fenrir explains that although he doesn't like being scrubbed for the bath, he appreciates the head spring for being spacious enough to dive completely. Lucky expresses his gratitude to Locke, recognizing that he can only enjoy moments like this because he was rescued from the dungeon. Locke answers that he is the one who should be grateful because Lucky saved his life in the Destruction Flames dungeon. They share a touch of paws and hands, a gesture of mutual gratitude observed with joy by the rest of the group, which continues to have fun in the water. The next day, at Mateo's store, Padra tries out her new mithril armor, which suits her perfectly. The blacksmith surprises everyone by revealing that he also forged small armor for the soldier ants. Mateo offers the little armor as a gift, saying he made them for fun. Locke, however, insists on paying, not as a transaction, but as a gesture of gratitude. The young adventurer suggests that the blacksmith uses the money to help future adventurers without resources or children who need equipment. Moved, Mateo accepts the generous offer. Locke reassures the shopkeeper, explaining that the money came from his departure from an old S-ranked group. Mateo then takes the coin bag to keep it in a safe place. Suddenly, Mateo calls Locke in panic, announcing that the fuel stones have just been stolen again, right under his noses. The blacksmith points to the window, explaining that he saw a blue light come out through it. Immediately, Locke asks Lucky to track down the thief, and the giant wolf confirms that the smell is still strong. To expedite the pursuit, Locke instructs the rest of the group to wait in his mini garden of monsters, promising to call them if need help. The chase begins at high speed. Mounted and Lucky, Locke runs the streets of the city after the thief. In a short time, Fenrir stops, indicating they have reached their destination. The trail leads them back to the cemetery, directly to the tomb of the great wise man, Damort. Lucky confirms that the smell of the thief ends abruptly behind the headstone. Locke and Lucky watch the grave, the end of the thief's trail. The boy carefully examines the tombstone, but cannot find anything out of the ordinary or any visible clue. While Locke reflects on the possibility that the thief is a ghost, something draws his attention. The little skybird appears suddenly. The bird appears unexpectedly, bringing in its beak a flower of exorcism and a spray on the headstone. The magical flower reacts with the tomb, which shines brightly and reveals a secret passageway with a stairway descending into darkness, leaving Locke and Lucky perplexed. Locke and Lucky come across a secret staircase under the tomb, magically revealed. The adventurer, surprised by the powerful illusion, ponders what to do since the passage is too narrow for his gigantic companion. Decided to investigate, the young adventurer warns that he will enter alone. Fenrir, in turn, assures you he'll find a way and if he's called. Locke thanks his faithful companion before he goes down. The boy uses magic to illuminate the path in darkness. He descends the long and sinister stone staircase, wondering if the stolen stones could be there. As he reaches the end, he is surprised to find a vast underground space. Suddenly, a voice greets him, commenting on the rarity of a guest. Suddenly, an imposing skeletal figure, a lid, materializes behind the young man, leaving him amazed. The lid, who identifies himself as the only being who could exist under his own grave, questions Locke's presence. Shocked, the beast tamer asks if she is Damarth, the great wise one. Right now, a little fairy comes along. The fairy, a pixie, fiercely defends Lim, ordering Locke to hold his weapon and threatening to turn it into a stupid and burning liquid. Liz scolds the little fairy named Lala, saying her threat didn't make any sense. With disdain, Lala turns, claiming that the adventurer will not face his anger that day. The skeletal creature asks Locke the reason for your visit. He explains he's investigating the theft of fuel stones. The beast tamer continues, revealing that the thief's trail led them there, but he does not know the identity of the culprit. Deep down, Lala swallows dry, nervous. Lid notes the fairy's reaction and asks her directly, Lala, was it you? Lala admits guilt, apologizing. Your master scolds you for causing trouble to others. Seeing the situation, Locke heaves his sword and asks if there's a motive behind the robbery. The little fairy explains that she couldn't find any magic stone in the dungeon. Desperate, she tries to explain that without the fuel stones, Damort will. Lid interrupts her, minimizing the situation. With a frightening calm, the great wise woman reveals that without the stones, her life will simply be extinguished. The revelation leaves Locke in shock. The narrative plunges into the past, starting a flashback on Damort's life. The memory of a distant time begins to unfold. At its peak, Damort was known more as a great drinker than a wise one, celebrating at a banquet with demons. In a drinking competition, the demon lord, his opponent, admits defeat, unable to drink more. The wise mocks his weakness, questioning how he can be the demon lord winner. She charges the promise he must put an end to the war. The demon lord explains that war was never his initial intention. He reveals that humans have deforested the land, leaving the monsters without food, and he was just trying to recover the territory for his people. The leader of demons admits that his race does not know how to cultivate its own food. Damort then proposes an agreement. It will teach them to cultivate in exchange for the end of the conflict. The agreement is sealed with a look of understanding between the two leaders. Under the guidance of the wise, the fields flourish, bringing plenty of food. With full stomachs, monsters find peace and satisfaction. With the end of the war, Damort is dedicated to research to solve the problem of hunger. In this period, she welcomes a new apprentice. Her name was Lydia, a young woman with a kind heart and a constant smile. Although untalented for magic, Lydia's communication skills were unparalleled, gaining the trust of many, something that Damort, who only let loose with alcohol, deeply admired. In her laboratory, the apprentice congratulates her master for a discovery that would dramatically increase the growth of crops. The wise woman explains that with more food produced by fewer workers, the problem of hunger would be solved more quickly. Lydia, however, changes the subject, asking if it was time to resume research on the hidden treasure of the undead. The young woman argues enthusiastically that if they could create undead to work, they could produce food semi-permanently, since they do not need to feed. Damort interrupts firmly, declaring that he will no longer continue his research on the undead. She confesses that although she was close to completing the research, she should never be finished at any cost. The wise warns that such powers could be exploited for military purposes, destabilizing the world's balance of power. Lydia, impassive, questions what the problem would be. She argues that, with the world at peace, they should focus on research that would shock the world rather than worry about food shortages. The learner reveals her true ambition. Just as her teacher, she wishes to accomplish something that graves her name in history. Damort orders her to stop, but the frustrated young woman regrets that at this rate she will never become number one. With a cold, determined look, Lydia steps away from her mentor. After that day, Damort spent the rest of his life looking for his missing apprentice, but never found her. She believed that her search for research papers and Lydia had ended with her death. However, many years after her burial, her remaining magic merged with that of the soil, and she was reborn as a Li. As undead, she used her power to create a refuge under her grave, protected by magic of illusion. Using her own body as a guinea pig, she resumed research on the undead. His goal was to create a countermeasure in case Lydia could complete the dangerous research. However, his body of Li would not last long. Without a source of external magic, like magic stones, his undead body could not sustain itself. It collapses on the ground, believing its end had come. It was in this moment of despair that a little pixie appeared in his tomb. The fairy is frightened to hear the skeleton speak. Damort naturally confirms that that is his tomb. Pixie apologizes for the intrusion, and Liz, noticing a peculiarity in the little creature's wing, comments on it. The fairy reacts defensively, saying that her ugly and bad wing is none of Liz's business. The wise one questions Pixie's perception of her own wing. The little fairy explains that everyone mocks her wing, saying she is ugly and a cause of shame, and that because of her, she cannot fly properly. Damort consoles her, comparing the alleged wing ugliness with her own skeletal and frightening appearance, and lamenting not being able to fly. The two formally perform, Damort and Lala, Pixie. Lala is shocked to learn that Lid is the legendary great sage. From that day on, they talked about many things. And so, the two lonely souls became each other's first friends. Damort then reveals his imminent death, which leads Lala to promise that she will find a magic stone to save her. Back to the present, Liv takes the blame, declaring herself the thief and asking to be the only one punished. Lala intervenes, contradicting her friend and stating that she was the one who stole the stones on her own. Damort tries to protect the fairy, insisting that she only carried out her orders. Pixie, in desperation, denies knowing the old skeleton, claiming to have stolen the stones on a whim. The wise woman begs the little creature not to risk her life for her, who has little time left. Crying, Lala declares that she cannot let her first friend die. The emotional moment between the two moves lock. The adventurer ponders the situation, aware that magical crimes, even theft, can lead to the death penalty. Determined to help, he questions Lala, who admits to stealing from the store, but denies knowing about the theft of the Knight's Order. Locke turns to Damort, seeking confirmation that they stole from both locations. Lee confirms they don't know anything about the large amount of stolen stones in the Order, because Lala brought only one. The young man realizes that there is another thief involved, but his reflection is interrupted by a strong bang coming from outside. As they look out, everyone is shocked by the sight outside. The capital of the kingdom is in flames, signaling a disaster in progress. Before the burning kingdom, Locke decides to return to help. Damort, Lit, insists on accompanying him, stating that he also has matters to attend to. In the capital, chaos reigns. Civilians desperately flee from a horde of undead monsters, while a guard tries to arrange evacuation to the west gate. A guard soldier can take down one of the monsters, but to his horror, the creature rises unharmed, revealing its unholy nature. Terror spreads through the streets of the city while the undead relentlessly attack helpless citizens. An adventurer in shining armor, Rika, saves a guard by crushing an undead man with his colossal hammer, but laments the scarcity of adventurers to contain the threat. Locke arrives and finds Rika, who explains the terrible situation. The monsters guarded by the Order of Knights have become undead. The battle is arduous, for only sacred magic can stop them permanently. Rika reveals that the situation is even more serious as many adventurers left the country after the Knights' Order began confiscating monster bodies. With the reinforcements away, she leaves for the fight, trusting Locke. Analyzing the situation, Damort recognizes magic in action and concludes that the power behind the horde of the undead can only be the work of his former apprentice, Lydia. Locke quickly connects the information, realizing that Lydia used the stolen fuel stones as power cores to complete her unholy research. Lit confirms that her former disciple is the thief. Without hesitation, Locke summons all his relatives, assigning Patra to lead the protection of civilians while they face the monsters. The task begins immediately, with a group of undead orcs blocking their way. Damort demonstrates his vast magical skill by conjuring the Hellfire Castle, a torrent of flames that incinerates the orcs. She offers her help, and Locke introduces her to her group as a new ally with the Lala Fairy. Exhausted by the spell, Lid asks for magic stones. Patra, always prepared, offers her a large bag full of high-quality crystals. Damort is impressed by the purity and power of the stones offered. With its energy restored, the ancient-wise woman declares that she can create a sacred barrier throughout the kingdom to completely eradicate the undead, a feat that leaves Locke goofy. As Damort channels the powerful spell, Locke and his companions move forward with determination, ready to fight and gain the time needed. The battle explodes in fury. Locke and his family dive into the horde, facing the undead with a relentless ferocity. Locke warns everyone about the ability to regenerate the undead, but soon realizes something peculiar. The monsters defeated by their families are permanently disintegrating. Intrigued, the young beast tamer questions why only the attacks of his family have a definite effect, while the blows of other adventurers cannot prevent monsters from reanimating. An epiphany hits him. He calls Shannon and instructs her to guide other adventurers to use their own relatives in the fight. Locke explains his theory. His special skill may be imbuing the attacks of his family with sacred properties, the only weakness of the undead. The idea sparks a flame of hope in Shannon. With the new strategy in mind, adventurers prepare to turn the game around. A ray of hope arises on the battlefield as the adventurers and their families unite in a coordinated counterattack. The tactic works perfectly. Together, they decimate much of the horde, ensuring the time necessary for Damort to finish his spell. The arrival of the Order of Knights should be a relief, but joy turns to dread when its leader, Marcus, takes a hostile stand, aiming his bow at adventurers. Without warning, the knights shoot a rain of arrows at their supposed allies. Lucky reacts instantly, using his magically enhanced code to protect the group from the treacherous attack. Locke thanks his faithful companion for his protection. Indignant, Locke confronts the knights, demanding an explanation for the attack on allies. The beast tamer notes that Marcus' eyes glow with a sinister red light. Controlled by an evil force, the commander orders his men to kill all enemies in front of him. In the face of treason, Boss asks Locke what they must do. He commands you to neutralize the knights without killing them. Gargoyle conjures up a windstorm that sweeps the battlefield, taking down several riders from his mounts. To the amazement of all, the knights rise as if nothing had happened, immune to the magical attack. Gargoyle is shocked by their resistance. Taking advantage of Locke's distraction, Missile prepares for a back attack. However, Patra intervenes in time, striking him with his staff. The coup makes Missile stagger. Surprisingly, he seems confused, complaining about pain and asking why he's being attacked by an ally. The knight looks around, completely disoriented by the strange atmosphere of battle. Locke realizes that Missile's eyes have returned to normal and understands the physical impact has broken the mental control that dominated him. He quickly deduces that brute force, not magic, is the key to freeing the knights from brainwashing. With the discovery, Locke orders everyone to attack the knights physically. He explains that a strong blow may be enough for them to begin consciousness, and Shane quickly understands the plan. Already released from control, Missile is quickly updated on the situation. Assuming his duty, he decides to lead the evacuation of civilians while the others fight. Ignoring Locke's warnings to be cautious, Missile advances alone toward a formidable ogre determined to eliminate the greatest threat. His attack, however, barely scratches the creature, which responds with a devastating blow that blows him up. Fallen and wounded, the knight faces certain death when the ogre prepares to crush him. In an act of bravery, Patra interposes between Missile and the ogre, blocking the imminent attack. Missile screams for her to run away, but it's too late. Locke runs to help her, aware that even though she is an A-rank monster, she will not resist another blow of that magnitude. While Locke fights to reach her, the ogre raises his fists for a final and crushing attack. With a cry of fury, the ogre ruthlessly strikes. Locke can only watch, horrified, screaming the name of Patra. Amid the chaos of battle, Locke and his companions watch horrified as a giant ogre strikes a crushing blow toward the Patra. The monster's fist collides with the ground, and the group, including Lucky, the soldier ants, and Shannon, is paralyzed in shock and disbelief at the devastating scene. Locke's mind is invaded by a flood of precious memories of Patra, from the moments of affection to the day she first called him daddy. A memory of Locke making a caress on the head of a smiling Patra arises in the midst of her anguish. The image of Patra, radiant with happiness when receiving a name, intensifies the pain of the present moment. With tears in his eyes, Locke's voice fails to call by the name of his precious companion. The strongest memory is that of Patra, with a pure smile, affectionately calling him daddy. Mastered by anger and pain, Locke falls to his knees, shouting the name of Patra and a lament echoing through the battlefield. At the last moment, one of the wyverns, now surprisingly large, appears at high speed and rescues Patra from the deadly attack, leaving her stunned in midair. Lucky urges his master to pull himself together, ensuring that Patra is safe on the floor. The young woman, still trembling, apologizes to her daddy, confessing that she thought she was going to die. Boss explains a wyvern saved her. Locke, relieved, is shocked to see that the winged creatures have grown to an impressive size, even capable of carrying Missile to a safe place. Gargoyle informs a perplexed Locke that dragons grow very quickly, leading the young tamer to wonder if this accelerated development is a result of his ability to sacred bliss. With a smile, Locke expresses his immense gratitude to the wyverns, recognizing the crucial importance of his intervention. Shannon interrupts the moment of relief, reminding everyone that the battle against the enemy forces is not yet over. With the immediate danger to the Patra contained, the group turns its attention to the continuation of the fight that takes place around the city. Locke quickly offers a healing potion to Patra, who regains her strength instantly. Invigorated, she orders the soldier ants to mount the wyverns for the next phase of the counterattack. Soldier ants, now mounted on their wing partners, advance as little dragon riders to face the ogre and the remaining undead. While the new Air Force deals with the monsters, Locke focuses on neutralizing the controlled knights, engaging in fierce combat. Suddenly, Locke is attacked in the back by Marcus, the leader of the Order of Knights, with eyes shining in a sinister light, reveals his intention to eliminate Titus and all the guild adventurers. An intense duel begins between the two. Locke manages to trim Marcus' fierce blows, finding that the commander's strength is as formidable as legends say. With a powerful blow, Marcus blows Locke up. Wounded, the young adventurer realizes the immense strength of his opponent and tries in vain to bring him back to reason. The leader of the possessed knights mocks Locke's attempt, claiming to be perfectly sane and accusing the adventurers of being the true strangers. In his delirium, he expresses his contempt for Titus, the master of the guild, complaining about how everyone praises him. With arrogance, he boasts of his own position, recognized by the king, declaring himself superior to any adventurer. The other knights under mental control echo the feeling of their leader, reinforcing betrayal. Declaring that the country only needs the knight's order, Marcus advances to strike a final blow at Locke. Before the blade hits him, Lucky, with the bored air, intercepts the attack with a simple blow from his tail, blowing Marcus up. Safe, Locke thanks his faithful companion. Shannon runs to Locke, worried, and asks if he's okay, to which he answers affirmatively. The young beast tamer then turns his attention to the place where Marcus fell, wondering about the commander's state after the mighty coup. To the amazement of all, Marcus rises, with his limbs twisted at abnormal angles, but still moving under the control of evil force. Unbelieving with the bizarre scene, Locke questions Lucky about how he hit him. Fenrir, with indifference, claims it was just a normal attack. The entity that controls Marcus mocks the situation, thinking it absurd that they can still play at a time like that. With disdain, Being criticizes the relaxed attitude of adventurers in the midst of combat. Realizing the drastic change in voice tone, Locke confronts the figure, asking directly, "Who are you?" The being reveals his true identity through Marcus' body. She is Lydia, the #1 apprentice of the legendary wise Damarth, and declares that she will now inherit the will of her former master. Lydia exposes her grand plan to disseminate her research on the treasure of the living dead to the whole world, using the kingdom as a sacrifice to achieve her goal and threatening to transform everyone into her unholy servants. Locke confronts her, stating that the research belongs to Damort. Lydia retorts that, having completed it, the research is now yours. She then cynically admits to stealing the fuel stones by manipulating Marcus from the start. With a dramatic gesture, Lydia orders her dead-living knights to kill everyone, not realizing that his troops have already been, for the most part, defeated, leaving Locke confused with his command disconnected from reality. Realizing his imminent defeat, Lydia says goodbye to it adieu and abandons Marcus' body, which faints instantly, leaving Locke pondering over what just happened. With the end of the confrontation, Shan expresses everyone's doubt, asking where Lydia's real body might be. Locke asks Lucky to track her down, but Fenrir explains that it's impossible without her scent. At the moment of uncertainty, Damort finally reaches the battlefield. Accompanied by Lala, Lyd arrives prepared for war, declaring that she will annihilate all the undead. With a certain embarrassment, Locke informs her that the battle is over, pointing to the defeated enemies. Damort silently observes the bodies of monsters and knights scattered across the ground, processing that he arrived too late for the fight. The ancient sage remains silent for a moment, the grandeur of her arrival contrasting with the anticlimactic end of the battle for her. Disappointed, Damort orders a beer, leaving frustration aside. Locke asks you the most important question, if she knows where to find Lydia. In a distant place, the true Lydia, the mind behind chaos, observes events, preparing her next move. Damort confirms that he knows the location of his former apprentice and instructs Locke to follow her, while the silhouette of a sinister tower stands out against the night sky. The group arrives at an observation tower on the outskirts of the city. Damort confirms that this is where Lydia hides, preparing the stage for the final confrontation. Before the mysterious tower, Locke instructs his group, ordering everyone except Shannon and Patra to wait safely inside his monster garden. The young adventurer approaches what appears to be the main entrance of the tower, ready for confrontation. However, Damort prevents him, revealing that is not the true entrance. With a gesture from her skeletal hand, the Lyd conjures up a magic circle on the wall. Magic undoes the illusion, revealing a hidden staircase that descends to the depths. The group is preparing to enter the secret passageway. As they descend, a foul odor fills the air, making Shannon cover her nose. Damort speculates that although Lydia is over 100 years old, her physical body must be in terrible condition. As they reach the end of the stairwell, they find a vast underground chamber. There, Lydia, the former apprentice, awaits them holding a magic book. Lydia expresses surprise at the arrival of the group, questioning how they overcame the horde of the undead. Locke reports that all were defeated and the knights freed from mental control. Skeptical, the witch accuses them of joking, but Damort confirms the truth. Lyd greets her former apprentice, who pretends not to recognize her. To refresh your memory, the wise undead conjures the Hellfire Castle, a powerful spell of flames. Surprised by ancient magic, Lydia reacts promptly, conjuring the water dragon roar to counteract the flames of her former master. By recognizing the magic of fire, Lydia finally identifies Lyd as Damort. Her former master laments her wasted potential, which enrages Lydia, who accuses her of becoming a dead man just to prevent her from achieving glory. The two Mangas face the same spell, Drain of Eternal Darkness. Lydia declares that she will no longer lose to her master, but Damort reprimands her, calling her stupid child. The dark spells collide with equal force. To the surprise of Locke and Shannon, Damort coldly acknowledges that his former apprentice, in fact, has improved his skills. Infuriated, Lydia retorts, stating that the years since the death of her master were used to train tirelessly. Taking advantage of Lydia's distraction in the magical confrontation, Patra sneaks up from behind and hits her with a straight blow from her staff. Down, Lydia complains about the injustice of fighting everyone at the same time. Patra, however, faces her with an unusual fury, for she nearly died because of the actions of the magician, something Locke notes. Lydia tries to defend herself with a magic illusion, creating multiple clones of herself and challenging Patra to find the real one without hesitation. Patra hits the original Manga again. Perplexed by the failure of her magic, Lydia does not understand how she was discovered. Locke reveals that the strong odor of her body denounced her. Furious, Patra declares she won't forgive Lydia for making her father suffer. Damort intervenes, asking the Patra to step aside. Lyd claims that it is her responsibility, as a master, to deal personally with her own disciple. With a smile, Boss agrees. Dalmort then approaches Lydia, declaring that it is time to put an end to the long existence of both and begins to conjure sacred magic, a suicidal act for undead. Dalmort explains that this is the only method to completely eradicate the undead and prepares to die with Lydia. Desperate, little Lala flies towards you, begging you to stop. Lith says goodbye to her friend, happy to have met her. At the last minute, Locke intervenes, firing a beam of sacred magic from his hand that hits Lydia in full, thwarting Dalmort's plan of sacrifice. Fallen and wounded, Lydia questions, unbelieving, how Locke was able to conjure sacred magic so quickly without the need for an enchantment. Frustrated, Lydia regrets underestimating Locke, realizing she was close to eliminating her former master. The adventurous young man, in turn, tells Dalmort that she does not need to sacrifice herself for someone like her former disciple. With the promise that it will return more powerful, Lydia's body falls apart, revealing itself to be only a vessel. Dalmort realizes that they were not facing their true form. Locke reaffirms to Dalmort that there was no point in sacrificing himself for a mere clone. Moved, Dalmort admits he acted emotionally and misjudged the situation, thanking Locke for saving her. Relieved, little Lala flies into Dalmort's arms, crying for happiness that her friend has not disappeared. Lit apologizes to her little companion for making her so concerned about her plan. Despite the relief, Dalmort reveals a sad truth. Without a source of magic, their separation is still imminent. She explains that without magic stones to sustain and with the stones stolen being unusable, her time is running out and farewell is inevitable. Lala suggests asking Locke for help, but Dalmort refuses, not wanting to cause any more trouble to the young man, who ponders a solution. Locke offers an unexpected alternative. He invites Dalmort to become his family, which would give him unlimited access to his magic stones and guarantee his survival. He reminds her that she still has unfinished business with Lydia, appealing to her desire to resolve the to-do of the past. Dalmort questions Locke's decision that the warning about the risk as a user of sacred magic, the pact could have adverse effects on her, and could even destroy her. Despite the danger, a smile of acceptance forms on Dalmort's face, who is willing to take the risk. She accepts, willing to face any consequences for the chance to continue living. Immediately, a notification of the system appears, formalizing Liz's request to become friends with Locke. The system reports that the only adverse effect will be a weakening of its dark magic. Relieved that she does not run the risk of disappearing, both agree to proceed with the pact. With the pact sealed through the process of sacred baptism, Dalmort becomes officially familiar with Locke. As a reward, he gains the ability to perfect his monster garden. In front of a menu of improvements, Locke chooses to add a small sea to his garden. Thinking about the usefulness of salt with the expansion completed, he turns to Dalmort, curious about Lala's fate. Dalmort clarifies that, as Lala was already her family, she automatically became familiar with Locke when the pact was made, to the surprise of the little fairy. With the situation resolved, Dalmort in his human form and Lala thank Locke, formalizing his new alliance. With the crisis over, the reconstruction of the capital begins. Locke instructs his family to help and goes to the guild to report the events, where he is promptly received by Rika. Rika takes him to a room where Titus, the master of the guild, and Marcus, the leader of the knights, awaits him in a tense silence. The heavy atmosphere makes Locke apprehensive. In a room with a tense atmosphere, Locke meets the master of the guild, Titus, and the leader of the knights, Marcus, sitting quietly. Aware, the young beast tamer imagines the hostility between the two men, realizing the gravity of the situation. Confused with the heavy environment, Locke turns to Rika and asks what's going on. With a blink of an eye and a gesture of good luck, Rika leaves Locke alone with the two leaders, increasing her nervousness. Titus breaks the silence, apologizing for summoning him at such an agitated moment. Unexpectedly, Marcus bows deeply, sincerely apologizing to Locke for his incompetence, which almost resulted in the young man's death. The adventurer is visibly surprised by the apology coming from the proud leader of the Order of Knights. Locke accepts the apology and asks Marcus to lift his head, relieving the tension of the moment. When asked, Marcus reveals no memory of the events, but explains that it all began 6 months ago when he met a mysterious woman named Lydia during his training. He recalls that despite being the first encounter, he felt a strange familiarity with Lydia and suspected that a sweet aroma she exhaled was actually a drug or mental control spell. Under the influence of Lydia, Marcus and the Order of Knights were manipulated to collect bodies of monsters and turn against the adventurers, whom they saw as a threat. With remorse, the leader of the Knights turns to the master of the guild and extends his deepest apologies to him and all the adventurers, leaving Titus and Locke amazed. Titus expresses his astonishment, finding it unbelievable that a man as proud as Marcus would bow to him. Despite the surprise, the guild master stands up and formally accepts Marcus' apology. Relieved, the commander of the Order of Knights thanks Titus for his understanding. Titus proposes that, for the time being, put aside the differences and work together to rebuild the devastated city. With a handshake, the Order of Knights and the Guild of Adventurers seal a new alliance, joining forces as the quest for cunning Lydia continues. It was decided that as a leader, Marcus will take responsibility for the incident, but his punishment will be postponed until the priority, the reconstruction of the city, is completed. The meeting is abruptly interrupted by the arrival of Vika, who invades the room with bad news. She reveals that Kid, the former hero, took advantage of the chaos of the undead attack to escape from prison, leaving Titus shocked and questioning whether the escape was accidental or planned. A month later, to relax after hard work on reconstruction, Locke takes his entire family group for a day of fun and rest on the beach. Shannon, amazed at the beauty of the sea, shares a moment of tranquility with Locke, who agrees with her. The young tamer notes that the elf seems more cheerful since they met, and she, with a smile, responds that the change is due to him. With gratitude, Shannon thanks Locke for saving her, making the boy blush with sincere compliments. Interrupting the moment, Lucky asks why he's visiting the sea. Locke explains that it's a reward for everyone's effort in rebuilding and announces they are having a barbecue. Boss, excited about the barbecue idea, asks if they'll always be together. Locke agrees and invites everyone to eat until they get fed up. The group gathers around a grill, enjoying a delicious barbecue prepared by Locke and Gargoyle in a mood of party and relaxation. While cooking, the little skybird lands on Locke's head, who realizes he hasn't given him a name yet. The little creature is filled with expectation. Locke plays, suggesting names of chicken dishes like yakitori, which makes the bird irritated, the beak in protest. Finally, Locke suggests the name seal, which the bird loves. Meanwhile, Damort, in his human form, praises the food, saying that the meat is soft and delicious. Surprised to see her in human form, Locke discovers that this is a magic of illusion. He questions how she can eat as a skeleton, but Damort advises him not to worry about the details. Lala also praises the food, enchanted with a special sauce that Locke prepared with onion and ginger, and eagerly asks him to make more delicious foods in the future. Everyone enjoys the day on the beach. Shannon plays ball, Damort creates a pool with water magic for the soldier ants, and the rest of the group relaxes and has fun. Later, Locke decides to fish and explains the process to a curious Lucky, who, finding the idea interesting, decides to try as well. Instead of a stick, Lucky plunges his tail into the water, confident that his beauty is enough bait. Then Locke lies in the soft coat of his companion to relax. While enjoying the moment of peace, Lucky suddenly feels a tug on his tail, exclaiming that he caught something. At Locke's request, Fenrir quickly pulls his tail out of the water, revealing what he has managed to catch. To Locke's amazement, a mermaid is clinging to Lucky's tail, repeating over and over again how cute she is. The mermaid remains obsessed with Fenrir's tail, ending the beach day with a comical and unexpected note. To Locke's amazement, a mermaid is clinging to Lucky's tail, constantly repeating how cute Fenrir's tail is. Without knowing how to react to the unusual situation, Locke and his canine companion ponder what to do with the strange sea creature. Considering the dangerous mermaid, Locke instructs her relative to simply return her to the ocean, and Lucky readily agrees. Following his master's command, the giant wolf vigorously swings his tail, throwing the mermaid back into the sea. With a powerful move, Lucky throws the mermaid away, flying through the air toward the water. The mermaid falls into the ocean with a big bang, creating a huge column of water. Perplexed by the bizarre encounter, Locke questions out loud what just happened. Alerted by noise, the group is approaching. While Locke tries to minimize what happened, the mermaid returns at high speed, still screaming about the cute tail. The mermaid lands again on Lucky's tail, to Shannon's surprise. Angry, Fenrir warns you he won't be able to contain himself anymore. The sea creature begs him to wait, insisting that he is not suspicious and that his only desire is to touch the fuzzy tail of the wolf. Ignoring the appeals, Lucky uses his magic to throw her away once again, while Locke and Shannon observe her, finding her frightening and suspicious. Untiringly, the mermaid returns and clings to the tail again, leading an exasperated Lucky to ask his master for help, who does not know what to do. Damort intervenes, asking Locke to leave the situation with her while conjuring a huge ball of fire, preparing to act. With a threatening look, Liv offers a choice for the mermaid. Either she returns to the sea in silence, or she will be turned into fried fish. Challenger. The mermaid accuses the group of trying to separate her from her punch by force and, in response, invokes the mighty Leviathan of the sea. In response to the call, the giant Leviathan, king of the sea, emerges from the depths of the ocean, surprising everyone. Locke and Shannon are shocked at the appearance of the most powerful creature in the sea. With pride, the mermaid presents the imposing creature as Leviathan, the king of the seas. She commands her powerful ally to demonstrate its strength against the group of adventurers. To the surprise of all, the fearful Leviathan politely greets the group, which, confused, returns the greeting. The mermaid, outraged, questions the peaceful attitude of her guardian, arguing that he needs to fight so that she can keep the foof. The sea monster explains to her, whose name is May, that she cannot fight and that they will certainly understand the situation if she just talks to them. May insists on his strange logic that the inhabitants of the earth only understand the language of the fists and that friendship can only be forged through combat. She continues to try to convince Leviathan to fight, explaining her bizarre theory that the exchange of blows will make them friends of the foof. The mermaid begs the monster to show at least a little of his power, and Leviathan, reluctant, agrees. The king of the sea begins to gather an enormous amount of magical energy, preparing for an attack. Leviathan strikes his attack, the water dragon Storm, an overwhelming demonstration of his magical power. Intrigued by the force of the attack, Damort decides to reveal his true power, undoing his human illusion and assuming his original form of Lit. Seeing the skeletal form of Damort, the mighty Leviathan is overcome by panic, screaming with fear as he encounters a monster. Terrified, the king of the sea flees back to the depths, confessing to an unbelieving May who is afraid of monsters. With their trump card, Damort, Shannon and Locke watch the scene with surprise and a tip of fun. May accuses Lid of knowing Leviathan's phobia, but Damort, with indifference, claims he had no idea. Defeated, the mermaid changes tactics, trying to negotiate and claiming that they are now friends. Locke listens carefully as the situation takes a new course. In a desperate appeal, the mermaid abandons aggressiveness and begs Locke and her group to help her village. Confused with the sudden change, Locke doesn't understand what she means. Seeing May's difficulty in explaining himself, Leviathan offers to clarify the situation. The sea monster explains that 3 days ago, the mermaid village was attacked by a group of fishermen, a distinct and hostile species. He continues, narrating that the fishermen launched a surprise attack and, taking advantage of the 100 years of peace that left the villagers without experience in combat, took the village and captured many mermaids. With shame, Leviathan admits that despite being the village's guardian deity, he is not skilled in combat. He concludes the explanation, revealing that May was out of the village during the attack and therefore came for the help of the inhabitants of the land. Listening to the story, Locke finally understands the gravity of the mermaid's situation. The Leviathan humbly asks for the help of the group, but Locke points to a crucial flaw in the plan. They cannot breathe underwater to fight. To solve the problem, the king of the sea presents the solution, a magic plant called airgrass. The sea monster shows the plant he brought with him. He explains that by eating airgrass, they will be able to be underwater for a while and water pressure will not be a problem. Locke is surprised by the existence of such a plant, and Leviathan adds that it can only be found in the village of the mermaids. As a reward, the king of the sea offers them all the airgrass they wish to help free the village. Despite the offer, the young tamer hesitates to put his companions in danger. Feeling the hesitation of his master, Patra approaches and asks enthusiastically for help. Encouraged by the unanimous determination of their family members, who also volunteer to help, Locke finally agrees with the mission. May and Leviathan thank you, relieved. With the help guaranteed, the mermaid clings back to Lucky's tail, which, irritated, throws away once again before the group leaves for the submerged village. Submerged in the depths of the ocean, Locke marvels at the effects of airgrass, a magical plant that allows him to breathe underwater without feeling overwhelming pressure. At her side, Shannon comments on the difficulty of moving rapidly in the aquatic environment, a challenge that limits her combat capabilities. The young tamer agrees with the elf, considering that despite magic, fighting in those conditions would still be an almost impossible task. While they struggle against water resistance, the wyverns, carrying the soldier ants on their backs, swim with amazing agility. Locke observes, admired, how the wyverns use their wings to propel themselves into the water, while Gargoyle uses wind magic to move quickly. Inspired by the ingenuity of his family, The boy smiles, realizing that perhaps he can also find a way to adapt to underwater combat. Despite optimism, reality is imposed, and the young adventurer still strives to move effectively. Seeing that even the mighty Lucky can't swim, Locke decides that the situation is too dangerous for most. He commands everyone except the gargoyle to return safely to his monster garden. Guided by Leviathan, the small group approaches the entrance of a submerged cave. The marine giant explains that the hidden passage will lead you directly to the mermaid village. Without hesitation, Mermaid May plunges into the darkness of the cave. With a challenging smile, she invites Locke to try to accompany her as they advance through the secret entrance. Inside the dark passage, Locke sees a distant light signaling the exit to his destination. As they emerge from the cave, the group is blown away by the view of the village of the mermaids, an underwater city of stunning beauty and stunning architecture. They float silently for a moment, absorbing the magnificence of the place hidden in the depths. The village shines with a soft light, revealing structures that blend perfectly with the marine environment. May boasts of the magic that protects the village, stating that Locke should feel honored. Suddenly, the Leviathan grabs them with their tails, warning them of imminent danger. Surprised by the sudden action, the mermaid questions what her guardian is doing. A manfish with shark features appears, patrolling the village entrance. Locke identifies him, and the sea monster confirms he's a guard, probably on patrol. The marine giant reports that the other mermaids are probably trapped in the queen's castle in the center of the village. While Locke questions whether to attack from the front, Gargoyle suggests a more stealthy approach, using an alley leading to the castle. By ignoring the plan of discretion, May advances impulsively, confronting the manfish and demanding the liberation of his people. The guard advances to attack the mermaid, but Leviathan intervenes, reprimanding her for her recklessness. While May refuses to act like a coward, the fishman attempts a surprise attack from behind, which is promptly blocked by Locke. With the cover compromised, Locke realizes the only option is to fight. Seeing the speed of the enemy, Gargoyle instructs his master to hold on to him for persecution. The gargoyle conjures up a wind gust, boosting them at high speed toward the manfish and ordering Locke to prepare for the attack. Hitting the bullseye, Locke strikes a powerful blow against the guard. For a brief moment, the tamer and gargoyle believe they neutralize the threat. To the amazement of both, the fishman recovers quickly, apparently unharmed, and prepares to counterattack. The guard advances again, but Locke watches his movements carefully, noticing something peculiar. Following Locke's precise orders, the gargoyle deflects from the attacks easily, moving to the right. The evasive maneuver continues, with Gargoyle responding instantly to his master's commands. The pair dodges perfectly, letting the manfish attack the void repeatedly. Confused with strategy, Gargoyle questions Locke, who explains having identified a pattern. The enemy has been repeating the same movements since the beginning of the combat. The adventurer deduces that the manfish, as well as the knights, is under mental control, which makes their actions predictable and easy to match. With one plan in mind, it gives one last order of positioning. In the perfect position, Locke intercepts the guard and orders Leviathan to use his tentacles to immobilize him. Trapped by the tentacles of the King of the Sea, the fishman is finally captured. The group notes that he is unable to speak. While Locke ponders who would be behind mental control, Gargoyle reminds him of the urgency of the mission to rescue the other mermaids. After neutralizing all the watchmen, the group encounters a comic scene. To avoid further problems, Leviathan also immobilized the impulsive May. With the guards defeated, other mermaids emerge from their hideouts. One of them, Madeline, embraces May. Thrilled, their tears of relief turn into pearls, a phenomenon that surprises Locke. Madeline, who serves the queen, presents herself to Locke and expresses her deep gratitude for the help of the group. The young adventurer, focused on the mission, reminds everyone that the task is not yet completed. The queen's servant confirms that the monarch and many others were taken to the village of the fishermen and kept in a detention center. Determined, Locke declares that they must leave for rescue immediately. Madeline asks him to wait a moment. The boy stops, curious about the request. As a symbol of gratitude for all the mermaids saved, Madeline offers Locke a pearl and begs for your help once again. He accepts without hesitation. The group approaches the village of the fishermen, a rustic and threatening settlement embedded in the underwater rocks. Hidden, they observe the great amount of enemies, realizing the dimension of the challenge ahead. Suddenly, Locke's attention is attracted to an object floating on the surface, a small boat. From the depths, a large wooden ship emerges, breaking the surface of the water. The beast tamer is perplexed to identify the vessel as a human vessel, questioning its presence at that site. On the deck of the ship, a human figure talks to one of the fishermen. Locke is shocked to realize that that particular fisherman can speak, suspecting that he may be the leader. Madeline points to the little boat they saw before, asking Locke to look closely. What he sees makes him horrified. A mermaid is trapped in a cage, and the group understands the terrible truth. Fishmen, in collusion with humans, are kidnapping and selling mermaids. A merchant on the deck of a ship wonders if they are selling the mermaids. Below, Locke, May, and Madeline react with amazement when they see that the vessel has begun to move. Leviathan arrives, declaring they need help. However, Locke asks you to wait, delineating a plan. Allow the ship to return to its secret base to discover its location and rescue all mermaids at once, then instructs Seal to follow the vessel. While Seal pursues the ship, the group deliberates on how to save the remaining mermaids in the fisherman's village. Madeline and her companions offer to face the guards, stating that, although previously unprepared, they are now trained for combat. The mermaids insist on handling the dangerous task, arguing that it is their responsibility. The young hero refuses, considering that the number of fishmen is too high for them to face alone, considering the mission too risky. At that moment, Lucky and Damort appear, proposing that they be given the task, precisely because it is dangerous. The duo reveals with enthusiasm that she conceived a plan in the Garden of Monsters and is eager to execute it. Despite Locke's hesitation about the possibility of causing a great commotion, Damort assures him that he can trust them. Locke decides to trust the duo, to Lucky's great satisfaction. Next to him, Madeline expresses her concern, questioning whether the two will manage to be well alone. Leviathan reassures Madeline, ensuring that they will be well and revealing that they are probably stronger than he is. The revelation leaves Madeline baffled, wondering about the true identity of the pair. With a scream of "come on," Lucky leads the advance against the approaching fishmen. Lucky, riding Damort, challenges opponents to witness the power of their combined magic. The pair begins their combined spell, generating a magical circle that stirs the waters. Magic intensifies, creating a powerful column of energy rising from the seas. Damort expands the spell, and his companions watch, amazed, the unfolding of his power. The spell reaches its climax, creating an abyss in the ocean with a circle of runes hovering over it. Locke is amazed to see that the sea has been divided. In the dry ocean bed, fishermen struggle, unable to move. Lucky explains that the enemy's movements have been restricted, declaring that this is the perfect opportunity to attack. Locke urges everyone to capture them. Realizing that some of his allies were also immobilized by magic, Locke orders those who can still move to capture their enemies. The alliance of heroes, including the Orange Ants, Shannon, Patra, and a Wyvern, subdue and bind disabled fishermen. A manfish with shark features emerges from a cave, visibly shocked by the scene, shouting that it is impossible and questioning what happened. Locke is surprised to realize that that fisherman can talk. Identifying him as the leader, the protagonist demands that he release the sirens. In response, the leader removes an orb from his pocket with a disdainful smile, refusing to give in. The leader commands the orb to release his power, causing the fallen fishmen to turn into monstrous, more powerful creatures. To Locke's astonishment, Lucky reacts promptly, neutralizing one of the monsters easily. He comments that, although stronger creatures are too slow to pose a threat, frustrating the enemy leader. Desperate, the leader of fishermen turns to the orb, begging him to grant him all his magic and strength. Under the power of the orb, the leader becomes a giant, muscular monster. The transformed creature boasts of its new speed and invincibility, courtesy of the magical orb. The group of heroes observes, astonished, while Locke wonders about the nature of the artifact. The moment the monster prepares to attack, Patra appears quickly behind him, pulling the orb out of his hand. Boss gives the orb to Locke, who praises her for her action. When examining the artifact, Damort recognizes a magic similar to Lydia's. She speculates that the orb was created using data from her own research. Locke asks Damort to investigate the orb, and she accepts the task. Reverted to its original form, the leader begs for the return of the orb, claiming to be useless without it. Coldly, Damort declares that he finally calmed down and crushed the artifact on the ground. The fisherman screams in despair for the loss of his orb. Damort, with sarcasm, suggests that he will find a better one soon and denies responsibility for breaking it. With his enemies subdued, Locke begins questioning his leader, Peter, questioning his motives for attacking the mermaids. Peter confesses that his only desire was to prove his own worth. He starts telling his story, revealing that he was ostracized in his tribe of sharks. It explains that, in its culture, magical power is determined by the size of the dorsal fin. His fin, being very small, made him the target of constant ridicule. He describes how, 10 days earlier, feeling completely lost, he wandered alone on the beach. That's when a mysterious woman and a businessman approached him. The duo offered her help to prove her worth by handing her the magic orb. Peter explains that the artifact allowed him to control the other fishermen, while Locke suspects the woman was Lydia. He confirms he used the orb to manipulate his peers. Madeline, outraged, confronts him, asking why he attacked them. Peter reveals that, in exchange for the orb, he was instructed to attack the village and deliver the mermaids captured to the entrepreneur. Although he apologizes, he reiterates that his priority was to prove his value. Asked by Locke about the fate of the mermaids, he replies that they were probably taken to Brandon City, but admits not to be sure. Locke approaches Dammort with a fragment of the orb, asking if it is still possible to analyze them. She confirms that, although it may take a while, the analysis is feasible. Dammort addresses Peter, expressing sympathy for his suffering, but warns him that transitional power would only lead to destruction, urging him to prove his value through his own merits. When Peter accuses her of breaking the orb, she denies it. With the interrogation completed, the group heads towards Brandon City. The search for the captured mermaids is moving to the port city of Brandon. Locke and his allies discuss the strategy, with Madeline confirming that the mermaids capable of becoming human will help him to land, while Leviathan and the others will remain in the sea to avoid fuss. One of the mermaids explains that sometimes they transform to shop in the city, using clothes that quickly dry and valuable treasures recovered from sunk ships. As they talk, Seal approaches to fly. Seal lands on Locke's arm, who greets him and asks him if he has found the enemy's hiding place. After receiving Seal's confirmation, Locke states with determination, "Great, let's do it," and the group leaves toward the indicated location. The group arrives in an area of the city dominated by large and imposing warehouses, the site that Seal identified as the base of the enemies. Before the warehouses, Locke asks if it is the place, while the mermaids observe it with a determined expression. The young hero inspects the exterior of the building and notices with some mistrust in the absence of guards. Decided to investigate, Locke instructs his companions to wait abroad while he enters for a quick survey, obtaining the agreement of all. As you approach the entrance, Locke notices that the door is ajar and comments on you about the guards' carelessness. The adventurer cautiously enters the dark and cavernous-looking warehouse. Inside, it is immediately confronted with the sounds and vision of numerous caged monsters. A wider view reveals the shocking dimension of the operation, overlapping rows of cages, each containing a different monster. Locke's upset about the scene. He notes that the appearance of monsters is not natural and discovers a large circle of synthetic magic on the ground, concluding that it is in a place dedicated to repulsive experiences with monsters. Moving forward, discover a huge glass tank with mermaids captured inside. You try to get their attention, but you realize the glass is too thick to be heard. Your attempt to force the lock on the tank with the sword proves useless because it is reinforced with magic. At this moment, a voice from a nearby cage calls for him, calling him human. The voice belongs to a draconian creature who presents himself as Dracal, a member of the proud race of the dragon gods and grandson of its leader, Drad. He explains that he was captured during a solo trip and proposes an agreement. It will reveal the location of the key if Locke releases him. Aware of the urgency of the situation, Locke readily accepts the agreement, thus stating that there is no time for hesitation. However, the hero imposes a condition on the agreement, informing Dracal that he will first release the mermaids before releasing him. With the key that Dracal gave you, Locke opens the tank and confirms that the mermaids are fine, explaining that it was sent by his allies. They thank you, but they give you terrible news. The queen was taken to be sold at an auction. The young man realizes that rescuing the queen from an auction will be extremely difficult due to strong security. He suggests that mermaids able to transform escape, but is informed that none of them possess this ability. Then he calls for Shannon and Gargoyle to help him, preparing to fulfill his promise to Dracal. Once released, Dracal formally asks the name of his savior. After the presentations, he declares that he owes Locke a debt and will pay it in due course. While Dracal retires, a group of caged fishmen also begs for Locke's help. Locke approaches the fishmen, questioning why they are there and whether they were also controlled. One of the fishmen explains that because they possessed powerful magic, they were not susceptible to Peter's control. Instead of being controlled, they were captured and delivered to merchants. They are begging Locke to release them from their cages. The hero agrees to help them, on the condition that they do not fight the mermaids after being released. After releasing all the monsters you've been able to communicate with, the group meets on the coast. Confirming that only the queen remains captive, Locke asks Lucky if he can follow his trail. The wolf confirms it. When they prepare to leave, Princess May appears, insisting on joining the rescue mission to help her mother. Madeline explains to his surprised Locke that May is indeed the princess. In the face of the young woman's insistence, Locke allows her to accompany them as long as she obeys her orders, then asks Madeline to prepare the treasure, predicting that they may have to buy the queen's freedom. Guided by Lucky's smell, The trio reaches a building in the city. Locke confirms with his companion that the queen is inside and instructs May and Lucky to wait abroad while he enters first to assess the situation. May protests initially, wanting to accompany him, but Locke kindly refuses. He promises you that he will bring your mother back safely and asks you to trust him, which he, in tears, accepts. With one last request from May to take care of your mother, Locke agrees and enters the building. Inside, there is a poorly lit reception where a corpulent, sloppy-looking receptionist sleeps on a desk. As he approaches the counter, Locke comments on the amazing smell and claims to have heard that special monsters are sold there. The receptionist, as soon as he looks up and wipes his nose, murmurs in confirmation, saying Locke is well informed. Locke puts a pile of money on the counter, proving to be a serious buyer. The man's attitude changes slightly, and he invites Locke to follow him. Man guides him into the establishment, explaining his vast inventory, which goes from subhumans to molten monsters. Responding, it reveals that they have just received an extremely rare creature that will certainly interest Locke, although it is not for sale. As they advance down a corridor, Locke suspects that the rare creature is the Mermaid Queen. Suddenly, a mysterious hooded figure appears and orders them to stop. The hooded person approaches, murmuring to himself about a strange smell that hovers in the air. The hooded woman, holding a small bird-like creature, continues to question the origin of the unusual odor she detects. The receptionist makes a face, clearly uncomfortable, while Locke watches the scene with growing apprehension. It specifies that the unpleasant odor does not come from the receptionist. The figure turns his attention, repeating that there is such a strange smell present. The receptionist, sweating, nervously asks if she means him, pretending ignorance. The hooded woman faces Locke suddenly, with her eyes shining in a threatening way. She declares that the strange odor emanates from him. Scared, Locke fears his infiltration mission has already been compromised. During his infiltration, Locke is suddenly confronted by a mysterious hooded woman who questions him about Lydia. The hero denies knowing her, but the woman insists on the question. The hooded figure presses Locke, claiming to detect a magic similar to Lydia's emanating from him. However, before deepening the matter, she walks away, apologizing for the interruption. Surprised by the meeting, Locke asks the receptionist who that woman was. The man identifies her as Risa the sorceress, revealing that she works at the site as a creator of magical tools, although the details of her work are a mystery to him. Aware of the danger that a known Lydia represents, Locke doubles caution. The receptionist guides him through a decorated door, promising him a surprise. Locke meets the Queen of Mermaids, trapped in a huge glass tank and presented as the main piece of the next auction. By recognizing her as May's mother, the adventurer questions her price. The receptionist, with a smile, estimates the value by about 300 million, leaving Locke stupefying. The receptionist justifies the exorbitant price, explaining that mermaids are a fighting species, which makes their capture, especially that of the queen, an extremely difficult and valuable task. The man warns that even with the money, the purchase will be impossible, because Grise, the spoiled and prodigal son of the merchant who rules the city, has already shown interest in it and will not hesitate to spend whatever it takes to get it. With disdain, the receptionist adds that Grise, known for his poor personality, will quickly bore the queen and discard her, as he did all the other women he bought, so he advises Locke to quit. As an alternative, it suggests that if the young man really wants a mermaid, he should try to bid on the third to be auctioned, when the price will have already decreased considerably. To prove his seriousness, Locke presents a large amount of money. The conceited receptionist informs him that the auction will take place within 6 days and that he should look for Dob to secure his entry. Upon leaving, the hero meets May and Lucky. May, afflicted, questions immediately about your mother's condition. The adventurer assures her, confirming that for now she's safe. However, the news that the queen will be sold at an auction in 6 days leaves the young princess in shock. Impulsively, May declares they have to save her, but Locke calms her down, explaining that the site is protected by powerful defensive magic, which makes a rescue by force unfeasible. He proposes a more strategic approach, consulting the guards on the slave trade. As they walk through the city, the group encounters an unexpected scene, Drackle being detained by guards. Locke wonders, surprised, how he was captured again. Drackle, indignant, confronts the guards, accusing them of deliberately ignoring the warehouses full of enslaved demi-humans and monster fusion experiences. The guards, angry, tell him to shut up. One of the retort guard that no one would believe such a lie, for the warehouse belongs to Chad, a benefactor of the city. With this revelation, Locke realizes Chad is the brains behind the slave trade. Without being intimidated, Drackle accuses the guards of being bribed. The prosecution infuriates one of the officers, who insults him, calling him dirty subhuman. Decided to silence him, The guards drag Drakul, promising to punish him for his insults. Watching the scene, Locke concludes with certainty that the city guards are in collusion with Chad. In silence, the young man thanks Drakul for his courage and promises himself that he will soon rescue him. Realizing the complexity of the situation, Locke decides that it is imperative to discuss new developments with the rest of the group. Gathered with his allies, the hero reports in detail everything he has discovered. He summarizes the situation, explaining that businessman Chad seems to exercise iron control over the entire city. Consequently, it becomes clear to the group that it will be impossible to corner Chad without concrete evidence of his illicit activities. May expresses his concern, noting that the situation involving the Queen and Grise makes a victory in the auction unlikely. Locke agrees, but maintains hope, suggesting they investigate Chad and Grise further to find an alternative. The group splits to gather information. Madeline and the other mermaids disguised as human question the inhabitants of the port city. In another part of town, Locke and Lucky are also involved in the investigation. After a while, the young man gathers the group to share the findings, confirming that Chad is in fact the man they saw on the ship. Shannon and Lucky report that Chad's reputation among citizens is impeccable. Everyone describes him as a good and wonderful person, which makes him a formidable adversary. In total contrast, public opinion about Grise is unanimously negative, with everyone referring to him as a stupid son, the worst, and Sakana. Shannon adds disturbing details. Grise is hated for kidnapping the local wives and daughters and accused of forming a private army with violent monsters to dominate the city. Locke is baffled by the duality of reputations. The hero ponders that Grise will be a problem. Right now, Lucky's stomach snores loudly. Shannon tries to encourage him to endure, but his own stomach betrays her with an even louder snoring, embarrassing her. Locke, fun, takes the blame for forgetting lunch and announces a break to eat, for the great joy of Lucky and Shannon. As the group discusses what to eat, a luxurious carriage approaches. An arrogant voice from within is addressed to Locke as a peasant and manifests interest in his rare grey wolf. The occupant of the carriage, surrounded by guards, offers to buy Lucky, claiming that he will pay a large sum for the animal. Locke firmly refuses the offer. Man, disdainful, throws a rain of notes into the air, insisting on buying with an ostensive display of wealth. With a changing smile, the man offers 20 times the market price for a grey wolf, ordering Locke to pick up the money from the ground. Angry, Locke reiterates that Lucky is not for sale at any price. Man is unbelievable for finding someone in the city who doesn't recognize his authority. With a smug smile, the man presents himself as Grise, the only son of the richest merchant in town. Locke, hearing the name, recognizes it as the perfect stereotype of the new rich. In the city, Grise, the opulent son of a merchant, travels in his carriage while Locke, below, firmly refuses to sell his companion, Lucky, stating that he is not an object for sale. The rich man insists on his offer, and his steward strengthens his authority, explaining that in practice everything and everyone in the city belong to his master. In response, Grise's entourage begins to hail his name. While his guards and the crowd applaud him, the nobleman reiterates his command that Locke sell him the wolf. However, the young hero responds with a rotundous and challenging no. Visibly irritated by the refusal, the merchant's son loses his composure, calling Locke hard-headed and ordering him to shut up. Feeling hostility, Lucky growls threateningly. The loyal wolf declares that his only master is Locke and that an insect like Grise has no right to give him orders, releasing an aura of intimidating power. Lucky's immense spiritual pressure causes Grise's guards and companions to faint instantly. Surprisingly, the nobleman remains standing, apparently immune to the effect. Instead of feeling threatened, Grise is amazed at the loyalty of the wolf and tries to seduce him with the promise to give him everything he wants if he follows him. Addressing Locke as a peasant, the nobleman makes an extravagant offer, telling him to think of a number, multiply it by 100, and that amount would be yours. The merchant's son laughs, impressed by Locke resisting Lucky's pressure, demonstrating an unusual willpower. Realizing an opportunity, Locke changes tactics and agrees to negotiate, offering to reveal to Grise where he found Lucky. The prospect of obtaining information arouses a smug smile and interested in the face of the nobleman. The adventurer establishes his condition. Instead of money, he proposes an exchange. He asks Grise to give him the Queen Mermaid, who will be auctioned, leaving her interlocutor visibly shocked by the audacity. Grise rejects the proposal categorically and immediately, without any hesitation. With his arms crossed and an expression of disdain, The noble justifies his refusal, stating that mermaids are much more valuable than the information offer. He reveals that mermaids are part of his plan and then disdain Locke, considering him a poor bum. However, he admits that the young man is interesting because he has the courage to confront him. Intrigued, the merchant's son decides that Locke will accompany him for a while. With a gesture, Grise invites Locke, Shannon, and Lucky to follow him, taking them with him. The group arrives at the imposing and luxurious mansion of Grise, a grand structure that dominates the landscape. The interior of the mansion is equally opulent, with a long corridor adorned with armor and statues of angels. The extravagant decor continues, with decorated mirrors, crystal chandeliers, and old watches, demonstrating the immense wealth of the host. Grise boasts of the value of his property, pointing to a bronze statue that, according to him, is worth $1 billion. Meanwhile, Locke observes a group of white wolves, confirming Grise's reputation as a collector. The young man recalls that the white wolves have become a rare species due to excessive hunting for their valuable skin, noting their resemblance to smaller versions of Lucky. The presence of the white wolves confirms the rumors that Locke had heard. Grise, in fact, collects rare and exotic monsters. The host guides his guests to a dining room where a table filled with a sumptuous banquet awaits them, leaving the trio amazed by the abundance. With a condescending smile, Grise invites them to eat, assuming they're used to eating junk. The comment makes Locke visibly angry. While the hero ponders whether the meal could be a trap, his companions, Lucky and Shannon, cannot contain their joy in the face of delicious food. Locke tries to intervene, but Lucky, after sniffing out the food, assures him there's no poison. Grise, offended by the suggestion, claims that he would not resort to such low methods. The noble boasts that he can obtain all he desires without needing such wiles, while his servants applaud him in unison. The young adventurer finds the scene exhausting. After the meal, Grise and Locke sit down for a private conversation in a luxurious room, with the host making sure they take every precaution not to be heard. With Lucky resting in the garden, Grise urges Locke to share his information first as a condition to reveal his own plans for the mermaids. Sitting on opulent couches, the group prepares to start negotiations, with the nobleman waiting for Locke to start talking. The young man reveals that Lucky was the head of the 10th floor of the Flames of Destruction dungeon, a class dungeon still to be conquered. Grise, well informed, recognizes the place, attributing his knowledge to his condition as a merchant's son. When asked about his interest in the mermaids, the nobleman explains that he intends to use them to train his troops, as a prophecy indicates that fishermen will soon attack the city, to the surprise of Locke and Shannon. Grise reveals that the forecast was made by Chad, a merchant who has a disaster forecasting device that has already proved accurate in the past by anticipating attacks by white wolves in other cities. He explains his logic. Sirens are a fighting species and, led by their queen, would be excellent for training their private troops in underwater combat. Your stated goal with this training is to prepare your forces for the imminent attack, thus minimizing the damage the city may suffer. However, the host admits to suspect Chad's intentions, believing that if the forecast comes true, the city leaders will pay a fortune for the device, benefiting the merchant. Locke understands that there is a secret plan in progress, a much more complex conspiracy than I initially imagined. The nobleman pauses, pondering the complex situation that unfolds in his city. The hero decides to share his information, questioning Grise if he is aware of Chad's illicit activities, such as trafficking illegal immigrants and experiences with chimeras. The merchant's son listens carefully to Locke's charges, suing the gravity of the information. He confirms hearing similar rumors, but regrets the lack of concrete evidence, acknowledging that Chad is extremely skilled at concealing his tracks. Locke details how Chad manipulated public opinion, setting up free food distribution and healing stations to quickly gain the trust of the population. The adventure adds that many of the city's guards were corrupted by bribes, making any official action against Chad impossible without irrefutable evidence. The revelation of the extent of corruption provokes an expression of fury contained in the face of the nobleman. In anger, Grise curses the cursed slave traders who act with impunity in their city. Locke agrees that they need proof urgently and comments that their host is very different from the rumors that described him as a spoilt brat. The young nobleman looks at Locke with a calculating look, recognizing that in fact he is more cunning than he appears. Nevertheless, he advises Locke to continue to see him as a rich and spoiled brat, suggesting that this public image has its usefulness. With a sly smile, he explains that maintaining this facade of immaturity will facilitate his future negotiations and maneuvers. The hero is momentarily surprised by the cunning and strategic thinking of his hosts. Retrieving composure, the young adventurer adopts a serious and determined expression, ready to continue the negotiation. The conversation continues in a more serious tone, with both recognizing the complexity of the situation and the need for an alliance. Locke formally proposes a partnership, asking if Grise will help him corner Chad if he can get the necessary evidence. The nobleman readily agrees, revealing that this was also his hope. The hero seizes the moment to add another condition. If Grise wins the auction of the Mermaid Queen, he must deliver it to him. The second request takes the host by surprise, who reacts with an expression of unbelief. The young adventurer justifies his request, explaining that if Grise needs instructors for underwater training, he can provide not only one but several experts. In order to strengthen his offer, Locke reveals that he can provide the instructors, the mermaids, and Leviathan with an immediate solution to the Grise problem. The unexpected and advantageous offer leaves the noble young man visibly impressed and speechless. After a moment of reflection, Grise faces Locke with a penetrating and appraiser look, addressing him by name. With a smile of approval, Grise reaches out and accepts the deal. The two shake hands, sealing an unexpected alliance to unmask Chad and save the Queen. On the coast, Locke questions Tamed about what she found out about the magical orbs. Tamed, to relax dramatically, announces that, after an exhaustive work, he completed his investigation. To Locke's great surprise, she reveals that, leaving the games aside, she discovered something extremely worrying. Locke's ally explains that the orb not only serves to manipulate people, but also functions as a mana collection device. The purpose of the collected mana is revealed: the resurrection of a demon who once threatened to destroy the world, a news that shocks the young hero. Unbelieving, the adventurer mentions the original demon, Tamed, though not knowing all the details, confirms that ancient documents point to this interpretation, adding that it is highly likely that it is the same demon responsible for Shannon's curse. Locke is stunned by the prospect of the demon's resurrection, something he considered unthinkable. Tamed clarifies that, for now, this is just a possibility. However, it warns that if its speculation is correct, the resurrection of the legendary creature will cause a tumult of global proportions. She concludes that to avoid such a catastrophe, it is crucial to urgently find the creator of the orb and prevent the resurrection. With his mistrust selected as the identity of the mysterious creator, he quickly deduces that Risa, the sorceress who manufactures magic tools in Chad's shop, is the prime suspect. The hero asks Tamed to continue her investigation into the demon, and she readily agrees. In the days leading up to the auction, Locke is dedicated to an intensive collection of Chad information and demon-related matters. On the eve of the auction, the city is in turmoil, with citizens lining up for Chad's popular soup kitchen. A panoramic of the soup kitchen shows a crowd to be served. The inhabitants of the city express their gratitude to Chad, solidifying his reputation as a great benefactor. By far, Locke, Shannon, and Lucky observe the scene, noting Chad's popularity. An approximate plan reveals Locke's thoughtful expression while watching the crowd. Another of Chad's initiatives, a free healing station, attracts a queue of needy people. Citizens, with their wounds treated, joyfully celebrate, reinforcing Chad's positive public image. A boy named Rylan encourages his wounded younger sister, Nayuta, to stand a little longer in line. Nayuta, smiling courageously, reassures his brother, telling him not to cry. The time comes for Nayuta, who enters the healing tent while his brother watches her. Lucky comments that Chad has in fact earned everyone's trust in the city. Locke agrees, stating that Chad would be perfect if he were not involved in obscure activities before noticing a crowd near the guild warning board. The warning, signed by Chad Han, announces an emergency mission, warning of a possible attack by fishermen in the coming days. Lucky notes that the situation corresponds exactly to what Grise had told them. The crowd, relying fully on Chad's prediction, is enthusiastically preparing to face the imminent threat. The young hero looks with suspicion, pondering the true nature of Chad's forecasts. Suddenly, Locke hears the sound of someone crying nearby. He recognizes Rylan, the boy from the healing tent. The child is frightened to see Lucky shouting a huge dog, which makes the wolf visibly offended. After Locke's attempt to calm the boy down, Shannon intervenes kindly. Shannon approaches Rylan and quietly asks him what happened. With words of encouragement, she gets the boy to stop crying, praising her courage. Shannon offers Rylan cookies, asking if she's hungry. A small panel illustrates the moment when they share the cookies. The boy thanks you. Calmer already. Locke watches the scene with a discreet smile. Rylan admits he is hungry, but explains that's not why he was crying. In desperation, he reveals that his younger sister has disappeared. Shannon, worried, asks her where she disappeared. The boy explains that his sister, Niuda, got hurt in the leg and went to the healer's tent. He says he went to get some food, and when he got back, she wasn't there anymore. Shannon proposes to use Lucky's keen sense of smell to find her, and Rylan accepts with hope. Shannon apologizes to Locke and Lucky for making promises on their behalf. Locke makes sure it's okay, while Lucky, comically, accepts to be called Dog for now. At the request of Locke, the group, now with Rylan, goes up to Lucky's back and takes off over the city. Rylan marvels at the flight, exclaiming that Lucky is fast as the wind. The group flies over the rooftops of the city in search of the missing girl. During the flight, Locke praises Shannon's ability to deal with children. She appreciates his mentioning she had a younger brother. Shannon asks Rylan about his parents, and he says he doesn't have them. He reveals that his father died defending his former city from a white wolf attack, which surprises Locke and Shannon. Locke apologizes for reviving painful memories. Rylan explains that they were on their way to the capital to join family when their sister was injured. Locke's expression becomes serious when processing the information. An approximate plan reveals the shock in Locke's eyes. He notices a strange mark on Rylan's back. The brand is shown in detail moments before Lucky announced that he arrived at his destination. To the amazement of Locke and Shannon, they land in front of Chad Han's imposing residence. Lucky reveals that he can smell Niuda inside, along with that of many other children. Locke realizes, horrified, that Chad is using the healing stations to kidnap orphans. When sighted by a guard, Locke orders an immediate retreat to Grice's mansion to draw up a plan. By night, the scene changes to Grice's mansion. Locke finds sleepy Grice and asks him to look after Rylan for a while, promising to explain the situation later and requesting his help for an investigation. Shannon talks to Rylan inside the mansion. She apologizes for not being able to rescue her sister immediately. Shannon promises they won't give up and they'll find Niuda, asking her to wait for them. Moved, Rylan says your sister always says the same thing and asks them to take care of her. Locke meets Risa, who informs him that Dob is unavailable. The young adventurer remains at a distance, preparing for his ruse. He reminds the sorceress of his earlier mention of a woman named Lydia. Locke deliberately lies, telling him that he heard a rumor that Lydia is hiding on the western beach, which makes Risa visibly shocked. He adds that she was seriously injured after the undead attacked the capital. Risa believes the lie, convinced that the sister she felt was hers. Satisfied, Locke retreats, having successfully planted the bait. With his plan underway, Locke focuses on the next steps, exchanging information with Pedro and the mermaids. His final goal is clear: to rescue Niuda and the other children, starting the infiltration into Chad's mansion. Upon arriving at Chad's residence, the group is confronted by two hostile guards who question them rudely. Shannon intervenes, using her charm to instantly captivate the guards, who are completely in love. The attitude of the guards changes dramatically. Now friendly and subservient, they offer to let Shannon look inside the mansion. The guards, completely enchanted, make an insinuating proposition to Shannon as a condition for his entry. Before they can continue, the two guards are suddenly struck and unconscious. Damort appears as the attacker, having neutralized the guards to protect the group. Locke watches the scene, making sure the path is clear. The hero approaches Shannon to see if she's alright, and she responds affirmatively with a smile. The young elf reveals that she managed to subtract a key from one of the passed-out guards, presenting it with a sly smile. Locke takes the key and uses it to open a door that gives access to the inside of the property. The group enters with caution, aware that there may be traps in their way, and advances into the courtyard. In the huge courtyard of the mansion, they are suddenly surrounded by a pack of fierce-haired red coyotes. As the adventurer prepares for combat, Petra appears and offers to deal with the monsters, asking him to trust her. With an aura of authority, Petra faces the red coyotes. Their imposing presence intimidates the animals, who retreat in fear. The coyotes, now completely submissive, approach Petra gently. Locke, impressed, praises the effectiveness of the Queen of Ants. After communicating with the animals, Petra informs Locke that the coyotes confirmed that the kidnapped children are in the building opposite. Thanks, the young adventurer caresses Petra's head, who reacts with a happy smile. Infiltrating underground, the group hears Chad's captors bragging about their plan, using the free healing station to kidnap orphan children and sell them, which they consider more profitable than curing people. Shannon reacts with silent fury when men discuss the high value of synthesized magical beasts, planning to visit the warehouse for more profits. While his companions fell asleep drunk, one of the kidnappers remains drinking, lamenting his lack of resistance. At this point, a sleeping flower is used to neutralize it. Seal, the messenger bird, delivers the sleeping flower that neutralized the last guard. Locke thanks Seal for her crucial help, while Shannon and Patra observe with satisfaction. The group finally finds the children trapped in a cell. These look to their saviors with a mixture of fear and hope. The hero reassures the children, explaining that Ryland sent them. Nyuta, Ryland's sister, acknowledges the promise fulfilled and expresses her gratitude, while the other children celebrate the arrival of help. One of the children praises Ryland's confidence in the heroes, confirming their reliability. Nyuta, smiling, comments that her brother is a crybaby, but that she was taught to always be strong. When Locke prepares to use the keys to free the children, Nyuta stops him, revealing that this will not be necessary. At the same time, he's handcuffed from behind. Shannon turns out to be the author of the prank, explaining with a smile that picking locks is a lady's duty and she was already looking for an opportunity to escape. The revelation of Shannon's unexpected ability makes Locke visibly surprised and confused. By demonstrating her skill, the young elf begins to free the children from her handcuffs. Patra, fascinated by Shannon's ability, asks enthusiastically whether she can also learn to do so. Shannon agrees to teach Patra, instructing her to imitate her movements carefully. With concentration, Patra can break into a couple of handcuffs successfully. The young queen celebrates her conquest with joy, being applauded by Shannon and the other children. Locke and Shannon observe the scene with a smile, commenting that Patra is one step closer to becoming a true lady. With all the children finally free, the group gathers, celebrating the success of the first phase of the rescue. Shannon reminds the group that despite their success, they still need to deal with the red coyotes who guard the outside. Patra, full of confidence, assures everyone that there's no cause for concern because it can simply intimidate them again. Impressed, Shannon asks the Patra to teach her intimidation technique. Patra explains that the secret is simply to adopt a threatening appearance, which leaves her companions to observe with curiosity. Shannon tries to mimic a threatening pose with a surprisingly effective result. With the guard's problem solved, the group decides to search for the forecast device and then return to Grice's mansion. Back in the mansion, Locke delivers the rescued children, including Ryland's sister, to the care of a sleepy Grice, who, despite the surprise, agrees to shelter them. Nyuta informs Grice that she has already contacted relatives in the capital to welcome her brother. Confused with Ryland's absence, Grice asks Nyuta for her older brother's whereabouts. The young nobleman thanks the group for all its work, dispensing with formalities and showing his gratitude. Grice goes to Locke to discuss the next steps in the plan they've drawn up. With a malicious smile, the host confirms that events are going exactly as the hero predicted, eagerly anticipating the next day. Locke, feeling confident, acknowledges that they now possess a decisive asset to his operation. The next day at 6:00 p.m., the slave auction begins in a large, opulent event hall. The site is full of rich and influential participants, distributed by tables and cabins, creating an atmosphere of luxury and expectation. In the audience, Locke and Dob observe the environment, with the young man noticing the large number of bidders present. Dob comments, with a cynical tone, that wealthy people seem to have a lot of free time to devote to such events. The adventurer confirms with Dob that by winning the Siren auction, they will have the opportunity to meet Chad. Dob assures him yes, because Chad always attends transactions of more than 100 million. With an enthusiastic shout, the auctioneer officially starts the slave auction. The first slave of the day is brought to the stage, hidden inside a covered cage. To Locke's surprise, the first item to be auctioned is Drackle, the member of the Dragon God's race. The bidding starts at 100, with several interested parties making their offers. The hero urgently asks Grice to win the auction for Drackle, promising to pay him later. Grice recalls that Drackle's confusion with the guards was beneficial to his plan and, with a smile of complicity, agrees to help. The young nobleman, disguised in a mask, makes an offer of 500. The auctioneer, recognizing Grice, announces his proposal, which becomes the winner. After securing the purchase, the host turns to Locke and, with a satisfied look, asks if the result was to his liking. Locke, surprised by the value, asks if 500 is not a low price. Grice clarifies that it is actually much cheaper than the market price. He explains that the race of the Dragon Gods is unpopular because its members are difficult to control, which makes their acquisition a good business for those who have the means to dominate them. With an arrogant smile, Grice boasts that, being the bidder, no one would dare to overcome it. Locke reflects that his ally's attitude corresponds perfectly to his reputation as a spoiled and rich young man. The auctioneer, with great enthusiasm, announces the main attraction of the night. He describes the next item as a jewel of the sea, a creature of a warrior species and therefore extremely difficult to capture. The Queen of Mermaids is finally revealed, imposing inside a glass tank. The auction starts with an initial value of 50 million, and Locke prepares for the next challenge. At the auction, the bidding by Queen Mermaid intensifies, with a bid of 100 million echoing through the room. The other participants recognize the bidder as Grise, the son of the wealthy merchant. The offers quickly rise to 130 million, until a mysterious bidder makes an overwhelming bid of 300 million, leaving the remaining competitors shocked and unable to continue. The auctioneer declares the sale for 300 million. Locke questions Grise's apparent defeat, which, while maintaining his pampered brat front, shrugs his shoulders and says he can't compete. After the show is over for the audience, Locke and Grise exchange a serious look, confirming that the first part of their plan was successfully completed. Chad, the brain behind the auction, is approaching with his guards, ready to finalize the transaction with the winner. The merchant greets Grise, congratulating him on the acquisition of the mermaid, while the young noble responds with a tense gratitude. Locke identifies his primary target. Chad presents the contract of sale on a table, indicating to Grise to sign to formalize the purchase. With a concentrated and determined expression, Grise signs the document, continuing the plan. Locke watches the scene carefully, waiting for the right moment to act. Smiling presumptuously, Chad believes he has completed another lucrative business without any mishap. As soon as the contract is signed, Grise confronts Chad openly, accusing him of inventing the story of the imminent attack of the fishmen. Caught by surprise, the slave trader scorns the prosecution, treating it as a joke. The nobleman continues his offensive, stating that more than half the slaves Chad sells are actually illegal immigrants. The charges become more serious when Grise takes responsibility for the abduction of orphans and sent white wolves to attack a city and assassinate a duke. Keeping a front of innocence, Chad asks with disdain what he's talking about. Grise then reveals that he also investigated Chad's magical prediction device. He declares that the artifact possesses the power to control demons and demands to know if Chad will continue to fake ignorance, causing the composure of the merchant to finally break. Chad devalues the allegations, stating that Grise's inspection has no credibility. With an air of superiority, the slave trader demands that Grise present concrete evidence for his accusations. Confident, the young noble gives a signal to his butler, preparing to reveal his trump card. The butler solemnly opens the doors of the room, revealing a new figure. Nayuta, Ryland's younger sister, enters the room, leaving Chad visibly shocked. Grise presents the girl as proof and witness, detailing how she was abducted from the free healing station and kept captive in Chad's basement with other orphan children. Retrieving his arrogance, Chad claims that his reputation in the city is unwavering and that no one will believe the words of an orphan. The nobleman informs Chad that there is a crucial detail he does not know. The merchant's confidence begins to falter when he sees Grise's safety. Grise reveals the girl's true identity, Nayuta Louis, daughter of a ducal family and member of the highest nobility. A revelation that leaves Chad horrified. Nayuta points to one of Chad's men and accuses him directly of having kidnapped and imprisoned her in his basement. Ryland follows, furiously accusing Chad of orchestrating the attack of white wolves that resulted in his father's death. In panic, Chad realizes there are survivors of the Louis family. Desperate, Chad demands proof of his lineage. Nayuta reveals a coat of arms tattooed on his back, the unmistakable mark of the Louis family. The nobleman explains that many ducal families have the custom of marking their heirs with the family crest, an unknown custom for a mere slave dealer. He adds that the ink used for the coat of arms is a secret and unique formula of each family, serving as additional proof. Nayuta informs them that his older brother is on his way to the capital to meet family, which will officially confirm their identities soon. With Chad sweating profusely, Grise rhetorically asks whom the country will believe: the allegations of a slave dealer or the testimony of a duke's daughter. Completely cornered, the merchant starts laughing manically, abandoning any pretense. With a crazy look, Chad claps hands and dozens of armed soldiers appear immediately, surrounding the group. The merchant boasts that every soldier in town is under his control. He mocks Grise for underestimating his power and coming with such a small group. Calling your opponent pampered, stupid brat, Chad orders his men to kill them all. As the soldiers prepare to attack, one of Grise's companions asks Locke what's next. The young hero predicts Chad will try to escape by boat through the harbor and entrusts Shannon with the task of dealing with the soldiers. Locke and Grise prepare to leave, to the great amazement of the latter, who does not believe Shannon can face the army alone. The young elf, however, advances with confidence. Shannon engages in combat, her agility and skill to allow her to deviate and block the attacks of multiple soldiers easily. Moving at a stunning speed, she disarms and incapacitates several opponents simultaneously, leaving Grise completely goofy. The remaining soldiers look with astonishment and fear at the warrior who dominates them effortlessly. Admired, Grise murmurs, "Awesome." Locke reflects that training with Fenrir made Shannon much more than just a pretty girl. Upon hearing the praise, the young elf suddenly blushes and is euphoric, laughing with joy as Locke, embarrassed, asks her to concentrate and continue. The hero and his ally arrive at a great door, continuing their pursuit of Chad. In the delivery room, they find Dob, who presents the 2 auction prizes, Queen, Mermaid, and Drackle, for Locke's relief. The young adventurer expresses his happiness by seeing Drackle safe. The dragon god recognizes that he once again owes Locke a debt. While Locke thanks him for his help, Drackle, with an expression of comic indignation, questions why the mermaid was sold for 300 million, while it was worth only 500. Drackle laments dramatically, unconformed with the low value attributed to his noble race. Locke, in a hurry, asks him to help you take the queen back to the sea. Without hesitation, the dragon god throws the mermaid queen into the air toward Locke, who catches her with some difficulty. In the arms of her savior, the queen smiles affectionately and calls her master. Locke tries to get in the way, explain that it was Grise who paid, but she ignores the details. Grise observes the scene, commenting that she is, in fact, May's mother and a woman of strong character. Presenting Neyuda as his witness, Grise confronts Chad and declares that the game is over. The slave trader laughs manically, admitting that the girl's testimony would be problematic, but only if she remained alive. Suddenly, the auction room floor opens, revealing a huge water tank full of fishmen with shark features. For Locke's shock, with a dramatic gesture, Chad orders his army of fishmen to emerge and exterminate their enemies, releasing the fury imposed upon them. To the surprise of all, armed fishmen ignore Locke and his group, instead surrounding the perplexed Chad. Enraged and confused, the merchant shouts at his troops, questioning his actions and pointing to Locke as the true enemy. Desperate, Chad calls for Peter, the leader of the fishmen, demanding an explanation for the insubordination. Madeline and the other mermaids appear behind the fishmen, calmly informing the merchant that Peter was captured and imprisoned. Chad is bewildered to see the unexpected alliance between mermaids and fishmen, unable to understand the turn of events. Princess May points accusingly to the villain, declaring that all his plans have been unsolved, while Neyuda claims that they will never forgive him for manipulating both peoples. Trapped and defeated, Chad creaks his teeth in silent fury. Refusing to accept defeat, the slave trader shouts that he will not let things end like this and desperately tries to escape. His escape attempt is abruptly interrupted by the imposing figure of Drackle, who blocks his passage, leaving Chad paralyzed with terror. On the deck of the ship, Chad begs for his life before Drackle. Near there, Locke assures Queen Mermaid that the nightmare is over and suggests that she reunites with her family. The queen refuses, stating that, as a slave, she will follow her new master. With a seductive smile, she claims it's time for her daughter to take the throne and asks embarrassed Locke to take it with her. A notification appears, stating that the Queen of the Sea, Marrow, wishes to join the group. Locke tries to explain that the slave contract is null, but his logic is ignored. While the young adventurer becomes completely disturbed, the queen laughs openly, delighted with the situation. After some confusion, Locke accepts that Marrow joins the group, ending the discussion. With the presentations made, May's mother officially becomes a new member of the team. However, on a deserted beach, the sorceress Risa finally finds the figure she was looking for, confirming to herself that Lydia was actually there. Risa confronts Lydia about the stolen research documents and prepares a spell, threatening to silence her permanently. The sorceress launches her attack, Numerous Darkness, Duradrain, a dark magic designed to annihilate her target. Teviz is studied that Lydia swerves from the attack with ease even though she is supposedly seriously injured and prepares to counterattack. Lydia retaliates with her own spell, Numerous Fires of Hell, Duraglare, involving Risa in a powerful explosion. From the flames emerges a skeletal figure, Alit, who presents himself as Damort, Lydia's master, leaving Risa in shock. Overwhelmed by the overwhelming difference of power, Risa delivers the stolen research documents to Damort, who claims them as theirs by right. With the documents in your possession, Damort thanks Risa ironically. Lydia, confused, asks your master what brings you to that place. Damort explains that he is there to deal with the misconduct of his disciple, noting the irony that Lydia's disciple also stole his work before asking Risa a question. Lyd questions Risa about her intention to resurrect the demon and the origin of the orb. The sorceress denies creating the artifact, stating that Chad already possessed it, an answer Damort seems to accept. Satisfied with the answer, Damort thanks Risa for the information. Before you leave, Lit tells the terrified witch she has one last favor to ask. Dumbledore recognizes Risa's talent and, while providing for a severe punishment for her, encourages her to use time in prison to reflect and, once free, to research ways to bring happiness to people. With words of encouragement, Lydia's master assures that Risa, as a great magician, is capable of doing so. Moved, the witch agrees with determination. A few days later, authorities begin a full investigation into Chad's mansion. Found guilty of numerous crimes, including violation of the laws of slavery and rebellion, Chad is sentenced to prison. Risa also faces justice, receiving a heavy prison sentence for her actions. Despite her situation, the sorceress seems strangely happy, convinced that she will be able to fulfill the mission entrusted to her. Rylan and her sister finally meet with their relatives, warmly saying goodbye to Locke and his friends. In the mermaid prison, fishermen, now free from mental control, slowly begin to rebuild their relationship with their former victims. Watching the peaceful city, Grice thanks Locke, recognizing that it was thanks to him that Chad's true nature was revealed to all. The young hero diverts credit, attributing success to the joint effort of all his allies, and thanks Grice for his crucial support. In thought, Grice admits to himself that Locke is a truly amazing person in every way. At the same time, in a dark and remote cave, a sinister presence stirs. A hooded figure performs a ritual, feeling that the situation has become dangerously unstable. From the depths of the earth, a colossal draconic creature with crystalline scales begins to emerge. Terrorized by the overwhelming power of the dragon, the hooded figure can only apologize to all humanity for the cataclysm that is about to free. The discussion about the mermaid queen, Mero, joining the group causes a stir. The other women react with amazement while the newcomer states, to Locke's great embarrassment, that he approached her intensely and passionately. The adventurous young man desperately tries to correct the misunderstanding, explaining that he only agreed to join the team, while the monarch watches him with a connoisseur smile. Mero states that, as Locke risked her life to save her, she decided to dedicate her existence to serving him, thus justifying her decision. Inspired, Shannon intervenes, stating that she too was saved by Locke and that she will devote the rest of her life to returning the favor, generating a friendly rivalry with the queen. Princess May suggests that instead of competing, everyone must join together to support Locke. Madeline agrees, taking responsibility for the irritation of the young princess. Mero's daughter scolds her mother, insisting that giving up her role as queen is not a decision that can be taken lightly. Patra, the queen of ants, joins the discussion, stating that if anyone deserves a place in the group, it's her. In an attempt to express his dedication, May gets in the way of words, causing a moment of comedy and embarrassment for the group leader. In a tender gesture, the mermaid queen embraces her daughter, calming the situation with a moment of maternal affection. With a serene smile, the mother thanks her daughter for her effort and concern. Morrow commends May's bravery, assuring her that she did an excellent job. The sovereign explains to the others that it was May's request for help, along with Leviathan's, who secured his ransom. Vividly moved, the young princess thanks her mother profusely. The moment of reconciliation between mother and daughter deepens their bond. With a playful touch on his forehead, Mero captures his daughter's attention for an important lesson. The monarch claims that, through this trial, her daughter learned the true value of friendship. Patra reinforces the lesson, explaining that there are achievements that can only be achieved through cooperation. An assembly illustrates the pillars of your success: listening to friends, sharing ideas, trusting others, and acting together. The queen tells her heir that time spent with Locke was a valuable learning and that this experience will help her become a remarkable ruler. Madeline notes that the princess grew up a little wild, and her mother agrees, admitting that her presence would spoil her. Therefore, your departure is necessary for May to achieve its full potential. The former queen praises Madeline for her strong and just heart, asking her to continue to support the future sovereign. With confidence, Mero bid farewell, ensuring that he will watch from afar and that both will be well, predicting a bright future for May as queen. However, May and Madeline exchanged a skeptical smile, realizing the true intentions behind the noble farewell. To Mero's surprise, Madeline explodes, accusing the former queen of fleeing her responsibilities and delaying her own chance to marry. The princess accuses her mother of just wanting to have fun. Without shaking, Mero comments that his instincts have become more accurate and that a new battle has begun. During a celebration, Kryze observes Locke's eclectic group, which includes queens of two species, a Fenrir and a gargoyle, and, raising his cup, questions the true nature of the young hero. Modestly, the boy responds that he does not consider himself a particularly kind person. A drunken Shannon interrupts, vehemently insisting that Locke is actually an exceptionally good person. To his surprise, in its drunken state, The elf reflects that, although the group has an overwhelming power, they contain themselves. Grise, intrigued, asks Locke the reason for such moderation. Shannon answers for him, explaining that his leader is always trying to avoid hurting others and not causing problems to those around him. The young monster tamer is visibly moved by hearing Shannon's perception of his character. Grise's butler agrees with the evaluation. The elf, now sober, taped Locke with admiration, making him blush. Suddenly, an explosion of sand throws May and Madeline into the air, interrupting the moment and leaving Locke perplexed. Marrow appears victorious over the two, reprimanding them for still having a long way to go. Near there, the adventurer finds Shannon sleeping next to a barrel. Grise apologizes, revealing that he brought the alcohol. While watching his sleeping companion, Locke reflects on his words and why he restrains his immense power. The hero explains to the butler that his main desire is the happiness of those close to him, and believes that the use of brute force would not bring true joy to anyone, a philosophy that impresses his interlocutor. The butler smiles, stating that this same conviction is the irrefutable proof of his goodness. In the distance, Grise listens to the conversation with interest. Marrow enthusiastically announces a gift for Locke, a personal ship, leaving him completely stunned. Madeline clarifies that this is a shipwrecked ship that has recovered and repaired as a form of thanks. Wonderful with his dimension, the young man asks permission to inspect him. The new captain and the former queen explore one of the interior corridors of the imposing vessel. The pair enters the captain's quarters, a large space that bears witness to the greatness of the ship. They continue their visit, examining the rest areas of the crew. The mermaid explains that although the original objects have been damaged, the ship's structure is in perfect condition, offering it more space. The boy appreciates the generous gesture. His attention is captured by a mysterious painting, the only one that seems untouched by water, depicting a lonely woman by a lake. A closer look reveals the enigmatic figure of women in the serene landscape of painting. The young man is hypnotized by the work of art, feeling an inexplicable desire to contemplate it indefinitely. Marrow notices your fascination and asks, worried, if something is wrong. He quickly looks away, making sure it's nothing, but his reaction intrigues her. Under a night sky and a crescent moon, Locke's new ship rests silently on calm waters. On the beach, in the light of a bonfire, Madeline thanks all those present and, in particular, Locke and her group for rescuing their people. With Grise and her men at the hearing, the old queen announces she will sing on behalf of all mermaids. She dedicates her song to the gratitude and hope of a lasting friendship between the peoples of the earth and the sea. His melodious voice echoes on the beach, involving the crowd in a song of celebration and peace. All allies, from the most imposing to the smallest, listen to the song with reverence, united by a feeling of victory and camaraderie. At the end of his performance, Marrow officially declares the mermaid rescue mission completed. Grise reflects on the importance of the event, seeing it as the beginning of a bridge that will strengthen relations between humans and the people of the sea. Despite success, one question remains in Locke's mind: Dobb's unknown whereabouts. In a cell, it is revealed that Dobb was arrested, but the mystery thickens, because even Chad doesn't remember very well why he hired him. 3 months later, while the young hero ponders the enigmatic figure of Dobb, he is abruptly interrupted by Grise, who, with a serious expression, asks him for advice from man to man. On board a wagon that crosses a winter landscape, Locke and his group travel toward the snowy mountains. Lucky, the Fenrir's paws move at a steady pace, driving the expedition through the snow. On a vast snow-covered plain, the caravan advances as Lucky leaps with joy, amazed at the scenery. The giant wolf expresses his contagious enthusiasm for the snow that extends as far as the sight reaches. Back on the wagon, Lucky shares his joy with the group, describing the snow as cute, cold, and delicious, before running outside again. The entourage continues its journey towards the mountains, a journey motivated by a specific reason. In an analepsis that takes us 7 days earlier, Grise approaches Locke with a serious expression, asking him for advice. The young nobleman leads his friend to a private room, assuring him that they can talk there without being interrupted. With some embarrassment, Grise confesses that he fell in love, a revelation Locke receives with a smile of encouragement. He explains that the girl wants an ornament made with a snowstone, but that these are not for sale anywhere, leaving Locke wondering why she's telling him that. The snowstone, explains Grise, is a rare gem of the village of Koron, but its distribution was interrupted by the heavy snowfalls of that year, which is why it needs Locke's help. The hero ponders the mission in the snowy mountains, a territory they have not yet explored. Grise begs for your help, promising to pay for his services and asking for full discretion about the reason for the mission. Locke accepts with a smile. Suddenly, Locke's entire group appears, revealing having heard the conversation and offering his enthusiastic support for the shock of Locke and Grise. Locke's companions surround Grise, curious about the girl and praising her amazing purity. While the girls continue to question and increasingly embarrass Grise, Locke observes the scene with a funny and thoughtful expression. Completely overwhelmed by attention, Grise resigns, while Locke confirms that he accepts the request. The scene moves on to its journey, where magic is used to pave the way. The group observes the path now free of obstacles, a testimony to the power of its allies. One of Grise's traveling companions comments that, thanks to Lucky's imposing presence, no monster dares approach the caravan. After 5 days of travel, the entourage finally sees the walls of its destination, the village of Koron. The caravan is approaching the main gate of the village of Koron, its destination in the mountains. At the gate, Grise presents himself as a merchant who brings relief supplies, asking to speak to the village chief. A guard from the top of his watchtower responds that he will check the information. The guard is skeptical about the so-called relief supplies. Grise explains to Locke that he's using the pretext of delivering supplies for an acquaintance to get into the village. After verification, the guard grants them permission to enter the village. Within the walls of the village of Koron, the inhabitants unload the supplies brought by the caravan. Locke is surprised to see the total absence of snow inside the village. Grise clarifies that the village soil is blessed with fire magic, which prevents the accumulation of snow. While Grise is addressing the village chief, he entrusts Locke with the task of looking for the snowstone. The nobleman asks Locke to find an accessory that pleases a woman. The group enters a store to start the search. In one of the stores, Locke asks a saleswoman if they have snowstones available. The shopkeeper regrets to inform you that snowstones are only available during spring and summer. She explains that stores stock up during the winter to process them in the spring, but they quickly run out by the end of summer. After seeking unsuccessfully, Locke and Shannon resign themselves to the fact that they cannot find the gem. Suddenly, the adventurer hears a heated discussion nearby. He witnesses a group of elves, the Snow People, aggressively demanding all the magical stones of a villager, threatening the safety of the village. The villager refuses to yield, arguing that a supply of magical stones from the village is limited and that the impossible is impossible. Locke approaches to intervene, but is immediately confronted by one of the members of the Snow People. The group leader scolds his most aggressive companion, Rista, ending his hostility. The leader apologizes to Locke and his group for the behavior of his subordinate. The appearance of the Snow People, with their vestments and elf traits, surprises Locke and Shannon. The leader asks if this is the first time they've met their people. Rista explains that they are a tribe of semi-humans living in the depths of the mountains, rarely ventured abroad. Despite the reprimand, Rista again demands the magic stones. This time Locke, the leader, warns that magic stones can be used for war, justifying their caution. The Snow People refuse to reveal the reason for their need and prepare to leave, but Locke prevents them. In an attempt to help them, the young hero proposes to accompany them to his village to speak to their chief. The Snow People guarantee that they will offer anything in exchange for the magic stones. Locke evaluates the situation with an attentive and calculating look. The young man questions the elves if their village has snowstones. They confirm that they are the official suppliers of Koron village. The members of the Snow People debate the proposal. Although snowstones are valuable, their need for magic stones is now much more pressing. The group leader agrees to help Locke obtain the snowstone and formally invites him to his homeland, the village of Anissa. Locke asks Shannon to inform Grise of her departure to Anissa, setting up a rendezvous point at the gate for later. With the deal sealed, Locke smiles, confident he's on the right track to keep his promise. As they prepare to leave, the villager, who had previously been confronted, approaches Locke. Man warns the adventurer, revealing that many travelers who go to the village of the Snow People never return and that they have recently established ties with the nation of witchcraft, Suiju. A sinister image illustrates Suiju, an expansionist nation that, according to rumors, accumulates power to dominate other countries. The villager expresses his distrust, noting that this is the first time the Snow People have sought magical stones, and advises Locke to be careful. Surprised by the warning, the young man asks the villager why he is helping him. The man explains that he listened to the conversation and that his conscience would not let him sleep peacefully if the group disappeared. Locke sincerely appreciates the advice and promises to take proper precautions. While away, the hero reflects on Suiji's sinister reputation, recognizing the need for a cautious approach. Your face takes on a serious and determined expression, aware of the dangers you may face. Locke and his companions leave with the Snow People to the depths of the frozen territory without his knowledge. A suspicious figure observes them from a distance, hidden in the snow. On their way to the village of the Snow People, Locke and his guides cross a cold landscape. One of the elves reports that they are less than half a day's journey from their destination, the village of Anissa. Upon arrival, the guide announces his fate. Locke, surprised, sights a lonely child in the snow-covered forest dressed in winter costumes. The group enters the village of Anissa, nestled between snowy mountains. Locke is surprised to notice the absence of snow inside the village, inferring that, like Koron, she is also blessed with the magic of fire. His elf guide confirms Locke's observation with a smile, explaining that his village is actually the main source of the blessing of fire. In an aerial view of the village, the elf emphasizes that his survival in that hostile environment is entirely due to this magical blessing. As they wander the village, Locke feels the suspicious looks of the inhabitants. The guide apologizes, explaining that his people were persecuted by humans in the past, which generated deep mistrusts. The group is led to the presence of the village chief. By announcing their return, the chief welcomes them and immediately asks if they have obtained the magical stones they were looking for before inviting them to sit down. The boss, who presents himself as Krago, apologizes for the late introduction and offers a hot drink to the group. Locke proves it, and his exaggerated reaction of pleasure surprises his hosts. The young adventurer praises the unique aroma and sweetness of the drink. Krago explains that this is snow tea, a rare variety that only grows in that region and is appreciated by many. After offering some tea as a souvenir, the village chief returns to the main subject with a serious expression, questioning the progress in obtaining the magic stones. Suddenly, a strong tremor shakes the building. Locke, alarmed, fears an avalanche and activates his search ability to identify the origin of the disturbance. Its search magic reveals the presence of a monstrous creature of colossal dimensions underground, directly beneath the village. Moments later, the tremors cease. Locke confronts Krago, asking if the tremors are related to the underground monster. The chief, recognizing the insight of his guest, admits that the truth is that a sleeping dragon lies under the village. Krago reveals that it is a fire dragon and that its immense magical power, transmitted through underground caves, is the source of the blessing of fire both to the village of Anissa and to that of Koron. The chief explains that dragons sleep for hundreds of years, but that this one is about to wake up. He tells that his people, fleeing persecution, found refuge on this earth and survived thanks to the blessing of the dragon. Although Locke feels penalized by the dragon, Krago reports that they have been using sealing magic to keep him asleep and keep him from waking up. The young hero expresses his doubt, questioning whether human magic is even capable of sealing a creature as powerful as a dragon. The elder clarifies that a person in the Ice and Snow tribe endowed with exceptional magical power has been responsible for maintaining the seal over time. He explains that the Ice and Snow tribe, formerly known as the Snow People, was blessed with special powers after one of his own married an ice fairy. However, power was not transmitted to the granddaughter of the current sealer, who is her only descendant. With the sealer's power diminishing every year, the need for magic stones to reinforce the seal became desperate. Faced with the appeal, Locke agrees to provide them with the stones they need. However, the adventurer imposes a condition. He will deliver the stones only if he is allowed to see the dragon. The demand leaves the village chief visibly shocked. Locke justifies his request, arguing that if history is true and the dragon awakens and rages, the situation will become a national crisis. He claims that, as an adventurer, he has a duty to assess the threat and, if necessary, report the situation to the competent authorities. The village chief, Krago, is hesitant and concerned with the proposal, considering the possible consequences. To reassure him, Locke reinforces his common goal, asking the chief if he does not want the dragon to continue to sleep, thus aligning his interests. To demonstrate his ability to help, Locke suddenly invokes Stalmort, whose sudden appearance leaves the village chief completely appalled. The young man presents Stalmort as a great wise woman who can help prolong the dragon's sleep. With this assurance, he reiterates that he will give them the magic stones as soon as they can confirm the security of the situation. A glimpse of the chief's gaze reveals his astonishment at the proposal and demonstration of power. Stalmort, with a charming smile, approaches the chief and kindly asks him to allow them to see the creature asleep. Easily persuaded by Stalmort's charm, Krago accesses the request and guides them to the entrance of the cave. Locke comments to himself on the simplicity of the boss, who, before proceeding, gives them a serious warning. The chief warns them to, under no circumstances, engage with the sealer who resides in the cave. He describes the sealer as someone hard to deal with and possess extremely powerful magic. Krago emphasizes danger, advising them to stay away from it for the sake of their own safety, because their reactions are unpredictable when in a bad mood. Locke understands the severity of the warning and agrees to follow the instruction, promising to keep the distance. After a short walk through the cave, the chief announces that they arrive at the place where the dragon rests. Before them, in a vast underground chamber, lies the colossal fire dragon, its imposing body wrapped in magical crystals that form the seal. While Locke and Damort observe the creature with admiration, Krago reports that he will deliver the magic stones to the sealer and asks them to wait there. The chief walks away, walking toward the deeper part of the cave, leaving the young adventurer and the wise alone. Locke turns to Damort, curious to know his professional assessment of the complex magic of the seal that traps the dragon. Damort admires the advanced seal technique. When a hooded figure appears from the shadows, the mysterious sealer identifies Damort as an inferior Lich and threatens to destroy it. Without warning, the sealer casts a gravity spell, Kamuito, which holds Locke to the ground, immobilizing him instantly with overwhelming force. The hooded sorceress goes to the village chief, scolding him furiously for bringing strangers to that sacred place without his permission. Damort is impressed and alarmed, noting that the sealer can conjure high-level gravity magic without reciting any incantation. With a malevolent smile, the sealer tells them it's the stupid old man's fault and declares that both will disappear from that place. The tension scene is suddenly broken when the mysterious sealer reveals that everything was just a joke, to the confusion of Locke and Damort, who are still immobilized on the ground. Having fun with the situation, the old woman asks if they panicked, boasting of their perfect performance, while Damort faces her with an expression of disdain. Damort states, with indifference, that he realized from the beginning that it was just an act, leaving the old sorceress visibly shocked and disappointed by the failure of her play. Resigned, the elder sighs and formally presents herself as Margaret, the strongest survivor of the Snow and Ice tribe, before Locke and Shan still perplexed. Krago, the village chief, arrives and scolds Margaret for interacting with the guests without his presence. Ignoring him, she demands the magic stones, but then she changes her mind and insists that the group stay to see the dragon more closely. With an unquestionable authority, Margaret reminds Krago of the agreement that allows him to act as he pleases as long as the dragon remains sealed. Defeated, the chief gives in, and she orders Locke and Damort to follow. The group marvels at the vision of the colossal dragon, trapped within an immense crystal barrier, impressed both by the size of the creature and the complexity of magic. Intrigued by the technique, Damort accepts Margaret's offer to learn more about the crystal barrier. Meanwhile, Locke asks his allies permission to approach and inspect the seal. The young hero smiles, eager to examine the powerful magic closely. Margaret notes, fun, Damort's genuine happiness in finding a new magic technique, commenting that he had never seen her so excited. By touching the barrier, Locke confirms that it is pure crystal and wonders how it is possible for a creature to live sealed in that way. Suddenly, a mental voice echoes in your head, begging not to be disturbed. The adventurer realizes that the voice belongs to the dragon and retreats, feeling a strong nausea. A new tremor shakes the cave, and a magical circle on the ceiling begins to shine brightly, channeling a powerful energy down. When the trepidation ceases, Locke notes that the magic circle absorbed the dragon's energy. Proud, Margaret reveals that she's the one who created that complex containment spell. The old woman rejoices with praise, and Locke reflects with a smile on her eccentric personality. The young adventurer cites the child he had seen before in the forest, watching them from a distance. Margaret presents the child as his granddaughter, Ivan, scolding her for her shyness. After describing her granddaughter as delicate and introverted, Margaret realizes that she was alone in the mountains and questions her about leaving without permission again. Grandma asks, with a accusing tone, if Ivan has been practicing magic again. With surprising hardness, Margaret tells his granddaughter that she does not possess the talent of her tribe and that she should give up and try to live a normal life. Hurt, Ivan runs away. Locke tries to intervene, telling Margaret that she was too harsh, but the old woman aggressively repels him, claiming that this is a matter for her tribe. A glimpse of Margaret's fierce determination reveals that his actions, though hard, are motivated by deep conviction. Locke observes the scene with an expression of concern and impotence. Damort analyzes the situation in silence, its thoughtful expression suggesting that it understands the complexity of family dynamics. Krago approaches and informs Locke that it is time to return to the village of Koron, but Margaret intervenes, refusing to let them go. The elder declares that the group will remain in the village for some time, stating that their presence is necessary for the good of all. She explains her plan, With the help of the newcomers, they can finally strengthen the seal that traps the dragon. Despite his clear discomfort, Krago seems unable to counter Margaret's decision. The discussion is interrupted by the arrival of one of the village's elves, who informs the chief that a group of merchants from a neighboring nation wishes to say goodbye before leaving. The news seems to catch the village chief completely by surprise. While Krago prepares to leave, Margaret insists that he take Locke with him, considering him a hindrance at that time. The boss agrees to be upset. Before leaving, Margaret instructs one of his own to closely watch the remaining members of the group, giving Locke a severe look. Outside, Locke observes the leader of the merchants, a well-equipped man named Karlfeldt, and notes that his appearance does not match that of a simple merchant. His suspicion increases by observing the military posture and movements of Karlfeldt's escort. The village chief asks the young hero what brings him to that region. The adventurer presents himself and explains that he is looking for a snowstone, to which the merchant comments on the rarity of the gem at that time of year. Locke is intrigued to hear the name of the merchant's nation of origin, Suiju. In an isolated dialogue balloon, Karlfeldt confirms to be a Suiju merchant. While the group of merchants prepare to leave, the tension between them and the inhabitants of the village is palpable. After the group's departure, Locke quietly asks Seal to follow the merchants to discover their true destiny. Recalling the villagers' warning about the recent connections between the Snow People and the Sorcery Nation, Suiju, Locke wonders about the secrets that isolated village hides beyond the sleeping dragon. An elf guides Locke and his group to a guest house in Anissa village, explaining that although it is for guests, they usually use it to drink. The host asks the group to make themselves comfortable, and they appreciate the hospitality. The elf apologizes for not having food prepared due to the sudden arrival of the group, but Locke assures that there is no problem. The guide sends a warning from the village chief, asking the group not to leave overnight. Locke understands that the warning is a security measure, given the distrust that some villagers have for humans. Recalling a previous warning, the young hero questions his guide about the village's relationship with the Suiju nation. The elf clarifies that only the village chief gives them a special treatment because they buy the snow stones at a high price, suggesting that the relationship is purely commercial. With the promise to return the next morning, the guide says goodbye, leaving Locke to ponder the distrust of the inhabitants and the suspicious business of the village. Back in his monster garden, Locke is welcomed with a warm and enthusiastic embrace by Patra and the ant-children. The group enjoys a garden banquet, celebrating new friendships and plenty of food, courtesy of everyone's efforts. The young tamer notes Lucky's sadness and discovers that his companion tried to help plow the fields, but his immense strength ended up destroying everything accidentally. Locke consoles the emotional Fenrir, while others reassure him, explaining that everyone has their strengths and weaknesses and that he must do what he can, little by little. While comforting his loyal companion, the adventurer is suddenly called by Dammort, who awaits him outside the garden. The hero meets Dammort, who returned from his mission to follow the merchants, and praises Seal for his good work. Back in the garden, the rest of the group welcomes the return of Dammort and his little winged messenger. The wise woman clarifies that she and Seal did not travel together, but they met by chance at the garden entrance. Locke thanks Seal for her help and asks her eagerly if she found out where the merchants went. Then the young man turns to Dammort, curious to know his conclusions about the situation in the village of Anissa. With a serious expression, Dammort declares that the old woman, Margaret, is a great fraud, leaving her master perplexed. She shares her suspicions. Margaret doesn't seem to have any intention of keeping the dragon sealed. His magic isn't weakening, and she's clearly hiding something. The adventurer ponders whether this revelation may be linked to the mysterious voice of the dragon he heard earlier. He reports that when touching the seal crystal, he heard the voice of the dragon asking not to be disturbed, confirming that the creature wishes to continue to sleep. In conclusion, they need to observe the situation for some time. Locke suggests that the group take advantage of the village's thermal springs to relax and contemplate the snow. Relaxing in warm waters as snow falls, Locke and his family enjoy a moment of peace, agreeing that hot springs are the best thing. The companions of the group join them, explaining their delay in choosing between the various options of bathing clothes. The young hero praises the appearance of all, making them visibly satisfied with the fulfillment. At a time of relaxation, the group plays on the label of hot springs, reminding everyone that they should wash well before entering. The small ant soldier champions and amuse themselves joyfully in hot water, enjoying the moment. Even the imposing gargoyle and other members of the diverse group enjoy the relaxing bath. The wyverns also gather, diving in the hot springs to warm themselves from the cold winter. In another corner, Dammort and a companion relax while sharing a bottle of sake, enjoying the serene atmosphere. Seeing Lucky shivering cold, Dammort uses his magic to warm the water around him, providing him with immediate comfort. Instantly warm and happy, Fenrir thanks Tamed, then Morrow approaches Locke, offering him a drink. Locke accepts and discovers that it is a banana sack, a special creation of Tamed made in his miniature garden. He praises the taste of drink, which is sweet to the right extent, once again recognizing the talent of his wise ally. The young hero remembers the nature of Morrow and asks him if, being a mermaid, she feels comfortable in the warm waters. The old queen confirms that she loves hot springs and that she visits underwater volcanoes. The group reflects on how luxurious it is to drink sake and watch the snow as they relax together. The adventuress notes Shannon visibly cheerful and blushing, worrying that she drank too much. However, the elf assures her that she is well, as Tamed has prepared a weaker version of the sheave especially for her. Another elf in the group offers Locke a little more sake, and he accepts with gratitude, sharing the moment with his companions. When you drink, Locke feels your heart racing, wondering if it's just the effect of alcohol or something else. On the other side, Shannon also feels her heart beating stronger, sharing a moment of silent and embarrassed connection with Locke. One of the elves begins to sing, and its magical voice fills the air with a charming melody that surrounds all those present in the thermal spring. The ethereal song spreads beyond the hot springs, reaching the village of Anissa, where its inhabitants, including Chief Krago and young Ivan, listen to the melody with admiration. The next morning, the elf guide greets a hangover Locke, who is being scolded comically by the Ikkids for drinking too much the night before. In the mining area, the elves inform Locke that the excavation was interrupted by an anomalous magic wind hole blocking the path. An elf explains that only the ancient Margaret possesses magic strong enough to dispel the phenomenon, but it is occupied with the seal of the dragon. The discussion is interrupted by another elf, Gittin, who forbids outsiders to approach. Upon hearing about wind magic, Lucky the Fenrir is visibly excited, recognizing his specialty and preparing to intervene. Ignoring his master's warnings to contain himself, the giant wolf strikes a powerful blow to the ground to disperse the wind hole. Lucky's intervention eliminates the magical obstacle, but to the amazement of all, it creates a colossal crater at the site of the excavation. Fenrir seems confused by the reaction of his master, without understanding the concept of containing when it comes to using his strength. The elves of the Snow People are amazed at the demonstration of power, questioning the true nature of Locke's group. The newly formed crater reveals something unexpected in the depths, a brilliant stream of crystals. The group discovers that Lucky's action exposes a massive and untouched snowstone vein. The elves celebrate with euphoria, realizing that the discovery will ensure the supply of the village for next year. Locke's companion, comically, claimed that everything was part of his plan, having acted by feeling a foreign smell coming from underground. The Snow People view the wolf with a serious expression and distrust after their claim. The action of the elves makes Fenrir visibly nervous and not knowing how to react. One of the elves explains that the amount of ore has been decreasing in recent years and in thanks offers Locke an exceptional-sized snowstone. The young adventurer accepts the gift. Gittin, the elf who confronted them earlier, formally presents himself and apologizes for his hostility. With the discovery, the elves decide to organize a great banquet to celebrate and warmly invite Locke's group to join them. While one of the elves praises the incredible Fenrir, Locke demonstrates his affection for his companion, and the elf comments on the strong connection between the two. The elf reveals his dream of exploring the world, but feels trapped in the village due to the dragon problem. The hero encourages him, saying that his wish can come true if he continues to crave it. Through his magic bracelet, Locke informs Gargoyle that they will be late, which surprises the elf by knowing that a gargoyle is part of the group. The gargoyle reports Locke having detected a magical barrier around the village, something that prevents him from seeing what happens inside. The elf is shocked by the revelation, for he had no knowledge of the existence of such a barrier. They conclude that barrier could only be acted by Margaret, the elder of the tribe, without the knowledge of the other villagers. Realizing they needed to communicate with the outsider, the elf asks Locke to date the barrier, and the adventurer agrees to take responsibility for the action. The elf says goodbye, thanking once again and leaving to prepare the party. The young monster tamer and his companions bid farewell to the elf as he departs. Suspecting merchant activities, Locke asks Seal to follow Sewage's group to discover their true destiny. Seal leads the hero and his wolf to a rocky wall that looks like a dead end. The adventurer realizes that the wall is a magical illusion and that the cave hidden behind it is headed for the nation of witchcraft, Sewage. Lucky warns his master about the numerous magical traps inside the cave, and Locke decides to retreat for now. With the investigation paused until the banquet, the group decided to return to the others. Before the party, the group decides to enjoy the snow. Soldier ants and other members enjoy improvised sleighs paired with wyverns for a possible emergency escape. Realizing that Patra is waiting, Shannon invites her to join the play while waiting for Gargoyle and Grise to return. The queen of the ants confidently declares that, although she cannot fly, she can use her magic if she has to escape. Locke thanks Mara, who seems to be overseeing one of the ant children during a pang. The fun intensifies as the wyverns shoot through the landscape, pulling the sleds at high speed. Shannon is seen enjoying herself intensely in her fast descent through the snow. Seeing the joy of all, Lucky also expresses his desire to participate. The adventurer promises that when Patra returns, they will build a sleigh big enough for him. Maro seems a little nauseous about the speed of play. The 8 children, on the other hand, are ecstatic with the adventure it is now. After the descent, Shannon seems visibly nauseous. Maro asks if she's okay, and the elf insists she's fine despite her appearance. Maro comforts the sick Shannon. As Shannon tries to pull herself together, one of the ant children, full of energy, is ready for another descent. The scene changes to the nation of sorcery, Suiju, revealing an imposing fortress city amid an icy desert. Inside a dark room, a hooded figure informs a superior that the plan is progressing as expected. The superior, hidden in the shadows, mentions that the prince is also very excited about the unfolding of events. The figure in the shadows is revealed as a young man with white hair, identified as the ex-hero Kid. A close-up reveals the sinister and confident look of the former hero, suggesting that he is a key figure in the ongoing conspiracy. The chapter ends with a light note, showing the group exhausted but happy, resting on Lucky after the intense snowplay. Enthusiastic with the new sleigh Patra and the others made for him, Lucky impulsively pulls Locke and Shannon to join him in the fun, ignoring his master's surprise protests. The trio shoots through the snowy landscape at a dizzying speed, with Shannon screaming with excitement and fear as they skim through the trees. The descent becomes even more chaotic when the sled, driven by the force of Fenrir, crosses a row of trees, leaving Locke and Shannon terrified by the thrill of the course. Despite the chaos, Lucky's ability to maneuver the sleigh impresses his master, who praises him for his agility while the giant wolf howls with pure joy. When the adventure is over, an exhausted Shannon faints in the snow while Locke suggests that she rests. The tireless Lucky is ready for another descent, to despair of his owner. The fun is interrupted when the group encounters several magic wind holes that emit an unpleasant odor. Locke asks his partner Fenrir to use a gentle wind magic to dispel them. Lucky approaches the ground, sniffing and inspecting the area around the abnormal wind holes while his master watches closely. Under one of the vortexes, Locke discovers a mysterious black crystal. Suspecting that the wind holes were artificially created, he decides to collect the crystals so that Dalmort will analyze them later, before noticing Ivan's presence watching them. Ivan approaches and warns them to leave the village as soon as possible, revealing in panic that the seal of the dragon is about to be broken and that he suspects that his grandmother, Margaret, is responsible. Suddenly, the group is surrounded by 6 hooded figures. Without hesitation, Locke prepares for combat by conjuring a fireball to defend himself from the imminent threat. The attackers swerve quickly from Locke's attacks, while Lucky counterattacks with a tail stroke. The mysterious wizards respond with combined magic, revealing coordinated teamwork. The combined spell materializes into an immense purgatory bird of fire, a high-level magic that surprises the group. The confident attackers observe their destructive creation. As the creature of fire dives to attack, Lucky prepares to retaliate with his own magic, to the amazement of the aggressors, who did not expect such a power. Fenrir releases a wave of overwhelming power that instantly neutralizes the hooded wizards, immobilizing them on the ground under the immense pressure of their magic. With the subdued and tied attackers, Locke and his group now safely confront their captors, demanding to know their identities and intentions. One of the prisoners, frustrated, regrets not having been informed of the presence of a higher-level user of magic, revealing that his mission did not foresee such a powerful resistance. Suspecting their origin, Locke questions them directly, demanding to know if they are from the nation of witchcraft, Suiju, linking them to the conspiracy he has been investigating. Faced with the silence of the prisoners, Locke resorts to an unorthodox interrogation method, allowing Lucky to take them on an extremely intense sleigh ride to persuade them to speak. After Lucky's persuasion, the scouts, completely terrified, confess to Suiju and beg for mercy, revealing their affiliation. Ignoring the confession, Fenrir, amazed at the fun, declares enthusiastically that they can still do a few more laps to the terror of the scouts. The scouts reveal their shocking plan to annihilate the village and release the dragon within 3 days. The revelation leaves Locke and Ivan perplexed, especially because Suiju seems to have a good relationship with the village. The scout leader tries to bribe Locke, offering him $1 million and his security in exchange for his silence and departure. However, the young hero refuses the offer without hesitation. Locke's categorical refusal leaves Suiju's scout completely stunned, unable to understand why his generous offer was rejected. With a determined look, the adventurer confronts the scout, firmly declaring that his actions are not motivated by profit, reaffirming his principles. Defeated, the scout poses a veiled threat, warning Locke that he will regret his decision to interfere with Suiju's plans. Locke takes the captured scouts to the presence of Chief Krago, who is shocked to see the alleged merchants tied and defeated. The young hero reveals to Krago the true identity and intentions of the scouts, but the village chief refuses to believe, insisting on his good relationship with Suiju. Locke explains that the confession was obtained after they attacked them. Subtly threatened by one of the scouts, Chief Krago, fearing the repercussions of antagonizing the mighty nation of Suiju, gives in immediately and orders his release. Ivan intervenes courageously, corroborating Locke's story and begging the village chief not to release the scouts, insisting that they pose a real threat. Ignoring Ivan's desperate appeal, Krago releases the scouts, devaluing the warning as nonsense from an outsider and from a child of the tribe of Snow and Ice. With a sarcastic tone, the now free batter thanks Locke, rejoicing that the village chief is easily manipulated by fear. The batsman's face wriggles in a sinister and triumphant smile, revealing his true nature and the certainty that his plans will proceed without hindrance. Locke observes the betrayal with a contained expression of fury, his determination to protect the village from intensifying before the cowardice of this leader. When a villager called Ando arrives, the scout, now in control of the situation, orders Chief Krago to arrest Locke and Ivan in the Galgal Cave for 3 days. Ando, shocked by the order, questions the decision, revealing that the Galgal Cave is actually the prison of the village, and does not understand the reason for such punishment. Giving in to the pressure, Chief Krago ignores Ando's objections and abruptly orders that his order be fulfilled without further questions. Refusing to obey such an unjust order, Ando confronts his leader, demanding a plausible explanation for Locke and Ivan's arrests. The head of the village, visibly tense and angry with insubordination, stands beside the scout, unable to justify his own actions. The scout intervenes, stating that the crime of Locke and Ivan was to have attacked important people of Suiju, providing a pretext for his arrests. Krago warns Locke to be careful in the next 3 days, stating that if nothing happens, the young adventurer will have to take responsibility. Locke calmly accepts the condition. While being escorted to prison, Ando apologizes to Locke for what happened. The hero accepts the situation, but concerns about what will happen within 3 days hovers over the group. Incarcerated, Locke realizes the seriousness of the situation. If the scouts succeed, not only the village, but the whole world will be in danger. He understands the urgent need to formulate a plan to prevent the imminent catastrophe. Trapped in a cell by order of the village chief, Locke reflects on his situation, questioning the nature of the prison site. Ando, one of the elves of the village, clarifies with a smile that, to be precise, the place is a guest room with iron bars at the entrance. The elf adds that the structure was built to stop travelers who seem dangerous, preventing them from leaving without permission. While Locke discusses the urgency of a plan before the imminent invasion of Suiju, Dammert suddenly appears, having located his master through his magic. Asked about how she got in, the wise one proudly reveals that she has mastered the magic of the crystal barrier that seals the entrance and can even create a stronger version. With the threat of an attack in 3 days, the adventurer admits to being more concerned about the dragon's awakening. Dammert, however, expresses his conviction that Margaret will release the seal in any way. Ivan, outraged, defends his grandmother, refusing to believe such a thing. The wise one contrasts, questioning why Margaret has not restored the magic of the barrier. Dammert theorizes that the ancient magic has not weakened and that, in fact, she is trying to prevent Ivan from being trapped in the village as her successor, which leads the young woman to scream that she has no talent. In a fit of fury and despair, Ivan defends his grandmother's honor, declaring her an incredible person who protects the village and the whole world, dropping a bottle in the process. Locke supports the troubled young woman, whose eyes shine with a sudden and intense release of magical power. Observing this scene, Dammert confirms his suspicions. The child possesses truly incredible magical power. While holding Margaret's granddaughter, now unconscious, Locke's ally warns that if the world discovers such power, there will be those who try to abuse him. The young hero ponders that perhaps the old woman had already thought of it and was trying to guide Ivan on a different path, away from magic. After the explosion of power, Ivan rests peacefully, alien to the discussion about his future. Worried, Locke questions what the action plan will be if the dragon awakens. His companion answers pragmatically that, with the little information they have about dragons, it is not worth speculating. The adventurer, however, remains apprehensive, questioning what will happen if the dragon does not reveal itself as a friendly creature. The discussion is interrupted by the arrival of Gitten and other elves, who confront Locke, wondering if it is true that he attacked Sewage's messengers. To everyone's surprise, Gitten gives a friendly slap on Locke's back, and the elves celebrate, revealing his deep displeasure by the messengers and inviting the group to a banquet. Ando confirms the trust they place in Locke, and Gitten, with a smile, indicates that there is something they need to discuss, starting the celebration. In the midst of the lively banquet that unites Locke's elves and family members, Gitten expresses his unbelief at Sewage's actions. While an elf criticizes the naivety of the village chief, Margaret suddenly comes up, laughing and calling them idiots. Gitten explains that only the elite of the village harbors hostility to the Snow and Ice tribe. Meanwhile, Domort offers his banana sachet to Margaret, who doubts his ability to taste it. After a provocation, the elder forces the drink down the throat of her partner Lit, resulting in a chain reaction of cough and choking among those who taste the potent sachet. To his own surprise, Domort discovers that he can taste the drink. A glimpse of his wonderful expression reveals the joy of rediscovering the sense of taste. Margaret reveals a technique that converts food into magical power, allowing even the liches to taste. The conversation is interrupted when Gargola informs Locke about a mysterious barrier surrounding the village. The young adventurer quickly concludes that the barrier was undoubtedly erected by the people of Suiju. Gitten adds that whenever the group of merchants visited the village, they were seen doing something in the forest, where strange magical wind holes also appear. Locke connects the dots, revealing that he also saw the wind holes and found a black crystal buried beneath them. He delivers the crystal to Domort for analysis, and it determines that the artifact raises a barrier that absorbs magical power. One of Locke's companions deduces that Suiju agents use multiple crystals as starting points to activate the complete barrier. The hero then realizes that a scout's plan was to secretly evac the barrier to isolate the village. Sitting among their new allies, the group continues to discuss the complex web of intrigues woven by Suiju. The party continues in full swing, with Lucky serving as a comfortable resting area for the little ones. The celebration reaches its peak, with the various members of the group dancing and fraternizing with the elves, sealing their new alliance. The melody of a song sung by one of Locke's allies fills the hall, involving everyone in an atmosphere of camaraderie and hope. Gitten reports it's time for your group to return. Locke decides to share the information with his friend Grise and asks for a way back to Koron, to which the elf reveals the existence of a secret path. The elf explains that the secret passage links the village of Anissa to a location near Koron and is used for emergency evacuations, granting Locke permission to use it. Far from the party, Margaret gently awakens his granddaughter Ivan. Still sleepy, the young lady asks her grandmother what she was doing. An approximate plan reveals the enigmatic expression of the old woman, who seems to ponder her next words. Margaret surprises her granddaughter by instructing her to accompany Locke and her group back to Koron village. The old lady asks a hesitant Locke to look after Ivan, a request he eventually accepts. Confused, Ivan questions the decision, remembering that her grandmother always forbade her to leave the village. In response, Margaret hugs her heart. With a serious tone, the old lady advises her granddaughter to listen to Locke and not be too reckless. With a warm smile, Margaret says goodbye, asking Ivan to take care of herself, and the young woman agrees. After the elder's departure, Ivan shares his confusion, with Locke questioning his grandmother's sudden change of attitude. The adventurous young man suggests that perhaps Margaret's intention is for his granddaughter to experience the world and find a purpose for herself. The young woman reflects, admitting that, besides becoming a magician like her grandmother, she has no other ambitions. With her eyes shining with admiration, Ivan declares that her grandmother is the best wizard in the world and that her greatest desire is to train so that she too can seal a dragon. She reveals that since the death of her mother, her grandmother raised her alone and wants to take her place as a sealer so that the old woman can finally rest. Moved, Locke strokes his head, praising his kindness. Though ashamed of the compliment, Ivan is visibly happy, while Domort watches the scene with a discreet smile. Back in the village of Koron, Locke informs a shocked Grise of the situation. In 3 days, Suiju will attack and the dragon will wake up. Completely overwhelmed by the avalanche of bad news, the nobleman asks in a comical way for a pause. Holding his head in despair, Grise tries to process the dimension of imminent crises. After a long sigh, he laments the succession of extraordinary problems. Locke asks for your help to evacuate the inhabitants of the village, which may also be affected. Retrieving composure, rise reveals crucial information: the nation of witchcraft, Suiju, and the faction of the fourth prince of the Immortal Kingdom have links. Locke immediately recognizes the danger, remembering the reputation of the fourth prince's faction as a ruthless group that does not look at the means to achieve its ends. The young nobleman concludes that if the rumors are true, the situation may become even more problematic and complex. The adventurer ponders the threats that accumulate: the invasion of Suiju, the awakening of the dragon, and now the involvement of the fourth prince's faction. The strategic discussion is abruptly interrupted by Shannon's break-in, which announces that something bad has happened. With an alarmed expression, she informs the group that there is smoke coming from the direction of the village of Anissa. Looking to the horizon, where a column of smoke rises, Locke fears the worst: that the invasion of Suiju has begun earlier than anticipated.